It's very difficult because when you're working like all night or, the graveyard shift, you tend to sleep during the day and you don't really get time with your family or with your kids. A lot of my coworkers and peers, you can just see it on their face. They look angry and honestly depressed, like a lot of them feel like they're stuck, like, they need the healthcare and the benefits, but like the pay sucks or they've invested so much time with the company and they're still not full time. It just, a lot of people are angry.
When you think of good middle class jobs, you probably think of UPS. But the shipping behemoth has a secret. While full time delivery drivers are the face of UPS, it's the part time workers like Cesar Mendoza who are the heart of the $100 billion company. In fact, part timers make up around 60% of the 340,000 UPS workers represented by the Teamsters. These workers have been ignored for nearly 30 years. But as UPS and the union wrestle over a new contract, with a massive strike looming August 1st, part-time workers are coming out of the shadows to tell their story of what it's really like to work for the world's largest package delivery company.
My name is Jonathan Thomas Sr. I'm a UPS employee for almost 40 years.
And I'm Jonathan Thomas Jr., and I've been a UPS part-time employee for about 5 years.
The biggest disparity is pay, right? He's being paid a part-time position where, I'm full-time. When I first started, I remember my wage was very poor. Once I got past probation, I was up to full pay. And for me, it was a matter of, I think, 6 weeks. But now that probationary period has been extended to 4 years. So the new people, the part-time people, even the new full-time drivers aren't getting their full pay for 4 years. So that's quite a disparity.
Well, me and my girlfriend and my son, we stay at our in-laws' house, and we've been there for a while because we can't really afford our own like one-bedroom apartment here in California with the part-time wages I make and the part-time hours I get.
The hourly pay for UPS part-timers got bumped up to $22 in larger markets during the pandemic, when it was hard to find and keep workers.
At the beginning of 2023, it went back down suddenly to 16.
They didn't really give us a reason why they took away that extra pay.
It was like an incentive.
Yeah, it was like an incentive, and it was over, even though the volume didn't change. Like e-commerce is now bigger than before.
If pay is not there, they're gonna have to put in that overtime, which is sad.
Since part-timers are only guaranteed 3.5 hours of work a day, overtime is a hot commodity. The resulting process of securing those extra hours of work is exhausting and divisive.
We're not really united as a union in the warehouse. We're kind of all just like turning against each other because we need to pay our bills and pay our rent. So we fight for hours and fight for positions. Normally I come in at 3:30 a.m. and I'll get out around 8:30 a.m. if I'm lucky. It all just depends. It's very fast paced. They want to get a certain amount of work done by a certain time, so they kind of push you to work fast.
We are physically moving those packages. Our job mainly is moving packages. It's not driving. And I think most people's perception is that we're just driving.
I talked to many drivers, and within the first 5 years of being married, they're divorced because of how long they work, how many days they work. They have a gap between them and their kids. So us as union workers, we make this sacrifice for our kids, but it's hard that that's what it's gonna become. We're gonna have to lose that relationship with our family.
At first, I really didn't want to do any UPS work because I knew just firsthand, just from seeing him come home exhausted, especially during the hot summers that we would have, that I knew it was like really laborious work. It wasn't until about 26 when you start to, lose health insurance coverage that I started like freaking out. I'm like, what should I do? Which Dad then told me was to go do part-time work at least, because they still get the same health coverage that I've basically had my whole life. Whenever I need medication, go to the hospital, anything, I'm not paying anything. I think hospital appointments are like
that's our only
thing, and they're tiny.
We have to pay for emergency visit.
UPS has spent years rerouting new hires to exploitative part-time work with false promises of promotion.
I joined the fight with the union probably about 2 years ago because we started noticing that this last contract they did us horribly wrong.
I never see anyone go into a full-time driver position. They always go into being a 224 position first, which was basically a part-time position that works full hours. You become a 224 and then maybe you'll become a full-time driver. and not like your position changes, not like the work you do changes. The only thing that changes is whatever code they type into their system for like pay. That seems a bit, that's like ridiculous.
I know people in my warehouse that they've been working for UPS for 14 years and they're still part-timers. A lot of us try to make money other places, but we don't get hired because the companies want us to commit, 110% to their company. They don't want us to work part-time at UPS, so it's hard finding another job. When you're right there doing a hard labor job, in the middle of the night, and you're just sitting there thinking like, damn, like I invested so much time with this company. I thought it would have paid off by now, but you're still making part-time hours, part-time wages. You're not really moving up at all. You're just in the same hole you've been in the whole time.
UPS has until July 31st to reach a fair contract agreement with the union. Part-timers are pushing for big changes to nearly every aspect of their job.
One thing we're really looking to get out of this contract is sort of a pay rise across the board for part-time and full-time employees, not just to keep up with inflation, but to actually do well and prosper on our own. The inflation is used, I think, as a talking point for corporations to discuss, why it's justified to pay us less or something, because it's such a complex issue. But the bottom line is that I know for a fact UPS hasn't been losing any money. They've actually gained tremendous. E-commerce is just ever expanding. So for them to cry that inflation would cause any sort of rippling effect as far as our pay is absolute nonsense.
And I think UPS plays that card too. Every time we have a contract,
Yeah, they cry poor.
They cry poor, but they've spent every dime they possibly can before the contract just so they can get to that, well, look at our numbers. Okay, well, what did you invest in to get you there?
The part-timers want higher part-time wages, more full-time positions, combo jobs, more hours, because we can't really have a chance out here in California with 4 or 5 hours. Like we can barely pay for gas and groceries. Like me and my family can't even afford a studio apartment out here. So it's like you need to give your workers who you care about a fighting chance out here so we can keep our heads above water.
I've heard, the younger people are worried that the senior people are going to sell them out, which is so far from the truth.
Yeah.
We are so united. I think everybody, the minute they become a full-fledged employee in Teamster, they realize that their greatest future is looking at the young guys and helping the young guys get what they get and even more. This was the sign I carried during the 1997 UPS strike. Do you have any memories of the 1997 strike that your dad walked the picket line for?
I don't remember you on a picket line or anything, but I remember being in a union hall with hot dogs and playing with other kids.
Many of us are willing to go on strike this next contract because all these years we feel like they've been getting away with so much, and we just feel like it's time now. Like it's time to take care of your workers and invest in your people.
There's more to the human experience than just waking up at 5 a.m, commuting to your job, doing your job until 9 p.m, commuting back home, sleeping and doing that, every day until you're free for 2 days of the week if you're lucky, right? And that time you're spent laboring at home to catch up on stuff you're behind. You're missing out on a lot of the human experience that way, and I think a union can help you balance that by
in any sphere of work. From retail
to giving you
warehouse,
your life back, essentially.
To gaining your life back.
Yeah.
Let me turn my mic on. Welcome to the Labor Organizing Summit. I am your, I guess you can say, your starting off host for this summit. I'm CJ or Jay, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in our first guest right away. And we all know and love our first guest, and this is Case, or Case Study QB.
Yeah,
as he's known. What's up, Case?
What's going on, CJ? It's good to see you, my man, and be in camaraderie, if that's a word, with you, and my buddy Dina, who we're gonna bring in also.
Yes, and can you give Dina a proper introduction before we bring her in? But go ahead.
Yeah, Dina, I met her a couple weeks ago, and I had her on my channel to talk about what made me perk my ears when I heard her in a call-in. She had some critiques of what some unions are doing. She had some critiques of union reporters who were saying they were celebrating a little bit too early when tentative agreements were created, and like almost as if that's the final contract. And I was like, man, I really want to hear more, because I didn't hear those critiques before. So I reached out to her and chat with her, and she's a great person to chat with. She's with the UAW local over here in the tri-state area in New York, and she's also a strike commander that she's going to also be talking, a strike captain, I should say, that she's going to give us her experience. Is only right to have an actual union labor on the workshop that we're about to have, and great to have her.
Yes, and we're going to bring on Dina in just a second, but just to start the summit off in the right way, like we start all the time, this summit is meant as an informational and inspirational in order to inspire people to organize or to labor organize, to get involved in your community. So let's bring in Dina, our first union member. And this is Dina. How you doing, Dina?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And I'll pass it to you, Case, since you sort of have a presentation, and I'll let you go ahead and take it from here. Go ahead, Case.
Yeah, we got a lot of work to do. So if you could bring up the slide, I don't know if there we go.
Absolutely, yes.
So we're going to be talking about labor strategies and all the different strategies. A lot of labor strategies, if you follow RBN and other resources, you're going to be familiar with a lot of these. And also, then anytime anything pops up that you really want to talk about, just go ahead and jump in. So I learned, because I'm not a unionized worker, I wanted to do some research, and for this summit, I got this book, and I found it was an excellent book, and that's where a lot of the notes that I'm going to be talking about comes from. So I definitely recommend people to check this book out. So here are some labor tactics. Collective bargaining. Unions negotiate with employers on behalf of their members to secure better wages, working conditions, and benefits. This can involve direct negotiations, mediations, or even strikes if an agreement cannot be reached, which brings us to strikes. Strikes are a common tactic used by unions to put pressure on employers. During a strike, workers refuse to work until their demands are met. Strikes can be temporary, such as a one-day walkout, or they can last a few weeks. Now, the benefits of a strike and collective bargaining is that all the workers individually, they might not have enough power. They don't have enough power to say, hey, I'm getting $16 an hour. I want $20 an hour because the cost of living is going up. So that's where the power comes from. And I just want to show this small clip. It wouldn't be right, me being Case Study QB, to not show a clip, right? So here we go.
But I can't escape the tribal nature of Hollywood. They don't look at themselves as individuals. So they're not willing to individually negotiate their contracts based on their worth and what they're providing to the table. They're asking for all of them to be on the same playing field when they're not doing the same amount of work or have the same fan base. And I think that's what is going to destroy them at the end of the day.
That's not what's going to destroy them. That's what's going to give them more power. So this is why I do what I do with showing the mainstream media and highlighting the propaganda that they display. He's trying to convince you, no, you as the individual should go to your boss and individually say, I want a raise. Instead of what in reference to what he's talking about is the Hollywood strike, where all the regular workers are coming out and they're saying, hey, we need to collectively ask for a raise. That's really where the power comes from. So don't fall for Lawrence Jones with this. All right, so let's continue. Picketing. Picketing involves workers demonstrating outside the workplace to raise awareness about their grievances. Picketing can involve signs, chants, and other forms of peaceful protest. And this is where I want to bring in Dana, because I know what was it last week or maybe it was 2 weeks ago that you were actually picketing. You told me about that, and you mentioned this person here, Scabby the Rat. And in the chat, I want anybody to let me know. I'm familiar with Scabby because I'm in New York. So I've seen Scabby. In the chat, let me know if you live outside of New York and you've seen Scabby before. But Dana, please talk to us.
Yeah, so when you are on strike, you're always going to have a picket line during work hours that will involve a lot of walking around in a circle, which kind of can like put you in a time warp of like, you kind of lose track of time. So you do have to like take breaks. You break the walking up with things like rallies, singing songs. You eat lunch. There's always going to be like a food committee that's making sure there's food for everybody. I was the head of the child care committee because I used to be a preschool teacher in case there were kids on the picket line that had come. Things like that. Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. So somebody like me, I've seen Scabby the Rat in New York before, and I didn't even know what a union was at the time or anything. It just stood out, and I was like, wow, something's going on. And for people who don't know, a scab is someone who would replace a unionized job. So you do not want to be a scab. And picketing lines are also good to intimidate scabs from entering the workplace, because the whole point of it is to raise the living standards for everybody, including people who might be scabs. I understand they just want to get some money for whatever reason, help their family out, but it's for a collective reasoning, not to have a race to the bottom, but a race to the top.
Yeah, and picket lines can be incredibly powerful even with just a few members. So with the writers' strike, actually in New York, there were 3 writers who were picketing. And basically they were able to shut down the entire production because the Teamsters wouldn't cross the picket line. And so they didn't need every single person to be on strike. All they needed were 3 people to be on a picket line so that everybody knew, like, don't scab, don't cross.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I saw someone said that my mic is low. I'm going to try to fix that as we go on. But until then, I'll talk a little louder as much as I can. Okay, so here's some other things. Work slowdowns. Some unions engage in work slowdowns or slowdown strikes as a tactic to put pressure on employers. This involves worker intentionally reducing their productivity or following work rules very strictly, which can disrupt operations and put financial pressure on the employers. So something that I've seen recently, something called quiet quitting, that I've heard on TikTok. They've been doing some quiet quitting. Yeah, which is similar to this, but and we'll talk about that later because I do have that coming up soon. All right. Boycotts. Unions.
Could I just say something else about the work slowdown? So that's actually a really good tactic if you live in a right to work state or if you're a public sector union member, because when you're a public sector union member, legally you're not allowed to strike. And then in right to work states also, like, you can get in trouble for that. So if you're not willing to take what is really a big risk to do a wildcat, work slowdowns, or what's called work to rule, which is where you only do exactly what your contract says you need to do. Those can be tactics that you can use when a strike isn't an option, just so everyone knows.
Awesome. Definitely jump in.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, that you want to jump in. All right. Lobbying and political activism. Unions often engage in political activism and lobbying to advocate for legislation and policies that benefit workers. They may support or endorse political candidates who align with their interests and contribute to political campaigns. With that said, we all see what's going on in Congress and with lobbying. the rich, the elites, the owner class, they just have way too much money. So I wouldn't put a lot of stock or resources into this point. And definitely, Dana, I would want to get your opinion on this, because I think the real people power comes from everything we've talked about before: strikes, collective bargaining, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I think it's sort of like, in a way, Congress is kind of like a middleman. So when you're doing sort of, when you're taking on, the capitalist class directly with unions and stuff like that, you're just cutting that out because the capitalist class and the corporations own Congress. So we want to lessen the power that those corporate interests have, and that will naturally trickle down to electoral politics.
Pun not intended, right?
No.
All right. Legal actions. Unions may take legal actions to protect workers' rights, such as filing lawsuits against employers for unfair labor practices and violations of labor laws. That's where the NLRB comes into play, the National Labor Relations Board. And that's one of the things that the only one of the disadvantage of this is, according to the president and their agenda, they can put in a bad NLRB. So even though you might have a grievance and it's a rightful grievance, if you have a corrupt NLRB in there, they can deny your case, right? And Dana, I don't know if you ever experienced anything with this or
personally, no, but yeah, okay. that is a big problem.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's get into some radical actions. Oh, before that, information campaign. So that's what we're doing right here. We're having a labor summit today. And so this is an example of information campaign. Unions may use various communication channels, such as newsletters, websites, and social media to inform and mobilize their members and the public about labor issues. This can include sharing stories or worker exploitation, organizing rallies or events, educating the public about the benefits of unionization. So that's something that even, Workers Strike Back is doing a great job of trying to highlight all the different strikes that's going on. Kshama Sawant was on RBN's network recently talking about the rent control reform going on in Seattle. And definitely I want to bring in CJ if you have anything to add to this, since this is basically your staple.
Yeah, this is like information campaigns. This is what RBN, this is sort of our thing. We believe that these information campaigns, what we call streams, is what we do to mobilize people, to radicalize people. And that's what we try to do with the streams we have. So we very much know this particular part of organizing, which is information campaigns.
All right, so let's have some fun now. This is where we get to the fun stuff. Radical actions. All right. So radical actions, some things. Wildcat strike. That's exactly what Dana talked about earlier, which is a hard thing. I understand is a very hard thing. Basically, a wildcat strike is an unauthorized strike that is not sanctioned or organized by union leadership. These strikes occur when workers take spontaneous actions without going through the proper channels or follow the establishment strike procedures of their union. And unfortunately, there's times that the union leadership is weak, or they could be straight up corrupt, where they're working on behalf of the owners and the elite class. They're in cahoots with them. And sometimes it's needed to have a wildcat strike. So in preparation for this workshop, I didn't know that one of the biggest wildcat strikes was the Great Postal Strike of 1970. So I'm going to touch on this real quick in regards to the wild strike. And basically, the strike began in New York City and spread to some other cities in the following 2 weeks. This strike against the federal government, regarded as illegal, was the largest wildcat strike in U.S. history. Ultimately, 210,000 people were involved. It spread to 30 cities. Of the nation's 750,000 postal employees participated in this wildcat strike. And then the last thing is, with mail service virtually paralyzed in New York, Detroit, and Philadelphia, President Nixon declared a state of a national emergency and assigned military units to basically to New York City Postal Office to try to do the work of the strikers. But there's no way you could train somebody up that quickly and get them involved. So that's where the pressure comes in to get change. So I mentioned this. Here's a picture of that situation, and then here the impact. The ultimate impact was the strike crippled the national mail system, and the stock market fell. So that's where a lot of the pressure was put on. So what was the result? They finally won a 6% raise. Then President Nixon felt pressure from the postal workers to collectively bargain for a better salary, which pressured President Nixon to sign the Postal Reorganization Act to create the new U.S. Postal Service, in which post workers were able to gain an additional. So you had the 6% raise, and then they gained an additional 8% raise increase. So that's, I mean, a wildcat strike, even though it's scary and it's hard, I found that you got the most concessions and the most amount of change by doing that particular radical action.
And let me explain why that is, or is my belief why that is, because anytime you have the worker directly negotiating for themselves, you're going to get more instead of a representative like in the UPS situation, especially today's union, whereas the leadership is all about keeping things calm. It's all about keeping things calm and all about quelling strikes. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so here's another radical action, and I'm going to bring in Dina for the next two actions. The first one is Sultan, and this is something I learned from a union organizer. Basically, it's infiltrating a workplace that's not already organized, that doesn't already have a union, and you infiltrate it by applying to work there, get a job. Once you get the lay of the land, you kind of find out who are the people that have influence at the job. And you try to convince them, say, hey, I think we should get a union. And we'll talk about how to try to galvanize and build a union from within later in the workshop. But it's almost like it's the opposite of what COINTELPRO was. COINTELPRO was sent infiltrators into the Black Panthers, into the civil rights movements, and they would gather information and give it to the FBI. This is unions sending in workers to gather information about particular workplace and bring the information back so they can learn how to unionize that particular position. Is there anything you want to add, Dina?
Yeah, I mean, salting is one of the most badass things you can do. It's also incredibly difficult because you basically have two full-time jobs at the same time. But yeah, no, like for example, the Starbucks union started with a bunch of salts.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, and not even like established union organizers going in, just people who had organizing experience. So nice. It can be successful, but it's really hard. So just be prepared for that.
That brings us to the next one, which is peppering, which I found this out from Dina. So I'm definitely gonna have you come in and talk about that. But basically, peppering is when a union already is established at a particular place, but maybe it's not a strong union, it's a weak union, and it needs to be more radicalized. Tell us about peppering, Dina.
Yeah, so one thing you can do when you're peppering, it might already exist or you might have to create it, but I don't know if people have heard about like different reform caucuses within unions.
Yes.
So that's already happened at the Teamsters and my union, UAW. You're seeing now even a caucus at the Amazon labor union that's trying to get elections for leadership because they haven't had any elections yet. And that can be really powerful. It's basically a caucus isn't anything superficial. It's just a group of people coming together around a certain goal. For example, I'm part of Unite All Workers for Democracy, which is UAWD. That's the Reform Caucus in UAW. I pay $2 a month in dues. It's not a lot. And you just, do organizing. One of the things that the caucus was able to get before any leadership out of the caucus was elected was just through pressure and organizing, mobilizing members, they were able to lift. So strike pay under the old super corrupt president was $250 a week. And so they were able to raise it to 400 and then to 500. And that was without electing anybody new. That was just the caucus doing that work of organizing. So it really does, it works kind of like electoral politics does. You know, you have the inside game, you have the outside game. It is important though, once people from the caucus or associated with the caucus are elected into leadership, for that caucus not to sort of become like, for that caucus to keep holding those people accountable. So we're seeing that right now with the Teamsters and Sean O'Brien and the tentative agreement that some Teamsters are not super happy with.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about that. We're completely against this, and we're advocating for Teamsters to vote against it. But I do have a question for Dina. Just a couple of things that you've said has given me a cue or given me a hint that, are you a socialist or a communist by chance?
Yeah.
You are. Okay. So do you find that a lot of the people that are sort of in this organizing space either are radicalized to be, you know, to lean socialist, communist, or they are already socialist, communists, and that's the reason why they're sort of doing this work? Maybe you can answer it for yourself. Like, how did it happen with you? And then if you can speak to anyone else.
For me, I think it's always been sort of intertwined. The more left I've gone, the more I get involved with the labor movement. Generally with the Reform caucuses, I think a significant portion of those people are people who would identify as socialists or democratic socialists of some kind. Especially with unions like UAW, at least in my experience, like the caucus doesn't call itself socialist. And like someone could start another caucus that's like, you know, a anarcho-communist caucus, like those can exist. And I think there's even one in the Teamsters, but I'm not sure. So yeah, I think generally the at least, especially among young people, I would say, and like almost any young people who are involved in the labor movement are going to be pretty open to socialism or communism or anything like that.
Oh, that's awesome. But that's just a hunch that I had. It is at the halfway mark, so I didn't know if we wanted to give Dina the opportunity now. I know you had to take off and get to some organizing or get to some work. So, but go ahead.
If you have any last words, Dina. If you have any last words, then you could jump out, Dina.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you are already in a union, definitely see if there's a caucus, like a Reform caucus or a Democratic caucus or a Socialist caucus that you can join, or you can start your own. And also, like, there's a lot of workshops, labor notes workshops. They have a bunch. There's like what to do when your union breaks your heart. They have ones on like bargaining and all that kind of stuff. They're really good. I think Jane McAlevey, who that book that Case was talking about, she's involved with all those workshops too. So those are great resources if you really want like hands-on practical information.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Your knowledge was valuable in this workshop. So you have a good rest of your day, buddy.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Right.
Solidarity.
And I'll put you right there in the back there. Thank you so much. She was great.
Yeah.
I could just hear in some of the things she said that there was some of a socialist leaning, especially when she mentioned capitalists going after the capitalist class. That's just not how a typical worker who is not leaning socialist speaks. But go ahead, sir, with your presentation.
Yeah, what you guys, your conversation with her made me think of was a part of the same book that I mentioned at the beginning, and how union leaders would use the leftists in the union because they were the best at organizing the workforce, and they would use them to get concessions and to get some certain things done. And then when they accomplished that concession and they got what they want, the union leader would kick out the leftists. It would do as much as they can to stifle them. And I was like, wow, like definitely check out that book. There's a lot of great information in there, lessons to be learned, so that when we start to build back up the labor union strength in this country, we want to learn from the past so we don't repeat it in the future. All right, let's continue on. So this part is just, we're going to get creative together. Everybody in the chat, if you have any ideas, we're going to throw it out there. But something that I was thinking about is a digital boycott. And by the way, I increased my mic, so hopefully I'm not too loud now. But let me.
No, you sound perfect. I didn't think you were that low earlier, but it has. Okay. I do notice an increase, and it sounds clear, so you're good.
Beautiful, beautiful. A digital boycott. Now, this hasn't necessarily happened yet. I did hear one of the Hollywood strikers talking about it, saying like, "Hey, we don't need to do a boycott of Netflix or this yet. We haven't come to that point yet." So he's like kind of hinting towards Netflix and everybody else, like, "Hey, this could be coming down the pike." But I think it would be interesting if you had a big celebrity like a Ben Affleck, who I've heard people complaining that he hasn't been on a picking line. But if he decides to show up, let's say we have the big celebrities come out. And say, hey.
Ben Affleck has not been on the picket line.
He has not been on the picking line. I saw a sign.
That's surprising.
There was a sign that said, "Hey, where is Ben Affleck?" Literally, somebody was on the picket line with the big sign that says, "Where is Ben Affleck?" Right? But like all the big celebrity actors, if they came out and said, "Hey, on this day, let's just say August 30th, we are encouraging people who have solidarity with us to freeze your Netflix or cancel your Netflix membership." I would say, if I was going to be even more strategic, I would say towards the end of a quarter, every there's the 4 parts of
business
a quarter.
Quarters, yeah.
Business quarters, exactly.
Shareholders.
To shareholders and things like that. They like to boast, "Oh, we have 5 million new members," and then their stock goes up. Well, wait till it's like a week or a couple of days before one of those and say, "Hey, we're going to have a strike," so that you're going to have millions of people drop out and they're going to have to report that. And then their stock is going to go down. And I think that's a way that we could put a lot of pressure on these establishments. All right, let's move on. Quiet quitting. So we talked about this earlier. Quiet quitting is something that went viral on the internet. And I want to show, do I have it here? Oh man, I thought I had it queued up, but maybe I'll bring it up a little later when I find it. But quiet quitting is when the workers are still working, but they're not going above and beyond. So it's kind of similar to before we talked about that worker slowdown. And then loud quitting is when, and I'm going to see if I can find an example of that, when workers loudly say like, "Hey, I'm quitting. This place sucks. I'm leaving." Right?
We've seen several like viral examples of that on like Walmart. You'll see a Walmart worker being on the mic on the PA system and say, "This job sucks." Blah blah blah. So yes, that's loud quitting. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's wild quitting, and I'm gonna bring it up randomly later. But all right. So what else we got here? So let's finally, as we wrap up the workshop, I'm going to talk about some things to do if you are at a location that you would like to try to help unionize that location. This is, again, a source from Jane McAlevey. And the first thing is introduction and to frame the conversations. Introduce yourself, be confident, and set the context for the conversation that relates to the specific situation for your particular group. So, overall, we say, "Hey, yeah, we need more wages. We need more healthcare." But find out what the specific need for your particular job is. Maybe it's a safety issue. Maybe you need more PPE, like a mask and different things for your particular job. So find out where the heart of the angst is and try to focus on that. Issues and agitation. Figure out what issues are important to the workers through an open-ended question and about that work. So that's very similar to what I just said. So for example, if you could change 3 things at your work tomorrow, what would you change? So that's literally a question that you can be asking the different workers and hearing their feedback so that you can use that as a focus. Okay, hope and our vision and education. This is about raising workers' expectations and communicating the idea that in order to win significant gains, workers need to get a stronger voice. They need to build high membership in their work site, active participation by building site structures involve members of the community and join with other members in the fight. A lot of time, and I know CJ and I've heard this talked about on RBN, where you have professional managerial class type of people, elitist kind of people who come in and they think they know what's best for the workers. Well, this is talking about the workers having their own destiny and discussing what they need instead of having it from on high. People come in and tell you what you need. All right. Urgency. Ask the workers if we can wait for the kinds of changes needed or if management will do anything if they are not pushed. So that's a good way of motivation, is to say, hey, you know, somebody just died in this meat packing industry because a whole bunch of boxes fell on their head. We need to make changes and we need it now because we don't want somebody else to die. So that's the type of urgency that we need. You can make the difference and basically make sure you have a concrete ask and wait for their response. So like a regular worker, don't try to lead the witness. Make sure they feel like the solution is coming from them. So you would ask that question. And even if you have to stand there and just wait a minute or two in just silence for them to think and articulate what they have to say, that's worth it, because you want it to be coming from the workers themselves. All right. And the last thing, inoculation. This is just what it sounds like. You give the worker a little bit of poison, they will hear from management by joining their union or participation in their union action. So this is basically saying, talk to them about what they can possibly hear from management. So management is going to threaten them with, hey, if you guys join a union, you know, we're going to have to let go of half the workforce or whatever else. What other scare tactics they're going to have. You want to kind of prep them before they can hear it from the management, so they're not as anxious or they're not as scared because they already know about these threats from you. All right. And that's the end. So we want to make sure we take action. And I'm gonna let CJ talk while I'll try to find this clip that I wanted to bring up.
Absolutely. So case study starts off all of our summits with an informational sort of laying the groundwork, definition, sort of terminology, and that's what he's doing here, giving us the terminology for labor organizing, giving us sort of the tactics for labor organizing, and also giving us some sort of inspiration for labor organizing. Now, later today, and maybe in an hour or so, Zoya is going to be talking about, so you can kind of pair what case study is saying here with what Zoya is going to be talking about. And that's literally, she's going to be going through the steps on how to start a union at your workplace. So she's going to be covering that. Just remember what he's talking about here for the next presentation, which is actually coming up in about 30-40 minutes or so. Go ahead.
So this is the clip there that I thought I had it queued, but let me show it.
Who am I? What am I to you? If I open your store every day and then you treat me like this.
Shame on y'all for treating your associates the way you do. I hope you can speak to your families the way you speak to us. Manage it and this job. I quit.
Because I just don't think that this job is for me. So I am quitting. You have been awesome. Everyone has been awesome.
Okay, so this is a new trend, Robert. What's your reaction to some employees? They get so fed up with their.
So let's hear from.
I love it.
While we still got some time, I want to hear from this elitist what he's going to say, how he feels about loud quitting.
Bosses, rather than quiet quitting, where they just go to their job every day but they don't really do anything, they're turning to social media now to quit in a much more vocal and viral way. Is this okay?
I think it's dumb and it's short-sighted. Most people stay in the same industry and or profession. They often are asked from their prior employer for a reference or get called without knowing that they're asking for the reference. And it doesn't make sense to me. I think that they'll go back and see how using social media to give their views, I just think is very short-sighted. and they should move on in the most professional way.
Yeah, publicly undermining your company. Many HR executives are saying you might want to think twice about that. Dan?
Yeah, I think Robert is giving this.
Sandra, we used to say, sorry.
No, go, Robert.
We used to say the house is bigger than the man many years ago on Wall Street, and you know, if you kind of, you know, try to really take down, you know, a large company, it seldom does that help you in your career.
Just real quick to what Robert, I think we're giving this too much credence. This is a bunch of 20.
All right, we can stop it at that point, but yeah, we can see how they're feel.
Pretty mad. They're pretty mad. Go ahead.
they're definitely mad about that. So the only thing I would say, so they're doing these actions individually, and it's going viral, and I think is a great way to motivate other people to say, hey, it's not just me. There's people out there that might feel like they're alone, and it's just them that they have to deal with the job making. I mean, we still have a minimum wage of $7.25. Is insane to me that we can't increase that. And if we can find a way to collectively have people, what if that last person at that call, she was on a Zoom call, got all her other coworkers on that same Zoom call to say, I'm quitting. The next person say, I'm quitting. The next person say, I'm quitting. Now, the employee, either they have to go out and train a whole new workforce, which is going to leave their business in flux, or they can say, hey, all right, somebody talk to me and find out what do we need to do to change? Do you guys want to raise? And we saw a little hint of that when Elon Musk came and bought Twitter, and he let go a ton of people. And then he found out, I let go a little bit too many people. It's like, I got to bring people back on. So if I got invited, if that was me, I was working for Twitter, got fired, and then they want to hire me back, I say, hey, you got to pay me twice the salary that I was making.
Yeah,
before.
You got to pay me more money.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, man. Much love to you, CJ. Much love to the chat. I see all my usual people. World program. Much love. Go ahead, CJ.
No. What I was gonna say is when I did a segment on, was it quiet quitting? What was it called when it was it was like in the millions, like 4 million people quitting, 4 million people quitting. I can't remember what it was.
You know
but
what?
Anyway, when I was covering it, I saw a lot of clips like this. Yeah. I saw a lot of clips like the ones that we're talking about where it was always from the corporation's point of view. You rarely see them interviewing workers, almost never see them interviewing workers. But go ahead if you have another clip you want to play.
It's funny you said that. So this clip is from October 13, 2021. And it talks about exactly what you just said. So let me play it.
Quitting their jobs has surged to record highs. According to new data released by the Labor Department, some 4.3 million people quit in August. That number was driven largely by the food and retail industries. The previous record was set in April of this year, when about 4 million Americans walked off the job. Experts say this is being driven in part by workers who are less willing to endure inconvenient hours or poor compensation, or are seeking better opportunities. According to the Labor Department, there were about 10.4 million job openings in the United States at the end of August. A U.S. task force.
All right. So, yeah, that's exactly what you were talking about, where a whole bunch of people were quitting because they were like, I'm not feeling this job anymore.
Yeah. And so to connect this or that particular point, so when we thought, wages are going up, people are quitting, so they're having to. Everybody's starting out at $15 minimum wage, and then we thought, or maybe I shouldn't say we thought, but some people thought, it's a win for workers. So that's how they. Yeah. And then we had the Fed chair come in and start raising rates and start pushing for, because people need to understand recessions and these companies. You see these companies, 10,000 layoff, 20,000. You think they just woke up and said, you know what? We don't need 20,000 workers. Or are they trying to push the labor? Because if it's less people out of work, if it's more people out of work, more people looking for jobs, the wages go down. The wages are suppressed, and that's how they suppress wages. So they, so the $15 minimum wage offer, or the $15 wage that has been offered by a lot of companies since the pandemic really has been wiped away by inflation and the Fed raising interest rates. It really has been wiped away. So this is how the capitalist system works. You don't never think you're getting gains, and they're just gonna go, oh, let's let them have their gains. That's not how it's gonna work. They're gonna come after for that pileup of money. But did you have any other parts of your presentation?
That's basically everything. But one thing I want to say is, the Federal Reserve, there's a little known mandate that they are responsible for full employment. They are to push full employment, which means that everybody should have a job, or as many people to have a job. But we don't hear about that lately. We don't hear about that. We hear about them. They have a big hammer, which is to raise or lower interest rates. And in this case, they keep raising interest rates to try to get as many people. Their incentive is that the jobs, they don't want to borrow money at a low rate, so they want to cut jobs so that they could so that they don't have to spend that money. And when the Federal Reserve raised the interest rates, they, like you just said it, CJ, it kicks a lot of people out of a job, and that's it. So what about if back in the day, in FDR's days, we have a lot of different issues with FDR, but he literally have a I'm trying to think of the department was to create jobs. It slips my mind, but they basically were building bridges. They were doing art programs where they were paying people and making sure that people had jobs. This is coming out of the Great Depression. That's basically what it was. So what happens to that? We need a new department that their focus is to just create jobs. And it's not like we don't need it. We have Flint that don't have clean water. So we need to switch out all those pipes that are full with lead. And we need to, all across the country, we saw recently that they talked about how like 50% of America's water has forever chemicals in it. There's a lot of work to be done. We have bridges falling down. We have roads that need to be paved. We have new technology, fiber optic cables. We could fit all these different cities with free public internet. So there's so much work to be done, yet the government is not putting the money into these efforts. They're sending the money overseas into all the 800 bases that we have around the world, and basically wasting the money. So we can have everyone with better standards of living. We can have it. It's just a matter of a political will, or it's a matter of the people using their power to grab it by force, by a wildcat strike, by radical actions. And that's where we're going. With the Workers' Strike Back, I'm optimistic that we're going and we're building that infrastructure, and continue watching RBN, continue paying attention to what our I was going to say enemies, but I feel like there's a better word for it. But in the mainstream media, that they propagandize us, that we're not together. Let's pay attention to them so we know what they're coming. That's why I like watching Morning Joe. It gives me that elite perspective that I'm not in their house. I'm not sitting at the table with rich people, but I kind of get a taste of what they're thinking by watching Morning Joe, by watching various mainstream media, and it's a good way to be vigilant. And thanks, CJ, for bringing me on so I could talk to the people, and hopefully we can galvanize to get this radical change coming in the future.
Absolutely. And thanks again, Case. I know you got to get going. Now you're not working, right? You're not working at this time.
Not
you just
right.
have an appointment, dental appointment. That's
there you go. Yeah.
I hate those.
Yeah.
But hey, it's better you than me. But
I got to get a tooth pulled, so hopefully I'll be better afterwards. But
that's not. But yeah, so you don't have nothing to do the rest of the day, then, right? You just taking it slow after this.
After this, I'm gonna be relaxing. I got a couple things, birthday party to go to, a couple things. But the regular working life. Yeah, that's what I love. One thing I love watching RBN Savvy. I got my Savvy shirt on. Gotta show
right
that.
On.
And watching all my independent media people is like, we're all regular people. We're regular people with a mic trying to organize. And I'm very optimistic that we're going to get something going.
Absolutely. I am too, sir. I will put you in the back. Yeah. Thanks again. I'm sure people will see you soon, if not at our next summit. And that is case study QB. And before our next guest gets here, I do want to play this video because one of the hot sort of labor stories right now is what's happening to UPS and how they have this supposed tentative agreement that the leadership, the co-opted sellout leadership, is trying to sell as a deal that is a done deal, and it's not. So worker strike back, Kshama Sawant, and along with RBN is advocating for a no vote on this tentative agreement. And we'll get into more details later when we cover that in a segment. But let's play this video that talks about just everything sort of holistically, what's going on with the UPS.
If it seems like it's getting really expensive to order something online or to send a package, you're not going crazy. UPS, the worldwide leader in package shipping, has been jacking up prices over the past few years, up to 11% on packages this year alone. In 2022, the increases led to record revenue, $100 billion, and in profit, $13.1 billion.
Why UPS making billions of dollars in profit? They have people living in the shelter, working for them, can't afford a room.
As you've probably guessed by now, none of that additional profit went to its workers. Instead, UPS is trying to turn its union drivers, warehouse workers, and technicians into glorified gig workers. But the Teamsters, who represent 340,000 UPS workers in tense contract negotiations, are fighting back. If they don't get a fair deal by July 31st, they'll launch the biggest single employer strike in American history. Here's why that matters and what's at stake, not just for UPS workers, but for you too.
Who are we? Teamsters. Who have the power? We have the power.
To understand what's happening right now, it's crucial to know how the situation got this urgent. For decades and decades, working at UPS was a good job that provided a comfortable middle-class life, and it was the union that made that possible. Feeling the heat of the rising labor movement, UPS founder Jim Casey got desperate and preemptively invited the Teamsters to organize UPS workers in 1919. Teamsters leadership had its ups and downs over the years, but the local rank and file always went hard, and they had to. It took threats of a statewide strike in Kentucky to get UPS to simply back off making workers wear bow ties on the job. And the job always meant good pay, healthcare, a pension, and stability. That began to shift in 1982, when UPS began instituting a two-tier pay system that forced part-time workers to take a serious pay cut. The same thing was happening across the country, and between deregulation, corporate consolidation, and trickle-down economics, the conditions continued to decline. In 1991, the Teamsters elected a new reformer president named Ron Carey. And in 1997, he led 185,000 unionized UPS workers out on a massive strike. The strike cost UPS tens of millions of dollars every single day. And after 15 days, the company tapped out. With the public on their side, the Teamsters won big raises for everyone and got 20,000 part-time jobs turned into 10,000 full-time jobs. New conservative leadership unfortunately failed to hold on to many of those wins, and in 2018 agreed to another two-tier pay system that workers absolutely hate. That was the final straw. In 2021, Teamsters rank and file elected an aggressive new president.
Okay, let it finish right here.
Named Sean O'Brien.
And they always ask us when we're doing media.
So this video is from More Perfect Union, and we have to understand More Perfect Union is a Democrat-friendly outfit. So the way they're describing Sean Patrick here is not the way I would describe Sean Patrick as some sort of strong union leadership, because he is the one that's trying to sell this sellout tentative deal as a good deal, is this guy. So understand that's the perspective of More Perfect Union. They're essentially like Jacobin but with videos.
Do you want to strike UPS? I said, you should ask UPS that question because they are going to be responsible if a strike happens.
Now they're looking to win a new contract that reflects their worth and gets workers across the country back on track in the war against corporate greed.
We make their profits. All of them sit there, they tell us what to do, they tell us how to run their business, but we do the work. And all we're saying is it's our time.
Now, one employee did get a nice payday last year. CEO Carol Tomei took home $19 million. Shareholders did well too, as UPS dropped $3.5 billion on stock buybacks. The Teamsters have a much different proposal for how all that money is spent. It's got more than a dozen points, which we'll group together in 4 different, packages. In package number 1, working conditions. Workers want management to stop harassing them, stop monitoring their every move with driver-facing cameras up in their faces, put some air conditioning in the trucks, and quit it with the forced overtime for starters. No more 14-hour days, 6 days a week. And in package number 2, and this is the big one, is the end of 2-tier. They want equal pay for equal work. Right now, some of the drivers get full-time pay and weekends off, while a whole generation of new drivers, known as 22-4s internally at UPS, get screwed.
Drivers are divided into 2. They do the same job, but some of them are under that new contract, and the other ones are regular drivers.
So this 2-tier thing is called 2-tier with this system, but understand this is the strategy of all capitalist sort of businesses, is to have a 2-tier, basically have a reason to pay somebody else less money for the same work, i.e. paying women less, i.e. paying people of color less. You see, to do the same work, paying part-timers less, and they're doing the same work. So, and this is another strategy of work particularly in California. I remember it was a while ago, back when there was laws about overtime. So, after overtime, after you hit 8 hours, you get paid overtime after 8 hours in a single day instead of after 40 hours in a single week, right? So what they would do is they would just hire 2 part-time workers instead of 2 full-time workers. You see how capitalist works? So them hiring part-time workers and saying because you're part-time, you get less money, that is absolutely a business decision. Why wouldn't they rather have full-time workers, a person who's dedicated to the job 40 hours, depending on the job, to feed their family? Not that part-time workers don't, but this is a person who's saying this is a career. Why wouldn't you do that? It's because you're trying to cut your labor costs by hiring new people, by hiring people fresh out of college, for example. You're hiring entry-level people to do work that of a more seasoned person may do. So there's a lot of different tricks capitalists do to pay people less. I do see Zoya here. So let's go ahead and bring in Zoya. She's part of our next segment. What's up, Zoya? I saw you in the comments, but how you doing? Actually, is she here? So she's here, but not here. So Zoya, you let me know when you're here because I can't hear you if you're talking. So maybe she was just in the back in a waiting room, but not ready to come on camera. But anyway, let's continue with the video.
Drivers, and the difference is like, I believe, even like $10 the hour difference.
I mean, it's no difference at all. That's what's, unfair about it. The fact that 22.4 drivers are doing the same exact job. In fact, we're actually working much more, out there longer hours, delivering higher volumes for such a less pay.
I have to be here from 4:30 to 8:30 in the morning. I have to come in, then I go home. I try to get as much sleep as I can get before I come in the next time, which is 4:30 to 8:30 p.m. that same day, and then go home and get some sleep again. I can tell you that I'm extremely exhausted. Every part of my body is hurting right now. Just the only reason why I come to work is because I need money.
Now, UPS wants all full-timers to work brutal schedules with no real weekend. It also wants to hire more part-timers, which brings us to UPS's dirty secret. The company likes to boast about high wages, but only a small percentage of workers receive it. 60% of its workers are part-time, often making barely above minimum wage.
You see the strategy? 60% of their workers are part-time, and you're paying your part-time workers a lot less to do the same exact job. Let's give Zoya another shot here. Zoya, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear. I heard that part. I can't hear anything else. So maybe it's a reception. Because I haven't heard anything else if you're talking now. All right, so let's continue with the video.
The starting pay for part-timers has been stagnant for a long time. We work in the dawn of the morning, and we work. It's physically challenging. From about 3, 4 o'clock, we are subjected to a rigorous undertaking. We guarantee 3.5 hours. Within that time, we do like 8 hours worth of work.
So that's package number 3, better pay for part-timers, and to turn these jobs into full-time. In essence, UPS's goal is to be a lot more like Amazon, treating workers like disposable widgets, which is how they already view your packages.
How they treat the packages, they don't care. As long as you get the deliveries done, that's all that matters to them. Numbers, that's all that matters to them.
UPS is miles apart from getting it right now. The company wants fewer full-time workers and more part-timers. In fact, they want workers that aren't Teamsters at all. Uber and Lyft-esque gig workers that deliver packages out of their own cars. And that's package number 4. No subcontracting and no gig workers taking union drivers' work. Baseline, keep UPS a union workforce. Guaranteed schedules and fair pay. Respect workers. The clock is ticking on negotiations. On one side are the workers and consumers. On the other, UPS and Wall Street. A good contract for the Teamsters will show the power of working people over corporate America, not just for UPS workers, but for working people everywhere.
So that's just to lay some of the groundwork. I can't tell if you went out and came back. Did you? Okay, I can't tell if you went out and came back. So let me know when you get back. Zoya's having some audio issues, so she's working with that. But let's get to our next part of the presentation, and that's continuing along with this video. So you see what's happening with UPS. You know, I mean, if you don't know, a lot of the big news is that they came to some sort of agreement or tentative agreement, and it has been pushed as if this is a done deal. And that's on purpose, and I'll get to that in just a second here. But first, let me show you a couple of articles, a couple of headlines we're going to be talking about. And let's start here with this one right here. Let's start with this one right here. I'm looking for my tabs here. All right, so this headline here. So when the announcement was made, UPS strike averted. UPS comes to a tentative deal. This is on purpose the way they're framing it, and it's a couple of reasons. One, if you're a UPS worker and you're hearing, oh, the strike is over, the strike is averted, and they have worked out a deal tentatively, it's almost a psychological thing to sort of subconsciously get you, or some people, I should say, to vote for this deal, to subconsciously get people to vote for this deal, right? Oh, go Zoya. You let me know, Zoya. Just start talking if you hear anything. So, okay, I can't unmute her. All right, so that leads me to this headline right here, which is Teamsters announce sellout deal at UPS to block strike by 340,000 workers. This is a similar tactic that the rail worker and the union leadership in that case did the same thing. Remember, it was right around midterms, elections, and the strike was coming up, or the end of the contract was coming up, expiration of the contract was coming up, and then all of a sudden, oh, there's a deal that has been worked out, tentative deal, strike averted. Because what happens is, if you announce a tentative deal, then you have to schedule a vote, and the vote, just like with this UPS deal, the vote most likely or most times is after the expiration of the contract date. So the companies are sort of what's the right word? Let me just read the snippet here of this article, and I think that'll better explain it. I'm sorry, once we get into the article, instead of trying to describe it. Tuesday's announcement of a tentative agreement between the Teamsters Union and UPS opens up a new stage in the struggle of 340,000 UPS workers. For months, the Teamsters bureaucracy under General President Sean O'Brien pledged thousands of times to call a national strike. So let's go to this article first, and here is the full article is here. But let me finish this sentence. For months, the Teamsters bureaucracy under General President Sean O'Brien pledged thousands of times to call a national strike if a new deal was not in place by August 1st. So we're going to do a national strike if a new deal is not here by August 1st. So guess what they do? New deal is here. They hadn't been negotiating for days or weeks. Both sides had not been in a negotiation table. Magically, they come, and within the first several hours, they announce a deal has been struck to avert a strike. Because what did Sean O'Brien say? We're going to go on strike unless a deal is made. So a deal is made, and that's what they announced, even though it still may be voted down by the rank and file. And now you have media who is involved, who is pushing this. Oh, strike averted. Look, economy saved. All of these sort of talking points put out there in the atmosphere that in order to coerce people's, in my opinion, some workers to vote for it. Let's see if Zoya is back. Zoya, can you hear me now? Maybe not. All right, so still not hearing Zoya there. Let's take her out there. And let's continue. Now let me bring up this article, the actual article. Where's the link at? Here's the link. And I'll put it in the viewer here. So already read the headline. Let's read a little bit to get kind of go in chronological order about what's going on with UPS and why they should vote no. You saw Kshama Sawant on a couple of days ago on the Nick and CJ show. I think it was on Thursday, along with Dr. Jill Stein, and she talked about this a little bit. And she's going to be talking about it more tonight when she's on. I think she's on maybe our last two guests. We have Kshama Sawant and Carl Za as our final two guests. So she'll be talking about this more. But Worker Strike Back and Socialist Alternative are also calling for UPS Teamsters rank and file to vote no on this contract. So Teamsters announced sellout deal at UPS to block strike by 340,000 workers. So let's read a little bit of this. So this article was written a couple of days ago. Then there's an updated article, but there is some great information in here that we want to talk about. Tuesday's announcement of a tentative agreement between the Teamsters Union and UPS opens up a new stage in the struggle of 340,000 UPS workers. For months, the Teamsters bureaucracy under the General President Sean O'Brien pledged thousands of time to call a national strike if a new deal was not in place by August 1st. But the announcement of a tentative agreement 1 week before the deadline and only hours after talks restarted following a 3-week pause. So I'll pause there. So it was 3 weeks. I said days, if not weeks. So it was actually weeks before, 3 weeks that is. And let me bring in Zoya now. Let's check Zoya, check and see if you can hear now. Zoya, can you hear? Oh, you're muted. I wonder if there's no way that has been it. So Zoya, if you can hear me. Oh, now I can hear you if you're talking. If you're
Hey, CJ.
yeah, now I can hear you.
My internet is really spotty, and if you guys hear some background noise, I had to go to a local casino to jump on their Wi-Fi.
Wow. Well, thanks for finding a way. So what I'm doing now, so I just kind of flip things. You were gonna do how to start a union, and then I was gonna talk about this UPS vote no. So I'm talking about that now, and then in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna pass it to you to kind of go over through your slide of information of how to start a union.
Perfect.
Okay, so you can mute yourself again, and then I'll continue here. So let's continue with the article and start it. Let's go back here. But the announcement of a tentative agreement 1 week before the deadline and only hours after talks restarted following a 3-week pause has exposed this as a massive bait and switch campaign. In general, how loudly the union apparatus declares an agreement historic, as well as a number of pro-corporate Democrats congratulating workers on the deal, which yesterday included Nancy Pelosi, AOC, and others who voted last year to ban a rail strike, is directly related to the scale of the sellout. Moreover, what is left out of the highlights is always as revealing as what is included. The details that have emerged in any case make clear that the agreement is historic only as a naked sellout. These include, now this article kind of goes into some of the details of this tentative agreement. So let's cover a little bit of that. Starting wages for part-timers who make up to 2/3 of the workforce. So 2/3 of their workforce will increase from $15.50 per hour to $21, raising to $23 over the 5 years of the contract. But $15.50 is so low that UPS already has been compelled to raise wages around the country to attract enough workers. And many already make more, this is what they're not telling you, more than $21 per hour. With a working day that lasts only 3 to 4 hours for most, this will keep the vast majority of the workforce mired in poverty. Part-timers at the company's massive and modern Worldport freight hub in Louisville, Kentucky, report having to live 3 to an apartment and even go without eating to try to make ends meet. So you can say, oh, I'm making $21 an hour, which this article, according to this article. So let me back up. So when they go, oh, you know how they go in corporate media, oh, they've increased their wages to $21 an hour. Look at that. They're no longer starting at 15. But the story is missing one thing. In order to track workers, you know how we've been going through this quiet quitting period for the pandemic? In order to track workers, they had already raised their wages to that. So agreeing to that in the contract does what when you're already paying that amount, if not a slightly more than $21 an hour. So with a working day that lasts, actually, we're at that part. So let's continue down. So now let's go to the second bullet point. Significantly, the highlights say nothing about pensions or health care. An email bulletin sent by the Teamsters to UPS workers allege unspecific major increases to the IBT UPS pension plan, which covers workers in 22 states, but it said nothing about pensions for workers in the country's other 28 states. Unconfirmed reports to the WSWS suggested at least some other regions may not have received any increases in pension payments at all, and only minimal increases to health care. A third bullet point, the contract will create 7,500 new full-time jobs, next to nothing for a company with nearly 200,000 part-timers, some of whom have waited decades to move up to full-time status. So, and this is how they sell people on these part-time positions, because not for UPS, but I was in a similar position, or they do this with temp agencies too. Temp to hire, they dangle that you can be hired, you can go move up to full-time as long as you're willing to go through this terrible stage part, as long as you're willing to go through 2, 3, 4 years of being paid and working terrible hours as a part-timer. So is it a win to have 7,500 new full-time positions when you have 200,000 or nearly 200,000 part-timers? You're literally talking something like 3%, like 4%. I don't call that a win. And then let's continue. Next bullet point. Existing full and part-time workers will receive a $7.50 per hour wage increase over the life of the 5-year contract. So you're talking about, we're going to go all the way to 2028, and the most, or the amount that they raises that what they have been gotten in that amount of time is $7.50. For drivers whose wages have already been eaten up by inflation, this amounts to a pathetic 15% increase by 2028, amounting to a substantial further cut in real wages. So this is what, and I'll bring in Zoya back in and make sure you can hear and everything's working. So this is what I was talking about earlier, as far as, raising wages to $15, but then that being eaten up by the Fed chair hiking interest rates, and also employees laying off workers in order to suppress wages. Let's go to the next bullet point. An agreement to include air conditioning in all new vehicles will leave drivers without AC into the 2040s. I'm sorry, let me say that again. An agreement to include air conditioning in all new vehicles, and understand, new vehicles. So the agreement to include air conditioning is for new vehicles, will leave drivers without AC into the 2040s, given that UPS keeps trucks in operations for 25 years or more. The contract, and it's the next bullet point, the contract also continues the use of Uber-style personal vehicle drivers during peak seasons. Meaning, you've seen this, and or maybe you haven't. I see it a lot in California, where personal, will drive up to the apartment complex. They're in a regular car, and then they get out in a UPS uniform and an Amazon uniform, and start delivering packages to your neighbors, using their personal vehicles to make these deliveries. And that's what this is talking about here. Uber-style personal vehicle deliveries during peak seasons, exploiting the economic desperation of part-timers by giving them 8 hours of work a day. This is the thin end of the wage of suppressing wages for full-time drivers or getting rid of them entirely. From now on, the fight by UPS workers will take the form of an open conflict against the Teamsters apparatus. And I'm going to check with Zoya again here to see if your volume is still working here. Yeah, it sounds like it's still.
I'm here and
sounds
ready to
like
rock.
it's okay. So, a couple more minutes. I'm just testing it and making sure it's still working. A couple more minutes so you can go back on mute. Thank you. So let's get to the next article. Let me try to finish this up before her presentation in a few minutes here. So we checked that particular article. Now let's go to another article. I hate this new thing, this new X. It's called X now, Twitter. But yeah, it's pretty terrible. All right, so let's go to the next article I have here, and that's this one here. And I might as well go ahead and bring up this article, and I'll have it ready to go. Okay, so where am I? Let's read this next article. So this headline here, this is from Left Voice, and it says, "Vote No is growing amongst the UPS file. We must support them." And of course, we want to give solidarity to these workers, and we advocate for them voting no. But here's a snippet from the article, and then I'll read a little more. This contract falls short from inadequate sub-inflationary part-time worker wages and lack of improvement in the grueling conditions of warehouse workers to the continued precarization of union jobs. There are many reasons why increasing sectors of UPS workers are saying that they will vote no on this contract. Oh, that's my other phone ringing there, if you can hear it. But all right, so let me bring in this into the main focus here, and then get to Zoya's part of this presentation here. So let's read again. This is from leftvoice.org, and let's read a little bit of this article. The tentative agreement between UPS and the Teamsters has major gains. It also has major shortcomings. It is up to UPS workers, not union leaders, the Democratic Party politicians, or the media to decide whether they accept the proposed contract or again raise the prospects of a historical strike. On Tuesday, 6 days before the UPS Teamsters were poised to begin the biggest U.S. strike in decades, the Teamsters announced that a tentative, or TA, has been reached, claiming, quote, "We've changed the game. Teamsters win historic UPS contract," end quote. Highlights of the TA were announced on Tuesday, and the full text of the proposed contract was released the next day. Members voting will start on August 3rd and end August 22nd. You see the strategy in announcing these agreements as a way of preventing a strike. You see how long it's going to take. Now, look how much time that has bought them. And they work while this voting happens. So this essentially buys them another 3 weeks of them not being on strike before they even find out if the workers are going to vote against it. It is a strategy to keep people or workers from striking. So, but that is good information. This is when there will be voting on this contract, August 3rd to the 22nd, allowing workers 3 weeks to look over the TAA and vote to either ratify it or keep bargaining. If the TA is voted down, a strike would be on the table yet again. The Teamsters undoubtedly won significant gains in this tentative contract. The two-tier system among drivers has mostly been eliminated, and Martin Luther King Day will become a paid holiday. The TA will prevent the company from forcing workers to work overtime or on their days off, and newly purchased delivery vehicles have air conditioning. The 340,000 Teamsters who mobilize and organize around the country won these gains, but in other areas, this contract falls short. From inadequate to sub-inflationary part-time worker wages and lack of improvement in grueling conditions of warehouse workers to continue procuration of union jobs, there are many reasons why increasing sectors of UPS workers are saying they will vote no on this contract. Others are still undecided. For the sake of time, actually, I do want to scroll down to here. Let's start here. Many of them claim the struggle was over before full TA was even released. International Brotherhood of Teamsters officials, labor journalists, and Democratic Party politicians like Senator Bernie Sanders have expressed great enthusiasm for proposed contract. And there you see Bernie Sanders' tweet. Congratulations to Sean O'Brien. So Bernie Sanders is playing a part in this selling of this sellout contract. Congratulations to Sean O'Brien and the Teamsters for negotiating a strong pro-worker contract with UPS. This is what progressive grassroots union. Listen to this nonsense this motherfucker say right here. This is what progressive grassroots union leadership is all about. This is a major victory for American working class. Let's keep it going. Just a piece of shit that this guy is. But the article goes in and talking about how other sellout workers and some of the downfalls of this contract. But it was also, we covered it in a previous article. So now let's bring in Zoya. So Zoya, we're going to go to you now. And I do have a couple of slides I will be bringing up for your presentation. But what you're going to be talking about over the next couple of minutes here is actually how to unionize. Is that the way you say it, or how to start a union? Zoya, go ahead.
Either way works. And you and Case Study QB already have touched on some of the things I wanted to discuss today. First, I wanted to start with a quote from UGB Debs saying, years ago, I recognized my kinship with all living things, and I made up my mind that I was not one bit better than the meanest on earth. While there is a lower class, I am in it. While there is a criminal element, I am of it. And while there's a soul in prison, I am not free. And UG Debs led a labor union and major victories. After working with several smaller unions, including the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, Debs led his union in a major 10-month strike against the CB&Q Railroad in 1888. Debs was instrumental in the founding of the American Railway Union, one of the nation's first industrial unions. And I wanted to contrast that with your segment on Bernie, because we used to have real strong labor leaders in this country. And to that point, which you brushed on, it is, of course, impossible to cover every win and influence the labor movement has had in the United States. But if you're watching this on your day off, obviously, because it's Saturday, or at the end of an 8-hour shift, it's thanks to countless sacrifices of labor organizers of decades past who fought to make such expectations at any given job commonplace. The steps to form a union are part of a century-spanning worldwide effort to build solidarity, provide just compensation, and recognize the dignity of workers. In North America, some scholars date the movement back to 1648, when shoemaker and barrel maker guilds were legally recognized by the city of Boston under British rule. The earliest recorded strike took place in 1768 when journeyman tailors in New York took action to fight a wage reduction. Keep in mind that slaves who threw down tools or rebelled, effectively withholding otherwise forced labor on southern plantations, are just as much a part of the story of U.S. labor struggles as are the iconic sit-in strikers at General Motor plants in the 1930s. The early days and the wins we take for granted before the National Labor Relations Act of 1935 was signed into law, or the enactment of any subsequent federal safeguards, unionization regulations and worker protections or completely non-existent across states. The Knights of Labor and American Federation of Labor were some of the most significant early labor organizations at the national stage, calling for dignified wages and 8-hour workdays. Without legal protections like we're supposed to have today, their efforts were often met with state-sanctioned violence. At the turn of the 19th century, as these groups and others began to secure wins in states across the U.S., broader struggles for human rights began to take shape among women, children, immigrants, and the marginalized, which continue to today. And I just wanted to touch upon all of that to show how all of our struggles are related. And labor is one of our sharpest tools in our toolbox to force the bourgeoisie to meet our demands. So with that, we can start the slides.
Okay, and I didn't get a chance to respond to you in the text, but yes, I do have them in order. Now, do you want the slides? Because the first thing you sent was a link, which is what you see. I don't know if you can see this on screen, but it says how we won our union and why collective action is needed at non-profits.
We can go to the screenshots.
Okay.
This is just an article that's talking about something that's going to be mentioned in the screenshots.
Gotcha. Okay, so then let's go right to the screenshots, and those are right here. All right, the first one is here.
Yes, so this is an organization called UNIT. And on this screenshot, it's just the welcoming to the organization itself. And this is an organization I recommend, but there's many like it out there, and you can always choose your own, of course. So briefly, what it says here is, welcome to UNIT, let's get started. A union is a group of co-workers who come together to advocate for themselves and their workplace. By organizing together, you are already a union. However, getting your union legally recognized confers additional protections and benefits. UNIT is here to help you get your union legally recognized and negotiate a contract with your employer. And we can go to the next screenshot. And that's from the article that you were showing. This is PEN America United, and they used UNIT to form their union at their workplace. So it's one of their success stories. And we can go to the next screenshot of what UNIT does for workers, which this is just a little breakdown of talking to workers during union organizing, fighting back, how to win against an anti-union boss, and lastly, knowing your rights, unpacking your legal rights to organize, which are probably some of the biggest hurdles for people who are organizing. And then we can go to the next one.
Okay, the next one is here, I believe. There we go.
So this now gets into the details. And again, I'm just going to give you an overview, but you guys could Google UNIT, unionizing, and there's a lot of free resources. You don't have to sign up for anything, which is why I love to recommend this website. They have articles, they have classes, workshops. They have so many resources. So if you're feeling lost or overwhelmed by any of this, just go to their website and use the tools that they offer us. So preparing for your employer's response. Management has a vested stake in maintaining the status quo. This resistance can take drastically different forms, from legal anti-union policies to illegal attempts to intimidate and retaliate. The thought of an organized workforce is so threatening that companies collectively pay a whopping $340 million a year in hiring anti-union consultants. Yeah, right. Familiarizing yourself with common anti-union arguments and tactics will help you prepare in case your employer is against having an organized and empowered workforce. The unit team can provide legal advice and support at any time. Remember, your union strength comes from sticking together. Next slide.
And there you go.
Making decisions as a group. As you build your union, you'll need to make many decisions. Who should be union leadership? How much dues should we collect? What issues should we prioritize in our contract negotiations? And this is all something that you have to learn to discuss with your peers and coworkers and act upon democratically as you continue to form your union. Next slide.
Wait, let me make sure I'm on the right slide. I thought I had them in order. Making decisions as a group and then preparing. Which one should we? Which one should we be on now? Because I had this one up. Go ahead.
We should be on building a union starts with good conversations.
Okay, so I was right. For some reason, I thought I was off. Okay, so then I was on the right track. Okay, go ahead.
The most important step you can take to make your union drive successful is to have one-on-one conversations with coworkers, understand their workplace concerns, and assess their support for organizing as a way to address those concerns. And case study really did a good job of getting into how you formulate those questions and keeping them open-ended and addressing your coworkers' concerns. Next.
Next one. Who controls your union? Go ahead.
Exactly. You do. Unions are small d democratic. They are self-run, self-funded, and self-organized. Whether you vote to affiliate with a national union or use unit software advisors to run your union independently, your members retain decision-making power. Your union is the membership. No one else, not staff, not consultants, not politicians, and the membership is you. Next is mapping your workplace.
Yes, there we go.
A successful organizing campaign requires a good understanding of who all the workers in your workplace are, what they are concerned about, how they feel about unionizing. As you map your workplace and have one-on-one conversations with coworkers, you should record your coworkers' names, their contact information, and their support for unionizing in the coworkers list. This will help you keep track of who you need to talk to and allow you to invite union supportive coworkers to join. Maintaining this list will also help your union decide, with advice from the union advisors, when you are ready to call for an NLRB election.
Next slide.
And this is just a list of some of the gains that we've made. Thanks to unions, the National Labor Relations Act, Social Security, Fair Labor Standards, Equal Pay Act, and the Civil Rights Act. And this was not exclusively done by unions, but these are gains that we've made through union organizing. And lastly, what I wanted to share is a link, which I'm going to send you right now, CJ.
I thought you sent me one. The Union 101. How do I that one or a different one?
The Unions 101. How do I form one?
Yes.
Yes, that one.
Okay, so let's bring that one on the screen here. 1 second, everybody. Goes here. All right, so Unions 101, how do I form one? You can continue.
A labor
Zoya, you cut out if you're talking. Can't hear you if you're talking. I can read it until we get her audio back. I don't hear you, Zoya, if you can hear me. Yeah, I don't hear you. So I'll read until we get your audio back. Just shout whenever you're ready. So let's continue here. How unions 101, how do I form one? A labor union is an organization of workers who collectively negotiate the terms of their employment and improve working conditions. The goal of a union is to create a formal mechanism to protect and advocate for workers' needs and interests. Articles in this section break down what a union does, how to form one, and the whys and how of the whys and hows of the help that they can bring to workers in both the short and long term. So let's read a little bit on this, and then we're going to get to the how-to part, because it doesn't look like this is the how-to part yet. And Zoya is going to be joining us again once she fixes her audio. So the union difference, advantages of having a labor union. When unions work well, they better the lives of their members. When a union is won, they guarantee a legal right to bargain with your boss, have historically brought about better wages, benefits, and protections, center support and care for you and your workers when managerial decisions get made, and mean the next generation of workers have a chance at better standards. And then let's move to this next one here. This bullet point: unionize your workplace in 5 steps. No single article can cover the entirety of the process, but for a bird's eye view, there are 5 steps to unionizing. Hang on a second here, just in case she's back here. I put you back in. Let me know whenever.
Yes, I'm here with you.
Okay.
Thank you for picking it up
there you go.
for me, CJ.
I didn't know if you
So-
were you just going to read this, or you were going to, is there a particular part you want me to scroll to?
I don't know when it cut off, but I was focusing on those 5 steps to organizing the union.
Okay, yeah, we didn't hear, ever since I brought up the article, didn't hear anything, but I read this part here, and now we're at the unionize your workplace in 5 steps. So we can start there if you like. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the most important things are 1, research; 2, build a united front; 3, collect authorized signatures; 4, win recognition; 5, contract negotiations. And to learn more about each of these steps, which we could do an independent show on, you can go to unitworkers.com and tap into this resource and many others. Of course, research is the least glamorous part of organizing or forming a union, but unfortunately, our modern circumstances have forced us to all become miniature legal experts, and it's just what we have to do. Paperwork may not be the most exciting aspect, but keeping on top of it is essential. Under the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act, LMRDA of 1959, the federal government set standards of transparency that recognize private sector and U.S. postal unions must follow, both in terms of information sharing among members and between a labor organization and the Department of Labor. Now, all of that is a lot of words to basically say that there's federal guidelines, and then there's city guidelines and state guidelines that your union must follow. And I'm going to post a link later in our chat for the standards of the Labor Management Office. But that's pretty much the bird's eye view of what I could fit into this summit. And as you see in what Case Study QB said, in what these articles say, the most important part of union organizing starts with you talking to your coworkers, identifying what are their priorities, forming a workplace map, seeing where everybody is, taking the temperature, getting the contact information, and really you're forming solidarity and community in your and management has solidarity against you, but your labor is what makes makes it possible for the company to run. So if you guys organize, there's nothing that you technically can't extract from your bosses simply by striking, simply by withholding your labor, and by following these steps. And you can even do strikes that aren't authorized, as Case Study QB covered, because we are seeing a lot of betrayal from union leadership to the rank and file. And these legalities and resources are also important to know for people who feel like they're not being represented, so they have a way to counteract what the leadership in the union is doing.
Absolutely. And how did you find this information? Because I'm trying to look at from the point of view of a person that's not, you don't have years of experience in this type of work. They can just a simple Google search of how to start union or how to start a union. Is that how you got this information, or did you have to do like a lot of research?
Well, I was in a union myself already decades ago, so unfortunately I kind of knew this stuff before the internet even had this wealth of knowledge available. But we are here now. You can absolutely just Google how to unionize. You can go to unitworkers.com, which is an incredible resource because they give so much information for free and without requesting anything from you. And in general, try to attend strikes, which there have been 3,000 in the last 3 years. Our media doesn't cover it enough, but 3,000 strikes in the last 3 years. Go to one of the strikes and connect with union people. That is the best way to learn, I found, because they have experience that you're not going to find online or in a Google Doc. And expertise is always valuable, and you can show up, support the striking workers. Like right now there's hotel workers striking, there's the writers strike. There's always strikes going on, and if you're in the vicinity, you can attend and connect with people who are already doing it. If not, then this website is a good resource.
Yes, and great information in this segment. There is one other video I want to play before we close out this segment, Zoya. And we've been talking about UPS a lot because that's the one where the vote is actually about to happen, or most recently. But what I do want to show is some of the conditions that still has not been resolved, or some of the things with the UPS tentative contract that still has not been resolved, Zoya. One of which is, because we noticed when we read in both of those articles, they said, oh, we won air conditioners and trucks. That's just new trucks. Only new trucks in this new tentative agreement will they have air conditioning. So let's talk about the extreme heat and how it is to work as a UPS driver in these older trucks where there's no air conditioning. And I do want to show that before we our next segment and our next guest come in and take over in a few minutes here. Watch this video here.
We're learning more about that alarming video of a UPS guy in distress from the extreme heat. UPS drivers call these trucks the box. Outside, we're registering 95 degrees, but inside, we're approaching 120.
UPS driver died in California. UPS driver died in Texas. This is us too. Like, people see the package car. He's probably just in there sorting. Well, guess what? He could be passed out back there.
In the midst of record heat waves, UPS drivers are on the front lines, working 10, 12, even 14-hour days with no relief. But there's a simple solution, a technology that's been around for almost a century that would save lives.
Any normal citizen on a hot summer day, when you step in your car, the first thing you do is turn on your car and turn your AC on. You do that for a reason.
But UPS refuses to pay for it, even as they're raking in record profits, even though it would cost them next to nothing.
FedEx and Amazon put air conditioning in their delivery vehicles. UPS, the number one shipper in the world, does not. And we are dying without it.
So we talked to UPS drivers in Florida, Texas, and New York about what it feels like to spend your days trapped in the box and how they're fighting for access to AC.
People, having heat strokes in the desert or dying from heat exhaustion in the desert. I never really understood that or comprehended that, when watching movies, but working in the conditions that we work in on a daily basis, it's pretty astonishing how quick your body can collapse and shut down. I've had a digital thermometer in the back of my cargo area, and I've seen it reach north of 145 degrees Fahrenheit.
There's no ventilation in that cargo area. You're opening like the tube. The heat in there is stale. The faucet of sweat is literally dripping down your face. The shelves are made out of steel. So if I'm grabbing a package off the shelf, I'm going to get burned here. I'm going to get burned here. Hot. So hot that we joke that we could scramble eggs on the shelves.
Even on the hottest summer days, UPS forces drivers to work long hours at a dangerous pace.
UPS is very performance-based. Let's go.
This is what I took from that video. They indoctrinate you so much that this kid got up after fainting from the heat and rang the customer's bell. Because that's what they want.
There's a direct correlation between performance and how fast you do the job and us passing out from heat stroke.
In 2018, I was on the verge of a heat stroke. By the time I got to the ER, I couldn't speak to my wife, form a normal sentence, and was in and out of consciousness.
Talk to enough drivers and you'll find that these stories are extremely common.
In my 25 years at UPS, I can say there's a countless number of drivers who have been hospitalized for dehydration.
I know of about 5 to 7 drivers in the last 2 weeks that have gone to the ER for heat exhaustion.
Between 2015 and 2019, at least 107 UPS workers were hospitalized for heat-related illnesses. But those are just the incidents that are reported.
Several, coworkers of mine that are new drivers call in heat exhaustion, fatigue, and it's swept under the rug. They brought them in. They'll sit them down in the office, not administer medical attention, so the company doesn't get hit with an injury. The next day, 2-3 days later, you see that same driver cramping up in his vehicle, throwing up on the side of the road, and ultimately ending up in the ER.
And the drivers who get to that stage, they're instructed to call management before calling 911.
That's a standard operating procedure for UPS drivers. I know for a fact it significantly delayed my medical attention.
They're told not to call 911. They're told not to report it to OSHA. So you have a lot of unreported cases. And that's why, because UPS doesn't want those reported stories.
That's Teresa Clank, a registered nurse whose husband nearly died while working for UPS in 2016.
When my husband almost died and I saw the tears in his eyes, I said enough is enough, and I started a petition.
That petition called on UPS to provide air conditioning to all of their drivers. It now has over 1 million signatures, but UPS hasn't listened. Instead, the company points to its Cool Solutions program, designed to offer drivers tips and tricks for managing extreme heat.
These trainings are probably, a minute long. Remember, we're training in the heat. There's no AC ever available to us. So we just hit enter, enter, enter. We don't care if we get the questions right. We got to keep it moving.
UPS encourages drivers to take measures like finding shade, eating watermelon, and drinking water. But that assumes they have access to water.
Here in Texas, at least in our area, in our local, in my building, we have not been provided water for at least 2 to 3 years.
They give us water, but that just happened recently. They have been giving us water and ice for about the last 5 to 7 years. So we always wonder who died. You know, and I know that sounds cold because people are dying.
Esteban Chavez had just turned 24 years old the day before he collapsed while on the job.
A driver died recently in California. That was Esteban. And UPS didn't even mention it the next morning. Because what happens when you mention it? You have to accept some sort of responsibility there.
It's a pain that's never going to go away. You know, this could bring awareness to his line of work, to the other drivers that are out there.
We are the voices of Chavez. We are the voices of those who have lost their lives while in the back of the vehicle from a heat stroke, heat exhaustion. And we tell United Parcel Service that we are sick and tired, and enough is enough of them putting profit over people.
Instead of protecting drivers, UPS enriched wealthy shareholders through $5 billion in stock buybacks.
UPS made $24 billion in revenue last quarter. They can easily afford to put AC in those package cars.
UPS saves only $185 upfront by removing AC from vehicles. The company claims that adding air conditioning to vehicles would be impractical, given the frequent number of stops that drivers are forced to make.
It's not that it's not practical, it's that they don't want to spend the money. That's less money that goes into their shareholders' pockets.
All of our competitors offer air conditioning to their employees who do their deliveries. This is not groundbreaking innovation here.
You got air conditioner in there?
Yeah, we're gonna turn that fan on wide open right there.
That's your air conditioner?
This is
Look
all
at
I
that
have.
nonsense. My response to Carol Tomei, the CEO of UPS, is come out with us. Get your brown uniform on. We are not exaggerating. Feel it for yourself, and then maybe there will be some compassion there.
UPS has yet to show such signs of compassion, but within the next year, they may be forced to change their mind. On August 1st, 2023, the current contract for the Teamsters at UPS is set to expire. So Teamsters are gearing up for a standoff with the company, and their demands for air conditioning are likely to be at the center.
The Teamsters Union has been staging a series of protests across the country for UPS drivers.
With the upcoming contract negotiations, air conditioning is going to be a huge topic. I think we're fortunate in that we have new union leadership.
365 days.
So I can stop it here. It is not fortunate that they have this guy, Sean O'Brien, because he has been shown to be a sellout. He's the one that's trying to sell this current TA, which does not cover air conditioning in existing trucks. It only covers air conditioning in new trucks. So you're literally talking about less than 10% of trucks that's going to have it. So that's going to end it for our segment here. We're going to be moving to the next segment and with JB called Disabled Workers Panel. Zoya, I want to thank you for joining us for this particular section on how to start a union in your workplace. Any final words before we pass it to JB? And I see Michelle in the background also.
Yes, in light of the video you just showed, I wanted to say that in 2020, 340 workers died each day from hazardous working conditions. That's 124,100 people. And 120,000 workers died from occupational diseases. And on top of that, there was 3.2 million work-related injuries. So the statistics go on, and it just emphasizes the need to have some kind of worker protections in place. So for where we stand now, as corrupt as union leadership is, it's still better for you to form a union than to be without one. And we have to get these unions in place to form that solidarity to move in the direction of a general strike. Because what we need is systemic change. And the way to leverage our labor to have that systemic change is ultimately a general strike. But these are the building blocks that will lead us there. So please, be patient, put in the energy, and unite with your fellow workers, because our solidarity is the biggest threat to their power.
That is perfect. It's almost like you had that written down, to perfectly worded. And I brought up that tweet, just staggering numbers for injuries, deaths. This is just staggering numbers here. But great information as always. Zoya is love. I'll drop you to the back, and then JB, if you want to enter, sir, we can bring you in here, and I can pass it to you, sir. What's up, JB?
Good to see you, CJ, on this beautiful Saturday morning. I know you were up at the butt cracker dawn for this for you.
Yeah, so I'll be going right back to sleep for a couple of hours. Yeah, I got up at 5:30 my time, 8:30 your time to get ready for this.
Yeah, so
but yeah, it's
great
fine.
job, by the way.
Yeah, it's a very informative. And now we're gonna get into just more. Like, I feel like all of these panels are gonna be just so very informative for people that have always wanted to find out about organizing labor and think you know a lot about organizing labor and you just don't. And this is one of the panels. The one that you're about to talk about is one of those panels where it's not a lot of information out there. So this panel is very, very important. So I'll pass it to you. I see Michelle. What's up, Michelle? Haven't seen you in a while. We got to get you back on more regularly. So, but I'll drop to the back, sir, and I'll be back later on for future panels.
All right. Thank you so very much, CJ, and welcome to all of you for joining on this next hour for the Labor Organizing Summit. So good to see all of you here. My name is James Fauntleroy. So good to have all of you. Now, just to let you guys know, if you guys have not yet already, please make sure to give us a like. This also pushes us out into the algorithm, and a lot of the information that is going to be presented in this summit is actually going to be beneficial not only to you, but to all workers and potential workers. If you guys have teenagers in your life that are looking to have a job, this is also a great resource for them as well, because they also need to know that they are workers and they also need to know the power that they have as well. I want you all to stick around for this panel as well. Excuse me. The reason why is because you see that we're going to be talking about disabled people, but here's something that I think you don't know. You're either going to already be disabled or you may end up being disabled. So this is great to have information in your mind already so that you are equipped and prepared just in case, because one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to become disabled or you're going to die, because elderly people are technically disabled too. So this is something that we need to have, and I cannot wait to bring in my guest, Miss Michelle Mashburn. She is a disability rights advocate as well as a disabled worker, and so she has just as much expertise to talk about this as anybody who I know. Michelle, so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining the summit.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. Hopefully sound is okay and everything. It's always, I haven't done this in a while, so I'm a little, rusty with what I'm doing, but it's great to be here. And just to echo what JB said, the rates of disability are greater than they ever have been because primarily of capitalism and the lack of worker protections in job places and our many other issues that we have. So it's like 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 people currently are disabled, but even more than that, people have a disabling condition that qualifies them for workplace accommodations and other things, but yet the laws are really kind of inconsistent in the application and stuff. So.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I want to appreciate and add on to. Like I said, you may end up into an accident where it may cause you to be disabled, or you may have a disease that you may not know of that may cause you to have a disability, or you may just grow to the point where you start to become elderly and our bodies break down. And so this is why this is so important. One of the things that I wanted to jump into, and let me go to my list here, is first off, I want to talk about disability benefits, pros and cons, because a lot of us who are disabled, we want to get into the workforce. And this is also great information for you if in case you do become disabled. So the disability pros and cons, you and I both know that the disability process, especially according to the federal government, is very convoluted. It is, lack of the better word, difficult. It is just an arduous process where you have to go through twists and turns, sign a bunch of different applications, go through a bunch of different hoops with speaking with doctors and what have you. And so can you go over just in your mind how, some of the difficulties that people may run into? Because I know that going through the disability process, it can have its benefits, but also its disadvantages. So can you just go over that initial process from the start?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things to talk about. Number one, the system is set up to not give you disability benefits unless you can't do any work whatsoever. And then the benefits that they give you, many people within the disability community will talk about they're designed to keep us kind of more oppressed because of the rates and things like that of, the level we receive on that public benefit, even if we qualify for the supplement, SSDI as opposed to SSI that is based on your work history.
Your sound went out. No, I can't. Can you still hear me? Trying to make sure if it's on my end.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yay!
Okay, good.
I have a headset that likes to disconnect frequently because
that's fine. That's fine.
patch things together to make it work, and sometimes it just doesn't. What I was saying is Social Security disability is designed to kind of prevent us. For some workers, they have a benefit of getting long-term or short-term disability through their workplace as well, which can offset that demand. But for people in lower income, lower wage jobs, you don't always have access to that. So with Social Security disability, it's this intensive application that is daunting to even look at. And then if you're struggling with health and stuff, you're already in a position that you're one under. You're struggling. You don't have the physical or mental capacity to do much at that point, but yet you have to go through these steps that include a long application that digs into things that you're not even ready to deal with, admitting to yourself, because our structures are baked into that. Internalized ableism is a diet that we eat on a steady. So internalized ableism comes from the laws, the structures, the history, and everything else. So you go through Social Security, you knock on their door, you say, okay, I need to apply for this. They may throw you 6 or 8 appointments. They may throw you to a medical provider. Even though your doctors already are substantiating your disability, you then have to do that much more work. Yes. And on a family that's newly disabled, a member of a family becomes newly disabled, they're struggling to make ends meet. They're struggling to survive. They're struggling to maybe get a new job in the first time in a while because they were the stay-at-home parent, and now they suddenly have to work. So these things all impact our capacity to do these things. And throughout all of this, the other side that happens is you almost become a pariah to your working colleagues, your work colleagues, because you're the example they don't want to look at. They don't want to see.
Yeah. And can we also talk about, because I wanted to add this point, parents who may become disabled. What about childcare? That's something that a lot of people don't think about. So if you're disabled and that interferes with you being able to take care of your kid, and let's say you're a single parent, right? Then how does that interfere with childcare? Because then you're not as able to take care of your kid. And then let's say you are a partner in a relationship and you do have a partner, but they have to go to work and they can't be there to help take care of the kid. And then you're having a tough time as a disabled person now taking care of your kid. So now what? See what I mean? So please go continue, but I just wanted to add that in as well.
No, and I think it's important because while there are programs out there to offer subsidized childcare to do these other things, the process of navigating these systems has so many gaps within them. You know, so you don't know how to apply for food stamps or for childcare or for WIC. You know, as somebody who's been proud worker for years and years and years, you don't know these programs. I mean, I'd say it's better today than it was the way it used to be, because I think capitalism has stretched the worker dollars so much that more people are tapping into these programs and services before we reach the point of disability. But then the question comes in of value too, of the value of the work that you're doing. All work should be valued, you know, whether you're a stay-at-home parent or anything else, you know, that's still labor. So why does our government not subsidize that labor also by giving, you know, to just level things out, you know?
Yeah. And so one of the things that I actually wanted to talk about, and this is actually going to come out from our anecdotal evidence, is that, you know, the application process is long, depending on your circumstance. I did not know what to do. And then even reading the directions for the application process, it is complex because I don't have the best reading comprehension sometimes. And so the way things are worded on the websites, on the government websites. And so fortunately for me, I actually had friends when I was in a religious organization. They actually brought me there to the church, opened up their laptop, sat down with me and asked me questions and went through the application process with me. But I was fortunate in that I actually had people around me who knew the process, but not everybody does. And so when you're going through that process, it's frustrating because then you also have to look for papers and forms and all these different things in order to legitimize your claim to something that's supposed to be provided for you. And it's just like, for instance, they're like, oh, well, we need a copy of your driver's license. You mean to tell me the federal government can't go into the state database and actually get a copy of our driver's licenses already? I'm sorry, but I thought all this was connected. Oh, you guys want a copy of my pay stubs? Yet my pay stubs are constantly being submitted. My pay is constantly being submitted to the IRS. Why in the world wouldn't, you know, my pay and my, you know, my benefits and all these things, my pay stubs and how much I made, why wouldn't that already be within the database for the IRS? Right? It doesn't make sense. And so it's like, well, we want to make you work for it, even though I did through my tax dollars already.
Yeah. It's a full-time job being disabled, pretty much.
Yeah.
And I think that doesn't get talked about enough. With my mother, I helped her apply for benefits, and that was actually I could remember more of that process than my own application for for disability.
Yeah.
Even though with my application, I had to go in front of an administrative law judge, in order to qualify. Yeah, I had to appeal it. Luckily, I had legal aid support at that point. I was in Michigan. They had a fairly good program, but I was so lost in myself because that was the crisis point that I was in of realizing, oh my goodness, I can't work when I'm from a lower class, lower income level, white population. You know, my family believed in pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you know, it's all about you and look out for number one. And, you know, I was failing my family. And that's the message that I got repeatedly. Not so much with my mom, but it's that internalized ableism, you know? So the other part of this is it's a long process. There are many people that die waiting for disability benefits to come in. There are many people that resort to, well, I can work some, so I'm going to go to work. And that automatically bounces you out of the system and you're no longer disabled.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's,
Well, I was going to say, because they like, well, apparently you still can work, so you don't need this system, even though you really do. It's just you're suffering yourself in order to sustain yourself until you can get the disability. And on top of it, I just want to hark back on what you said earlier. You had to go through a judge, and this is known information. You will get denied 2, 3, and 4 times before you're ever approved, even though you're legitimately disabled and it was verified by a physician.
Well, I'm kind of in that mess right now because I tried to work. And I made a significant amount of money. You know, I worked hard in my time that I was disabled of learning and filling up my skill bucket and my everything else. And I got this amazing job that was inaccessible and a lot of ableism that I encountered and very kind of unhealthy for me as well. But that trial work period that I was working there, Social Security is now saying I am no longer disabled. You know, because I earned X amount of money. It doesn't matter that I still have every single health condition that I had prior to receiving my benefits. And at this point, I mean, that's just really hard. And I don't want to harp on it too much. It kind of sucks. Fortunately, I have a lot of skills and I have a lot of resources that I set my situation up in a way that I was having faith in myself and faith in my community, that I could see whatever complication happened through. So I'm not in a really bad situation because I'm registered with Department of Rehabilitation. And with that, there's a few protections. I'm also in a period of expedited reinstatement. So hopefully, but it's a lot of bureaucratic process that I now have to do at a time when I really need to be focused on looking for work. But you can't juggle both of these things at once. It's really, really hard. Kind of to go back to my mother's experience on applying, because that's what I remember a whole lot more. She had shingles, recurring shingles. She would have 2 ounces of stress and her shingles would flare back up and she would be in massive pain. She also had lupus and a number of other autoimmune issues. She went to her doctor when she was struggling with the shingles and she's like, "What can I do, doctor, to get better?" And he's like, "Oh no, you just die." Yeah. And to add to that, Social Security told her she still had use of her hands. She still had mental capacity. Therefore, she was not disabled. So we had to appeal it. And each time you receive this denial of benefits, you're gutted because it's like an invalidation of your lived experience of what you're experiencing. You know, and so she was gutted each time she got the denial. And then finally, I realized the gap, because a lot of this comes down to what they're reading versus what you're saying and how to get them to align. The gap was they were missing certain context. But then that triggered, she put in an appeal requesting to go in front of an administrative law judge because that's the way to push the system. It can backfire, but it's often the only pathway to expediting or pushing through that barrier of, oh, you still can work a minimum wage job and expect to survive, you know, kind of thing, without health benefits, without everything else. That, you know, you and I both know we can't lose our health benefits ever, you know, because that's catastrophic. But so when she flipped that switch based on me seeing that gap, she then got it approved. However, it didn't go retroactive. It went from the date she submitted that extra documentation that then they decided, oh, this is okay. Now we can say you're officially disabled, even though nothing had changed. So,
yeah. And the thing is that there, you know, the time you are disabled, when that starts, you know, once you're disabled, then you have to go through the application process, which is some time, but you don't get any type of assistance retroactively from the time you started being disabled. It only starts when you start the application process. So that point in time between you becoming disabled and you applying for disabled, that's no money. That could be months. So therefore, you are stuck like Chuck if you don't have anybody supporting you at all, right? Or you have very little support, but then you start the application process, but you don't get any type of assistance whatsoever until the approval of the application. Once the approval of the application happens, then they can retroactively go, okay, so this is when you started applying. We can give you the money for this. But even the money that they give you is starvation income. So I want to go here. Look. If you guys have anybody disabled in your life, a lot of us are not okay. And this is why. And this is why we're going to get into this with workers. Because if you are a worker, where's my mouse going? Okay. If you are a worker and are disabled, there is only so much income you can make before they designate you're no longer disabled. So let me see here. Okay. So this website here, this is out of disabilitybenefitshelp.org. Says, how much money can you make on disability? Actually, let me enlarge this just a little bit. All right, perfect. It says, since its inception, Social Security has benefited hundreds of millions of Americans in need. A large portion of these benefits go to those with severe disabilities who are unable to earn sufficient wages. To be sure, Social Security goes to those who need it most. Income plays a large role in deciding who receives Social Security disability insurance, SSDI, and supplemental security income. How much can you make on disability? This is important. The current income limit for Social Security disability insurance, which is people like myself, is $1,470 per month for non-blind individuals and $2,460 per month for blind individuals. This earning limit is also known as the substantial gainful activity. To keep in line with the 2023 cost of living adjustment increase, or COLA, the Social Security Administration's monthly earnings limit for how much money you can make on Social Security disability also increased for 2023. It says if a non-blind Social Security disability insurance recipient were to earn more than $1,470 per month, or $2,460 per blind recipient, your benefits will stop. This happened to me a few years ago. Okay? And I was under the impression, because some people will say, well, if you make $1 over, they'll take 50 cents away, blah, blah, blah. That's for Social Security retirement.
And for SSI.
And for SSI. For me, on Social Security disability insurance, that means that if I go over $1 over, I think, like a 6-month period, then they take my entire Social Security benefits away, meaning my primary source of income was stripped from me. And so this is why it is very difficult. It is goddamn hard to be disabled in this country and to try to earn an income.
Yeah.
Because none of us are just going to come into some big windfall of money so we can say, all right, Social Security, y'all can keep y'all money. I got mine. It doesn't happen that way. And so, and for me, it was less than what the allowance is a couple years back. Now it's $1,470. Back then, it was about $1,210.
Right. There are some protections that people qualify for, but if you're not aware of those protections, or if you're not tracking those items, there's a 9-month trial work period that if you're reaching it, and the amount for the trial work period is actually a whole lot lower than that substantially gainful activity. To track substantial work, I think, is a lower money amount. And that's like not clear with a lot of people. So we end up with the gap of knowledge, or the gap of, I swear it's hoarded power. I'm going to just say that because these bureaucratic systems kind of weaponize the information stream and make it like our responsibility to know all of these things. Even if you go in and engage with a worker, you're not going to they're not going to be fully transparent. It'll depend on who you meet with and how busy their day has been, and if they're mad at the universe or not, and in Social Security, everybody I think is mad at the universe sometimes, understandably so. But so you have that 9-month trial work period, and then you have a 3-month kind of process before you totally get turned off. Through all of this, though, you have the hammer hanging over you of, oh, but you might have to repay back benefits if we didn't find this soon enough. We're going to make you pay 2 or 3 months back to us, regardless of whether you're still working or not. So that expedited reinstatement, Voc Rehab is another resource that people need to utilize more and be more aware of. However, I'll state funding streams to the Department of Rehabilitation and the Vocational Rehabilitation Services are not adequate to where they can work with every single person. Ticket to Work is another program that can assist you in holding on to your benefits. And the other thing that I tend to use that a lot of people don't use is impairment-related work expenses. When you have impairment-related work expenses that allow, if you don't pay those, you can't work. Those can also offset your earnings a little bit. But it's inconsistent, and it's based on Social Security approving that. So it's not, often it feels like a one and done thing because of the gaps in that information stream that doesn't inform us of all of the ways that we can work with the system to protect our benefits while we're trying to build a better kind of universe for ourselves,
Yeah. And so along with, what you were saying, this, of course, if you get to the point where they stop your payments, then the period of where they think that they overpaid you, they will want every single dime of what you got paid from Social Security disability back. They will want you to pay it back. So let's say over the 6-month period, you made $100, $200 a month more than what they allowed, right? And you did that for 6 months. They won't ask back for the over amount that you earned. They're going to ask for the entire payments of your Social Security disability payments that they gave you over those last 6 months. So let's say you earn $100 extra per month for 6 months over the limit, right? That's $600. They're not going to ask for that back. Let's say you get $1,000 from Social Security disability. You're going to have to pay back $6,000 because they want their money back, not what you over earned. Because you dared to go over even 1 cent. So that's how the system is set up. And that's why a lot of people who are disabled really live in poverty. And this is just the pros and cons of weighing while you're disabled. Should I go to work? Is this going to be that big of a risk to me? And then you also had to get into, like, for me, people like me who are under time constraints, I'm on kidney dialysis 3 days a week. After dialysis, I'm wiped out. So that only gives me 4 days a week to actually work. And then on top of it, do I have time off outside of work and dialysis? I did dialysis and work for 2 years, and I did not have a day off at all. I worked 2 years nonstop, because being on dialysis is like having a job, because by the time you're done, you are wiped out far more than what the average person feels after a days of work. And so 3 times a week, I'm feeling like that. Then 3 times a week, I'm also working 10 to 12 hour shifts every single day. So what days off do I have? I had none. And my family was begging me, take a day off, just call into work. And I couldn't, because if I did, that means there'll be work that'll be paid that I didn't get.
Yep. I mean, I think there's calculations out there as a disabled person, like it's a lot in the spinal cord injury community that you see these calculations. And more recently, we've been seeing them in some of the advocacy groups that are doing good work, or decent work, I'll say, not awesome work, but good work. You know, where the life management stuff, like for me, I have an in-home care provider that comes in and is with me usually 6 hours a day. So on top of that 6 hours, if I'm working 8 hours, that's 14 hours, you know, and that's my day. That's what it takes for me to work and to live, you know, and to support my basic needs. But in the United States, we kind of criminalize those needs, or we make them, we other those needs. It's like, oh, well, that's special stuff, you know, and it's like, no, this is, everybody has healthcare needs. Everybody has health needs. Everybody has wellness needs. Everybody has even workplace needs of getting our, you know, feeling like we're worth something and valuable and contributing to society without having, you know, without being totally dehumanized, which is often what I feel in many of these situations. I actually, at one point in my pathway with disability, I was in a sheltered workplace. So I was receiving sub-minimum wage, where I was cutting old clothing into rags, where if I didn't meet the quota of cutting those clothes into rags, they could put my wages down to literally pennies a piece.
Hold up.
Sorry, I threw a spanner in the works.
Can we stop and talk about sub minimum wages and how that is, to me, is inhumane as well? Because the fact that we have really a two-tiered system when it comes to wages, based on the person's ability, we actually have two tiers. You have minimum wage and you have sub-minimum wage. And I think the sub-minimum wage is like $4.75 an hour.
No, it can go down to as low as $1 an hour. It depends on the program. And the toxic part of sub-minimum wage is that nonprofits are providing services to these people. They provide like a job coach, and they provide, you know, kind of that supportive network, that the accommodations required for somebody to work. So when you see some disabled people in grocery stores or at different coffee houses, in some situations, these people are in a sheltered work situation where they're receiving sometimes minimum wage, sometimes a lot less than minimum wage. And that's legal because of it's offset by the expense of the nonprofit that has to provide these services. So it's a constant devaluation of the disabled person that's happening with this. The system is set up, and that's kind of the one the Instagram post that I shared with you. Do you want me to share that real quick?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, let me do that. I have it queued up so I can do this, I think.
You go to present at the bottom.
Yeah. I got it. Except it's only letting me do this screen. Crap. Okay, I can get it real quick. Keep talking. I'll let you talk, and I'll get this up.
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing about sub minimum wage is that it's really inhumane, because my thing is, if you can do the job, then you should get paid for how much it costs to do the job. So, you know, I've seen this many times, especially at places like Salvation Army and Goodwill. They will have people who are disabled and they're paying them a sub minimum wage in order to work for these companies. Meanwhile, their CEOs are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And my question is, I thought you guys were supposed to be these God-fearing companies, these religious organizations that are supposed to be helping people. And yet you're making hand over fist and making profit, really, for the CEOs and the people at the top, but yet you're paying people who are disabled a sub-minimum wage just because you don't feel that they can earn adequately based on, you know, a intellectual disability that they may have. You know, it's just like if you're at some place, let's say hypothetically, you see somebody with Down syndrome and they're working. chances are that person with Down syndrome is actually making a sub-minimum wage. And then they'll say, well, it's just because they just need to be busy. I'm like, I don't care if you need me to be busy. Pay me the wage that you would pay anybody else, because the work is being done. I don't care if it's just to keep me busy. I don't care. Look, CEOs will talk about, oh, I just like to stay busy, but they still get millions of dollars a year, boo. It don't matter. Same thing. Guess what? If they can get paid millions of dollars just to stay busy, then guess what? Pay people who have intellectual disabilities a living wage too, because they're doing the work. Pay based on the work, not on what you think they are. This chaps my ass. This is the same excuse that people will use for teenagers. Go, well, teenagers, they should get paid based on their age. Who in the world says you get paid based on your age? That's ageism. See, a lot of people talk about ageism when it comes to older people. Let's talk about ageism when it comes to younger people. If you are a teenager and you're doing the job, you get paid for the same amount that any adult does. If you're a teenager and you're working for a landscaping company and all the adult landscapers are getting $25-30 an hour, teenagers, you bet damn sure get paid $25-30 an hour if you're able to do the job. Right. People say, well, what about experience? Things like that. The thing is that yes, experience can also pay more, but the thing is that you should not base the minimum or the living wage based on somebody's age. You know, if you want to base it on experience, fine, but your standards should not be below what a living wage is.
Right.
Because you don't know what that teenager is going through. You don't know that teenager is trying to move out of their parents' house to be able to start their lives. It doesn't matter. The thing is that do that for them. I'm not sure if you got it already. Oh, yep.
I don't know if that shared it or not.
Yep, I got you.
Okay, and then it doesn't let me cursor through, does it? Let me
you shared it with me.
Yeah, I can put the link in the private too. So
yeah, just link it to me in the private chat.
Yep. So this quote is from a book called A Disability History of the United States. It's by Kim E. Nielsen. And I'm going to be starting a book club with a book discussion group with this book. And I'm doing it based on inclusion and inclusionary principles of facilitation.
Okay. So just letting you know, it says this page isn't available.
Oh, crap. Okay.
Says,
I'll just read the quote and I can put it in chat for people that need it.
Mm-hmm.
So she goes through and she actually bases this on eras, on different eras. And what the quote is when disability is equated with dependency, disability is stigmatized. Citizens with disabilities are labeled inferior citizens. When disability is understood as dependency, disability is posited in direct contrast to American ideals of independence and autonomy. So to me, what that says is kind of this whole thing that we're struggling with and kind of the internalized ableism diet that we all consume is, oh, we do services for those people. They don't have value because they're people. The history of this United States has created this process where disabled people are dehumanized and stigmatized and majorly othered in the grand scheme of things. So with all of that, it becomes everybody sees these programs, including myself. There was a time when I saw these programs as just. And we don't know why they're not just, because we have so much coming at us that says disabled people are inadequate and deficit. You know, they need more help. You have to go to dialysis. How many people, when they go see a doctor, they're like, oh, I can't not go, but I don't want to go. And, you know, that means I'm failing and, you know, whatever else. But yet health should be a right and health should be a positive in our lives and not this negative perception that we consume from the wellness industries, from the media industries, from the corporate industries. unless you're an employee at those corporations. Then you have plenty of wellness services accessible to you that is like mind-boggling what becomes accessible to you when you have a quote unquote decent job, you know? So that dehumanization, I think, is important to bring in on this whole topic and everything else.
Yeah, because you're judged based on your ability to produce instead of your being judged just for being a human being. And if you're able to do the job, then you should just get paid to be able to do the job, no matter who you are.
And why not just pay people to start with so that everybody starts out? Because our economy would do a whole lot better if everybody had that baseline to start with, that we could contribute on an equal status as everybody else. Or if we just had those things not necessarily baked into the income stream and the profit loss margins of companies, you know?
Well, I mean, you're going into a part where we can talk about, because I prefer universal basic services or universal basic resources. So, you know, meaning that housing is a guaranteed right, education's a guaranteed right, food's a guaranteed right, and many things like this. And so if you don't have to worry about being homeless, being hungry, you know, not being able to get educated, then just those three alone. Oh, and also utilities as a right. And by utilities, I mean electricity, water, and internet. If you have all these things as a right and provided for you, then even if you don't work, you still are able to live. And so the thing is that people will look at us and think like, oh, you're crazy. But the thing is that then they're like, who will pay for it? And it's like, yeah, society pays for it anyway.
Yeah.
So why don't we just do it?
Yeah, sorry, I started too soon there.
No, you're good. And so that's something that I think about, because a lot of people will be like, oh, we should do universal basic income. I'm like, yeah, but that could be exploited.
Right.
You know, but universal basic services or universal basic resources is something that, like, how can they scalp off of your housing? Like, for instance, how can a landlord raise their rent if you're given housing as a right? And then, will landlords still exist?
When property becomes a shared commodity, I think everybody wins.
Oh, God. Aaron, clip that part. That's a good one.
You know, I've studied a lot about solidarity economy principles, you know, and things along those lines. And I see the beauty in that. I also see the beauty within transformative justice principles, especially when you're starting out in a toxic system to start with. Ableism is embedded, racism is embedded, xenophobia is embedded in our laws and our history. Therefore, how do we can never get rid of it, but we can prepare for it. We can prepare for it by creating a container, creating a process of calling people in when they misstep, because everybody also has to learn where they're wrong, because we all pick up these beliefs. And unless we agree to be in a community with people and to serve that community and protect that community, that doesn't mean we have to like everybody.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we have to agree with everybody. So-and-so could be spanking their child. And it's like, well, you know, is it abuse? Is it not abuse? That's not 100% on me to do, but also part of caring for that community is creating healthier options and healthier alternatives. But we collectively have to share our stories and share our experiences to build that. What often happens today in the capitalism structure is that people prescribe things being right or wrong, and they tell us how things are, and they don't realize they have to check their bias. They don't realize they have to check their privilege. You know, so through that process, the toxicity continues. And that's a big struggle that I see, because comfort is a freaking rubber band. You know what happens? People experience comfort. And when you experience comfort, you quickly forget and dissociate from the discomfort and the uncomfortable situations that you may have been stuck within. So there's a rubber band effect that no matter how hard a person tries, when they have elements of comfort in their life, they will forget some things just by just needing to distance from it. I mean, it's traumatic. Some of this stuff is traumatic. Racism is traumatic. Ableism is traumatic. Xenophobia is traumatic. You know, these laws that we talk about, the ugly laws, you know, talk about, you know, how we are policing unhoused people for simply the act of existing. You know, that they're not allowed to be fed. They're not allowed to sleep on the sidewalks. They're not allowed, you know, and then the ADA gets weaponized against them as well. So by creating a container that we say we expect racism, we expect ableism, we expect xenophobia, we expect misogyny, misogynoir, you know, we expect these things. We create a process to call those people in and to collectively educate together with one another, not a top-down educate, but a totally horizontal educate of here's my trauma, here's your trauma. Can we make this less traumatic for everybody in this community or in this commons? You know, that's where it goes back to the solidarity economy.
But that comes with feeling that you are not greater than the other person next to you, which is something I think that minds need to change. And our society in a capitalistic structure actually enables people to have this mentality that I am better than you simply for my pedigree, simply because of the amount of money or the amount of exploitation somebody in my pedigree did before I even came along. And so therefore I am better than you just because of this particular issue. When in reality, none of us are actually better than one another. So therefore we should be willing to actually learn from one another, as well as change and improve ourselves based on the biases that we may have been inculcated with, you know, within our lives. Still, I'm basically just saying, you know, what you said, but I want to get to a couple of chats as well, because, you know, some people have been expressing some great takes in the chat as well. Hence T says filling out that form is so depressing. Yes, absolutely.
And every subsequent form after that, you know, because you don't just, it's not one and done. You have to then file your every 3 years or every 7 years or every 10 years. And depending on who's freaking in office during those years, that 3 or 7 year expectation that you kind of remember because you know what it's like to go through the trauma each time of filling out the update and certifying yourself as disabled. If it's Trump actually docked everybody that was classified as long-term disabled and put them on a 3-year review during Trump's administration. Biden has not fixed that 100% because, you know, Democrats, if they don't see it, they're not going to do anything about it either. But I don't mean to make this that political, but I think it is political. That's the thing. And filling out the form, for me, I also have to certify for my in-home supportive services. I have to certify for my power wheelchair. And I just went through that process. And you literally have to tell them, I can't walk. I fall 6 times a day. You know, you have to explicitly state those things. And sometimes, some days I don't fall 6 times, but you have to also go into those forms with not your Pollyanna-ish, this is my best day, I can do this if I try, but your worst day, your worst experience. What is it like being at your lowest? What is it like for you, JB, when you just have gone through a dialysis or right before the dialysis, you know?
I'm going to pause really quick. Sabby Sabs is coming to us live. Sabby.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm going to walk down the street because I want to show you the sign. Charlie actually took our Boston chapter sign. You know that thumbnail we have that Aaron made the graphic?
Yeah.
And he blew it up and
nice.
made it as a banner. Yeah, I just want to show you. Hold on. Hey, guys. And then I'll walk back inside and I'll show you the barbecue.
Okay, cool.
So let me just, okay, here we go. So here's the sign. Now I got this facing me. So let me see if I'm doing this right. Can you see?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. That is amazing.
Can you see it?
Beautiful.
I don't know if I'm doing it right.
Yeah.
You guys see the sign?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. All right.
Nick said you're the GOAT, by the way.
So that's the sign. And then let me walk back in the church. Yo, it's hot as balls out here. Hold on. Let me go to. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Savvy. Good to see you.
Okay. I'm gonna walk back into the barbecue. So we did the catering through shout out to Blue Ribbon Barbecue, because having lived down south, I'm picky about my barbecue, but theirs is actually really, really good. I didn't get the collards though. I can't eat everybody collards. I also didn't get the potato salad. You can't eat everybody potato salad.
No, you can't.
Right?
You
No,
cannot.
you can't.
These are rules of law. But let me show you.
And mac and cheese too. But
Coleslaw
We
too.
come back in the church. Okay.
So
I'm gonna show you just the
Savvy
food.
is actually at her Boston chapter. She's doing a barbecue right now for her RV.
How do I flip this around? Can you guys see the food?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the drinks. I don't know if I'm holding this right, but
We can
Yeah,
see
you
it.
okay. So there's cornbread,
Ooh.
mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, rice and beans,
Ooh.
Barbecue chicken,
Oh, nice.
ribs, and pulled pork, buns, paper plates, and then what else did we get? Oh, and then we got sweet tea and lemonade. And Eric's here. Eric, you want to say hi?
Hey.
Hello. Yeah, you want to say hi? Say hi.
Hello, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Hello. Hello.
Hey, JB.
Hey.
Aisha, you want to say hi?
Yes, I was like, hi, I love you.
Look at all these beautiful people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good to
So I
see
just wanted
everybody.
to step in and say hey.
Good. Thank you so much for coming in, Sabs. Because the thing is that this is what it's about. It's about building community so that we can provide for the people in our community. So you're doing your thing out there in Boston. I'll be doing my thing in Orlando in about a month.
I'm David Gilton, the Gilton Man on Twitter. Remember?
Oh yeah. I'm just saying hi to JB.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
You want to say hi to JB?
Hey JB,
Hey,
what's
how
up?
you doing?
Hello from Boston.
Okay, JB, I gotta go.
All right, take care, Sabs.
Bye.
Hey Eric. Yeah.
Oh, great. So Sabs is going to be on later for this summit on the second half at 5 p.m. So if you guys have not, that summit is already up on the website. On the channel. So, tune in to the second half of the summit. It's going to be on a different link, not this one, but the next one. So be sure to tune in for that, where she'll be talking about cost of living. And we're going to be touching on that a little bit while Michelle is here too, because we also got to touch in on that. As far as the cost of living is concerned, we got to talk about that as disabled people, because if we're earning money through our work, as well as only being able to make so much through being disabled, it doesn't add up, right? Now I know that you shown some facts and figures from cost of living, but I also want to share this. And shout out to Roger Meadows for sharing this with me as well. I'm not sure. I think he's in the chat. And so I absolutely just love this this PDF. Hopefully it will show. Is this it? Should be. Okay. I went back up, but that's okay. I'll get back down. Okay. So this shows the cost of living in different states within the United States. Now, I'm in Florida, so it's $30.59 per hour in order to afford a 2-bedroom apartment, right? So it doesn't matter how much you make in a wage. I want people to realize this. It matters how much you make in a month if you are disabled. So I could be making $30.59 an hour. That's fine. But I can't make more than $1,470 in a month. That's the limit. And so if I make that much, and let's say hypothetically, you get $1,100 a month just from your Social Security disability, right? So $1,470 plus $1,100 is $2,570, right? Okay, so $2,570, and if you divide that by 160, so that's 40 hours a week. For a month is 160 hours. So divided by 160 hours, that comes out to $16 an hour. So you're making half of what it would cost in order for you to actually live in the state of Florida, which means that if you're disabled and working and making the maximum amount, guess what? You're still screwed no matter what. And if you go over that amount, even if you go a penny over, you lose your disability. So you're back already even worse than what you were before. Michelle?
Within my situation, as you can see on the graph, I live in California. So there it's $42.25 an hour. With the calculations that I did with the MIT living wage calculation, the calculator there, what it said for a single person in the state of California is actually, it's like $39.34 per month. And I'd say that's like bare existence level, not considering my disability expenses, right? Because when I was just trial working, I ended up, because I'm gathering my receipts for my impairment related work expenses to offset my earnings, I literally spent more, I think, in those 3 months than I have spent in probably 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I'm actually going to share that really quick, so that we can all see what you were talking about.
Right.
And so when it comes to how much you make, you need to make within Santa Clara County. So let me scroll up just so you guys can see. Living wage calculation from Santa Clara County, California. This is from MIT. So this is for one adult.
Yeah. At present, there is on the affordable housing site in my county, there is not one property that is less than what I get in my disability check alone would not cover a property for rent, or a studio, probably not even a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom. And because of that I reached this point because of the situation with my mother passing away, and me suddenly realizing as a single income, I couldn't survive anymore if I wasn't working more than what I could work under disability benefits, because you think of that 14, the substantially gainful amount, which is $1,470 a month. You add my check, which is, less than $1,500, less than the average, that still doesn't even get me to the living wage amount. So it's like, I knew that I was going to have to find a way to go off from benefits. And I thought I had a solid pathway, but in reality, I don't. And I didn't, because of the ableism that's present everywhere, the structural barriers, the systemic and historical barriers, and that stupid rubber band of comfort, that impacts good people that are trying to do good, but they don't realize their privilege, their elements of privilege, and how it prevents that forward progress, because we don't have solidarity. The disabled experience is not understood. And the only way to educate people, it's a huge burden, and it's not something we get paid to do either. It's not, to get media to coverage a disability story, you have to do a lot of labor to get that. To get a session like this on mainstream media, that won't happen, So and real talk is not allowed either. If you're too pushy, which I'm categorized as that, I'm a little too pushy. And people don't know if they can trust me or not, because, I tell the truth, I speak truth. And that's what I've learned to do to survive. But these programs are not helping anybody. And, you know, the living wage or not living wage, you know, it's like, again, we're prescribed as less than. We are determined as less than by the history and of disability in the United States. And
Mhm.
through that process, everybody kind of excludes us.
Just wanted to get back to the chat a little bit. Serena says they told my mama, who also had severe bone spurs and chronic pain, you can still work with your feet propped up. Who the F is going to hire someone like that? Nobody. She tried. So yeah, sometimes they'll say, like for instance, I've been told, well, maybe if you just get yourself used to working right after dialysis, you'll get used to it and then you can work every single day. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Have you seen me after dialysis? I'm not good for anybody. It's not just a physical exhaustion, it's also a mental exhaustion. I can't even speak correctly. This is why when after dialysis, I don't want to talk to nobody because I can't even speak correctly. Like, it really affects you physiologically, and people don't realize it. And so some people, through their ableistic thinking, will be like, oh, well, just do this and you'll get used to it. And they'll even use anecdotal evidence. Well, I knew this person. Not everybody's the same.
And when you're putting out so many fires in your personal life,
True.
like for me, when I started working, and thanks to the pandemic, my time clock got messed up and my wheelchair failed. My wheelchair went down. And because it was beyond the 5-year mark of me having the wheelchair, I could not get it repaired. And the process to get approved for a new wheelchair is like 3 to 6 months.
Oh my gosh.
So in that time, when my chair goes to the shop, I become homebound, not because my home keeps me bound up, but because I literally can't move in a way that is healthy for me. It, you know, my pain level goes really high, all of these other things, and I start falling more. And that's a risky situation for me. You know, I broke multiple bones before I realized that my falling was due to not me being somehow inadequate, but because of a true health issue. But that health issue is like hidden for people too. Doctors don't understand it. I mean, the rate of discrimination within the medical system for people that are disabled is huge. I mean, they just say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not accepting that insurance right now, you know, and you don't have a provider, you know. Yeah. So all of these things, we're juggling those things too. And it's a whole lot of energy towards, you know, educating people. And then the legal system is the point I wanted to make with the chat that you shared too, was there are legal protections for people. However, unless you have a strong advocacy group supporting you in that process, and unless they've done some work ahead of time, you encounter that capitalistic barrier of, you know, oh, you're too much work. Oh, that's too much for us to do. And it's like it's hidden in, that's where the bureaucracy gets weaponized, you know. And it's not as easy, oh, just file a lawsuit. No, it is hella hard to prove discrimination when they can claim, oh, this hurt our bottom line. Oh, they were, you know, they were too different. They needed things we didn't understand. So they just couldn't do the job, you know, and those things will pass depending on what judge you get, depending on, you know, EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, doesn't take every single case. They don't certify every single charge. And then once and if they do, you likely are not going to get the outcome that you want, because ultimately EEOC is also about systems change and less about the individual, which means they want the employer to learn and do better so that they don't get future lawsuits. They're less about protecting me. So then in order to do that, you have to get a private attorney. And most private disability attorneys, it's really hard to find a good one because it's so hard to prove the discrimination. But there are good resources about accommodations. Ask Jan is one of those resources that you can literally go and look up what you're struggling with, of like, say, your feet, for example, and it will give you what you can ask for. It will give you links to those resources so that you have a stool to sit at, so you're not on your feet all day long. And there are workplace protections, but this is where you have to be discerning about where you're working, and we can't always be discerning about where we're working either.
And I want to get into that after this super chat. Thanks to the $10 from Colin. Colin says the Mayor Youth Summer Program in DC pays teens $9 an hour. The minimum wage is $17, and people are like, it's a way to get teens out of trouble. They can make way more money off the street. But if they're doing the work, then pay them $17 an hour.
I have electeds here locally that don't pay their interns because they're college students. We're giving them experience. And it's like, these are actually people from the global majority that are not paying their interns because they're complicit with the capitalism system.
Wow.
You know, and that's never okay. You know, and I worked in a very small nonprofit for 5 or 6 years, and we couldn't pay our interns because we didn't have the funding stream. But I did extra work to make sure I matched the internship to what they were seeking so that it would propel them forward in their life. You know, I wasn't just extracting their labor. I was collaborating and creating those solutions that would create a better outcome for them down the road, you know. And it's hard to be in that situation, but a government structure, they have enough money. That's just ridiculous. And the same with this. The other thing I saw with that mayor's thing is a racial thing, which is they are saying these kids need help. We need them to protect them and put them to work so they're not doing crime and other things. No, these people have human needs. Those human needs need to be met. They will likely only go to crime if they absolutely have to. So let's not make them have to go to crime. And to state that they're just needing these services to stay safe is a racial issue, and it's a class issue that I just don't like the framing of, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Now I want to talk about accessibility, because a lot of times that's something that also we have to consider when looking for work as well, is the accessibility. Does the place of employment that you're potentially trying to go to, do they have wheelchair accessibility? Do they have vision accessibility for those of us who are visually impaired? And for people like myself, for me, it's a time accessibility. Will they be able to accept the hours that I can work as a dialysis patient? Because I can't work 2 days in a row except for on the weekends. Or if you guys want me to work on Mondays, you guys can't schedule me Tuesdays. I can work on Wednesdays, but you can't schedule me on Thursdays. And then on top of it, if you guys want me to work, can I work very late? No, because I have to be at dialysis very early in the morning the next day. And so are you guys going to be able to accommodate that? And so accessibility is also a very important thing when it comes to trying to get a job while you're disabled.
Yeah. I didn't have access to a bathroom whenever I needed it. I had to actually pace myself in the day. The door to the bathroom actually was out of compliance even with the ADA, but because it was a rented building that my workplace was in, they didn't want to do anything. And I think it goes beyond just they couldn't do anything, because I saw other things happen along the way that were important enough to make happen. Most workplaces also do not have to be ADA compliant up until the point that they have a disabled worker that needs that accessibility. Now, this should have been changed many, many years ago, but I kind of blame this more on capitalism than anything else. You know, when you're a public place like a store or someplace that has customers in and out, then yes, you have to be wheelchair accessible. You have to be ADA accessible. But up until a point where you have, like for me, a cubicle spaces are not designed to be wheelchair friendly, just full stop. So they were able to modify my cubicle so that I could actually work. But right up to the day I was supposed to start, it was like, well, if we can't do this, you can work remote, right? Now, in most jobs, working remote would have been great for me, but in this organizational culture that I was actually in a position that I was trying to change that culture, the lack of accessibility put me in further down the rung. It made me look like I couldn't do the work. They also had the secretary or the receptionist had to let me into the office space because I couldn't navigate that door system either. And they opted to not get an automatic door for me because of the rented space. So without the cost of inaccessibility to a disabled person is huge. And that's it's a determiner between can you work, can you not work. And I think that that's important to remember, that we may not understand all the elements of accessibility, but there's a law, there's all kinds of resources that are free and available to people that people can utilize and find and double check their process. And all you really need to buy, if even buy it, is a freaking yardstick. If you take a yardstick, 36 inches, it's not 100% ADA compliant, but it's enough to make functional access happen. I also, because of how far behind my county is, I don't have access to mental health care. I don't have access to many other things because the office spaces of those nonprofits are also not wheelchair accessible 100%. They are, in the sense of before they put any furniture in, they were ADA compliant. But as soon as you start putting furniture in, and as capitalism, what do people need more of? We always need more space. We need space to store things. We need space to put things away. So the space that is afforded to accessibility is not understood as to why. And, oh, hey, we have this big space under the bathroom counter. Let's stock it with stuff. Let's our closet's overflowing. We have this extra space. So, it's the gaps just really start to gang up and eat. And but it dates back to, always goes back to intention. And if you are not intentionally being inclusive, you by default are excluding people, full stop. And that happens with any marginalized identity. If you're not intentionally calling them into the room and seeking their feedback and their input, you're not including them.
Yeah, that's deeply important. And that inclusion also needs to be thought of without the idea of centering yourself. It means taking them and sometimes even asking them to be the leader in that process so that they can. So it's just like saying, okay, we want to make things more accessible for people who are in your situation. We want you to lead this and show us what to do so that we can do this better, so that not only is it good for you, but all the people who are in your situation who comes after you.
And we'll find a way to pay you for this expertise.
Thank you.
It's the other piece to that I think gets forgotten. And I've recently had to make that distinction to a lot of groups that I used to freely give my labor to. I can no longer freely give my labor because I don't have enough to survive. I had to put the oxygen mask on myself first to take care of me until I reach this level of where I need to be, where I can have a little bit of comfort in my life. I'm struggling and I need that resource. The other thing I really work to do, and I appreciate my friendship with you and with others in the RBN group, is I prefer to follow the disability justice framework from Sins Invalid and the BIPOC, the global majority people that created this in answer to the disability rights movement. So disability rights is very much disability so white. And then I'd add in disability so comfortable too, because you get a lot of people that are at the top that have struggled. I'm not saying they haven't struggled, but they're very comfortable. They may have forgotten some of these things. They may have forgotten what it's like to exist on food stamps.
Yeah.
When you get $1,000 a month, your food stamps are like $10 or $15, and the labor to get that $10 or $15 sometimes just isn't worth it.
Yeah.
So with all of this, I also, with you guys, what I'm saying is I prefer those most at risk and those most impacted be the ones leading the charge. And that's based in the disability justice framework. I believe in allying with and supporting and amplifying the people that are more impacted than I am, because I still have white skin privilege, which that's a whole different, we can plan a session on that we could talk more about that, because that's a whole unpacking too, because within white communities, disabled is like shunned and kind of marginalized in a way that is toxic as well, but it's not related to race, it's related to attitude. So
yeah. And I have the privilege of not being invisibly disabled. So people see me, they don't see my disability.
Right.
So I have that privilege of, and then I also have, you know, male privilege too, but that's a whole nother thing. But, you know, we have to, you know, discuss these things and realize that they also intersect, right? Now, another thing that I wanted to go on to is applying for work. Like the pros and cons of disability, that was a whole hour. Accessibility, we just went off over that. Applying for work while disabled. When I started working again when I was disabled, the first thing I did was I had a job coach, right? Because the state supplied me with a job coach who went to vocational rehabilitation. And one of the coach, she said, it's not about how good you are sometimes, it's about who you know. And if you know somebody at that place, then the likelihood is you'll get in a lot quicker, even if you're not that qualified, which is crazy beyond me. It messed me up in the head because I was like, what? And so when I went to apply for the job, in fact, it was the general manager that was interviewing me. And I said right out, yeah, I'm on dialysis 3 times a week. I'm disabled. I had to say that from the jump so that they won't go, oh, you didn't tell us this. You didn't tell us you didn't have this availability, blah, blah, blah. So I had to let it known, even though technically it's my business.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to let them know so that they can make accommodations schedule-wise for me. So sometimes the accommodations aren't necessarily physical. Sometimes the accommodations need to be circumstantial, but sometimes they need to be both. So it depends. And one of my coworkers is full-time in a wheelchair. And so he can't get out of that wheelchair. He can't walk on his own. And so, you know, and then some people will think, well, he's in a wheelchair, so he's not standing up on his feet all day, so he doesn't need that many breaks. No, yes, he does, because his feet are literally these. And all that pushing, you get fatigued too. And so you also have to accommodate him too. And so it was a whole thing, you know, and then on top of it, for me being, you know, I have chronic fatigue, being a dialysis patient. So standing on your feet for 10, 12 hours a day, that's a lot, especially for somebody with chronic fatigue.
Yeah. The applying process also anymore uses these automatic technological systems that create a lot of work. So I am multiply disabled. It is not one disability, but it's multiple, you know, and with that, one issue may present more at one time and another issue presents at another time. But with applications, it's like I get frustrated because I upload my resume and then it auto populates things and there's all kinds of gaps. And then I have to go in and fix all of those gaps. And, you know, and even then there's also the valuation, the value of the lived experience that is often omitted from most application processes, you know. So as a disabled person, if you haven't worked, you've had, you know, you're currently, to me, you are working with RBN, with your podcast, with the structure you've added to your life, paid or unpaid, you are learning skills. These skills then apply. However, if the system is not designed to include the awareness of those skills, you are further marginalized because you're not even in the running for that job because your experience isn't understood through their lens. Again, this is similar to the situation I was just in. You know, I wanted to go in under the higher position. There was 2 staff positions awarded to this Office of Disability Affairs. And I wanted to go in under the higher one, and I applied, and I actually managed to score well because I have the smarts of how to kind of comply with that system, which a lot of people don't have the time, energy, or anything else to do. So I scored highly, and I got into the interview for the top position, and I was one of the top 3 candidates. But I was opted to not be given the job because I didn't have codified and acceptable government experience. So that already they offered me this appointment, the provisional appointment that they offered me. And when I applied for that, I actually barely was in the running for the position because I didn't spend a lot of time finessing my application, answering the questions in a way that I knew was directly going to answer their questions. And I was kind of fed up at that point. So but they also picked, I swear they picked the questions of my weak spots in order to qualify candidates for that position. Because at that point, they already had me working as an appointed person in that role, and they were seeing my work product, but they were also seeing the gaps of my skill sets, and things. So the application process, it's kind of, it's hard, it's toxic. It's no longer just a simple, somebody, you get into the role. And there's also complicitness within the systems. And I think this takes us back to what we need from our coworkers, and what we need to help us in this process is we need everybody to be an ally. We need everybody to be actively advocating for rights, of worker rights that include people with disabilities. And because people were like, oh yeah, well, I had to do a provisional appointment in a contract position, and I had to try 3 different departments before I actually got a full job. Why? They're in the job now. Why were they not given the job and educated, met where they were at to build them into that role when they knew they wanted them in that job to begin with, but they had to check all the boxes and cross all the T's and dot all the I's? So the complicitness with the systems that exist, and I realize some people don't have the capacity for that, and that's okay. But connect and collaborate and build these pathways when you have the energy to do it, because we need everybody to be pulling for everybody in that way,
And are we going to talk about people who may be neurodivergent, who can do the job, but they may be somebody who, are, disadvantaged in some ways as our society's condition. And so, but they can still do the job. It's like, but then we also want people to do multiple jobs, even though it's not in their job description. It's like, yeah, if I'm good at coding, don't ask me to do some physical labor on the side that you should hire somebody else to do,
Right.
because I can't do it. But,
they
want one size fits all, candidate.
Neurodivergence is interesting because I actually had to come face to face with acknowledging and identifying as such. Whereas through much of my life, I've not really, and I've stayed away from it. I would say I qualify as a neurodivergent adult because of my history with trauma, as well as the complex medical issues that I deal with that make my brain slightly different. I also had a brain injury from forced treatment at once upon a time that, caused harm that affects my memory, my recall, my attention. And then you put me in a stressful situation and I'm flighty as all get out. So I don't appear to be grounded where I am. And this was my first big organization job. So I had always been in a job that I could kind of control my environment. And in this situation, I had to go through the bureaucratic process to get adaptations to that environment. And that bureaucratic process was kind of a struggle to start with. So, and I think as we age and as capitalism gets worse, and, as we reach this point that we're kind of in now, more and more of us by stress alone have some of these categories of neurodivergence that we are all struggling with. So to make a more inclusive environment that addresses those needs from the start is better for everybody.
Definitely. Now, I want to, first off, this chat from Serena says, my job coach in college told me to never wait until I get the job to disclose my disability. Do it during the interview because you can tell whether or not the work environment will be hostile or not.
I can relate.
Definitely. So now, I think we just touched on applying for work while disabled. So we, to talk about that. Travel is also another barrier as well. Traveling to and from work, this may be difficult for some of us because some of us do not have personal transportation. Some of us may need to use public transportation. One of the gripes that I have with the public transportation that I use is this is what's the name for it?
Paratransit.
Paratransit, yes.
Paratransit.
Yeah, so paratransit service that I have, thank you. Paratransit service that I use, you have to schedule it at a opportune time, because if you don't schedule, sometimes what they'll do is they may get you late to work because they're shared ride services. And the thing is that you left on time, you were on time for your ride, but then the ride ends up either being late or the ride ends up keeping you on while dropping and picking people up. And so therefore you end up being late for work, which also can count against you, even though it's not your fault. And so sometimes using paratransit services can also screw you over as a worker. And so it's either that or having to take the regular public transportation, but you also may have to go to bus stops that may be a distance away, which if you don't have services of an electric chair, or if your chair isn't fully charged,
or if your community isn't wheelchair accessible because the sidewalks are in disrepair. Yeah. Or because there's a post in the middle of the sidewalk that, oh, they haven't gotten around to removing and replacing yet. You know, there's a lot of barriers. Yeah.
Or if you go to the bus stop, but you have a ways to go and it's raining, Florida, hello, that's where I'm at. And let's say hypothetically, you know, it's raining very hard and it's hot, and somebody like me, I at times may have a catheter in my chest and I can't get it wet. So I may have to, I may have an umbrella, but guess what? It's hot and I start sweating. The sweat picks up, you know, bacteria and viruses, gets in. Next thing you know, I'm in the hospital in the ICU because of sweating and having to be out there with the catheter. So the thing is that there's a lot that actually also goes into just getting to work to be able to survive, to keep yourself up.
Right. So I've had a few more layers of experience than I had 6 months ago or a year ago. With paratransit and me, it was always, oh crap, they sent me that vehicle. And that vehicle would make my pain that much worse. You know, because I'd be swaying and it's called a cutaway. So it's a bigger vehicle. And they put you all the way in the back as a wheelchair person. And then so you're in the back where everything's swaying all over everywhere. And even though you're secured and everything else, I tense my body because I try to prevent myself from getting thrown around. For me, paratransit typically, like I can take public transit and I can go 2 stops in a day. But if I do paratransit, it's an extra half an hour to an hour wait in between trips. It's an extra time so if I have a medical appointment and then I have to go to work, I can't do it typically, you know, with paratransit. More recently, because of the pandemic and because of the COVID stuff and my high risk status with all of that, even vaccinated, I still have a lot of concerns about it. I purchased a ramp van, a wheelchair accessible van, but it was the first time that I purchased such a device, you know, so we're talking, take a regular vehicle price and add $20,000 to $30,000 on that for the adaptations. So at the point when I was working, it's been a long learning curve for me with the whole van. And I've realized that I need an extra adaptation to that van that I don't have. So literally my in-home supportive worker was taking me to work, going back to his place, coming and picking me up and taking me home. But the workplace I was in was very like spread out. So one location was 3 or 4 miles from another location, and I might need to be in both locations, but I couldn't independently drive myself. I always had to schedule that ahead of time. And sometimes in the workplace, you can't schedule that. So with all of this, it was just chaotic. And I don't regret buying the van that I have, because it does help me a lot. It makes it so that I can do 3 or 4 stops in a day and still function without being so freaking drained by the end of the day. You know, and when you're dealing with a driver that's paid by somebody else, you're also dealing with all of their workplace drama and their workplace issues and the struggles of life. And sometimes you get somebody who's really nice to engage with, and other times you get somebody who's up there sniveling and picking at their nose and you know, doing other stuff that is just, or even, you know, I've had some paratransit drivers that were slightly sexual harassment-ish, you know, and you know, they're like glaring at me and looking at my cleavage, and you know, and I've got to let these people secure me in a chair, right? I have to let them secure my chair and help me get my belt on, which means sometimes they were standing behind me and trying to reach over me with that belt, and I literally would freak out because I have complex post-traumatic stress, you know, and you're in a fully dependent position in a wheelchair in many ways. And that complicates the access to the services. In my county, for like medical transport, which a lot of people get for like dialysis and other stuff, it's a different segue that's covered by our Medicaid in our state, that you can get a basically an ambulance service that comes and picks you up and takes you in. However, most of those services actually don't have ramp vans, or they have a rear entry for the vehicle, which is, and if you live in an urban space that has only parallel parking, I've had people in my building that go to dialysis have had that van, the ambulance, actually park perpendicular to the sidewalk so that they could board them onto it because they couldn't get on any other way. It's like you're in a catch-22, and all of these gaps kind of catch up over time, and it's that intersectional oppression that we all encounter. You know, it's one barrier is added to another, complicates another, and juggling those is just difficult.
Wow. Yeah, so that's some of what is dealt with as disabled workers. Training while disabled. Let's go into that. Now, this is something that I was thinking about, and I had a family member that was training, you know, for a major company, and they had to do a tour of all the different departments so that they learn more about it. But the thing is that they had them walking outside. It's Florida, it's humid, it's hot, and they had to walk around for maybe a couple miles outside even. And this person, this family member of mine, almost passed out just trying to train and do their job. And so it's tough, especially when you have to do these things. But sometimes even training is not so feasible. And for people like myself, they'll be like, okay, so yeah, we're going to be training on this day. It'll be like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday training. And I'm like, yeah, I can do Tuesday. I can't do Monday, and I can't do Wednesday. So then what? So that's some of the things that we have to go through as well for some of us who are disabled. If you want to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, because training is one thing that I've embraced a lot in my life to advance my skill sets and other things. But inevitably, I hit the barriers that are in the room as a wheelchair user. Some training programs have never had a disabled person in them. Other training programs are very, what I consider, medical model, which is about, oh, well, we'll just help you with this until you can get better and heal yourself, you know? And I have disabilities. That's a fact. Whether they wax or wane is nobody's business but my own. I am who I am. Training is important, but it's also hella expensive. When you don't have enough money to survive, there are many training opportunities that I would love to take part in, many certifications that could quantify my experience in a way that is positive and presentable to other people. However, it's $600 to sit for that exam. It's $1,000 to go through this program. And there's not the resource to really fund these things, but then added on to that, training energy expansion, I have the accessibility energy expansion that I have to then educate these people. So at one point in my college time, when I was attending classes and in a master's program, I was attending their orientation, and their words directly to me were, "Oh, you're going to have to teach us about disability and how we can do better." This was a public health program in a university, a state university.
Wow.
And and then there's always the punitive side of it, where you ask for an accommodation, and if you haven't gone through all of the legitimate steps, you disagree with the instructor on an issue that you know more than they do, but they think they know more than you do, then all of a sudden your accommodation gets weaponized against you. It's like, oh, you didn't go through all the steps, so I've been giving you special treatment, and you're not respecting me for that special treatment.
Special treatment, my ass.
Exactly.
Just getting me mad, man.
Yeah. So, and all of this over time, I had two options for myself. And I didn't realize at the time I had these two conscious options. One was to be timid and walk away and accept my lot in life and become, the wallflower that never asked for anything more. The other one was the other side was to start being vocal, start to speak out against these things, start to ally with other people, including workers, including others in the training cohort, including all of these things. And I opted for the more vocal side of it. And it may or may not serve me well today. It's who I am, though. It's who I need to be. Yes. And people need to see that as me. And when I go into a place, I want to be appreciated because I am a complex being, and I may be a little vocal, but I give people 110% almost all the time. If you're in my circle and I have the capacity to help somebody, I'm there. I still, on my very measly amount of income, or, my Social Security check, I still will give $5 or $10 here or there when somebody that I know that I care about, whether I know you deeply or not, whether and I'm in caring about you, it feeds me to be able to give. Even if it's giving a resource, even if it's giving this program or that program. But through all of it, I also have reached the point where I know I have to put the oxygen mask on me so that I can diversify my skill set and have more impact overall. I have to look at the icky of the money bottom line in order to do some of these things. And that's my icky. I'm not saying that's any icky from anybody else. It's just I would much rather deal with the resource of people and humanity than deal with the capitalistic struggle that says I have to have. It goes back to your basic benefits of, if I had my housing, if I had guaranteed food that met my need, if I had whatever healthcare I needed based on my decisions and not based on some rubric of what society says I'm allowed, I could be a whole different person, but we're not there yet.
Yeah. Gosh, this conversation is so good. I got to move on to the next part because I want to make sure that we're done in time, but I want to get all this information out there. Yeah. Now, we were talking about training while disabled, which is a whole host of things. And we already talked about pay a little bit. Paid compensation is really a two-tiered system. One of the things that I wanted to touch on as well, as far as pay goes, is that a lot of times, I think it's 89% of workers in the United States are not in a union, whereas only 11% I think are in a union. That might have changed because unions are now an influx. But I think that, and I'm going to couple this along with healthcare benefits, that if you're in a union and if you know somebody that has a disability, it is imperative to have solidarity and support for your disabled fellow coworkers. And even if you're not in a union, I think it is very imperative to also express solidarity and support your disabled coworkers. Because the thing is that it's already tough enough for us to advocate for ourselves, But then on top of it, you also have corporations, and particularly, and remember this, if you guys have not heard anything from me at all today, remember this. Human resources are for the benefit of the corporation, not for you. So you'll have human resources against you, as well as the corporation managers, upper management, executives, owners, whoever. So this is why it is important for you as a worker to also be in solidarity with those of us. If you want to speak to that as well, Michelle.
There's a lot I could say. I'll try to be kind of more succinct.
I want you to go crazy, actually.
Okay, you want me to go crazy on this one? So I was in a union.
So to the point where it doesn't harm you in future prospects. That just put that way.
So one point I'll push back a little bit more. It's not just about solidarity with the workers. It's the intention to include workers.
Okay, I concede that.
Many unions by default are based in the capitalism valuation of the individual as based on their means of production. How much can you produce?
Okay.
Therefore, it's kind of scripted into unions that if you're not a worker, you're not a part of a union. If you're not contributing in the way that a union, the union roles are contributing, you're whatever. So there's an attitudinal barrier to unions that most disabled people encounter. And it actually, for me, was a huge turnoff until I moved to California and I became more aware of the power of the unions here. Unions fight for the benefits of their workers. They don't always fight for the benefits of society. So there's these kind of issues and struggles within the union structure. And this goes back to the intention part. We need unions to literally deconstruct their ableism and get rid of it, much like they have done with racism before, much like they have done with all of these issues. So up until the point that unions do that, it's going to be an upward struggle for disabled workers to find equity with them, because you also get created as a weak point. You are the weak person. You have more needs than anybody else. You have these weird things called accommodations that are not really destigmatized. When I was in the position I was in most recently, it was a union position. However, I couldn't join the union because their process wasn't accessible to me.
What?
I was told I had to go attend the meeting and I couldn't get to the meeting and work a 40-hour job and be doing everything else. And I'm sure there was a gap in my work description where I could have done that as a part of my job, but I was still doing impression management. I couldn't take time off to go to this meeting when they were literally complaining about any meeting I attended anyways, and they weren't willing to do a remote meeting with me. They were mandating it be face-to-face. They were mandating all of these different things. There's a group that can be created within unions that is very, very powerful, and it's a disability resource group that gets created, and then those with disabilities have a resource of people when they get hurt on the job, they can go to these co-union members and create community and learn from them in ways that they're really gonna struggle to learn anywhere else. So there's a lot of power and beauty in unions, and unions need to go in and start to do the work to get rid of the ableism, check your privilege, check your bias, check your, look at your documents. Are they accessible to a blind person? Are they accessible to somebody that is deaf or hard of hearing? Are they accessible to somebody who's in a wheelchair? A lot of union halls around me aren't even wheelchair accessible. And this is California. Some have done work to become better, but when you're, the system is toxic. So we have to put the work in to start to unlearn the bias. It's just a really, really hard situation. That's my spiel on union. I have a sub spiel that I can go into with the pay and compensation if you want me to do that with the healthcare stuff.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So in this job, I also opted to accept the benefits from the job, which put me in a very, very new place that I didn't have the skill set to navigate yet. I didn't have the knowledge base to navigate. When you get a primary insurance through your employer, a work-based insurance policy, your Medicare becomes a secondary insurance and not a primary insurance. So the Medicare that I have gotten used to and rely on and use regularly suddenly became my secondary insurance. And my health plan through my workplace kicked in, and it was like, oh my God, I can't do all of this and work a full-time job. You know, I was in like this, what's called a work hardening period, when you haven't worked a full-time job and you start doing it, or if you've had an injury on the job and you go back to work, there's a period of time where you're kind of phasing in and your body's getting used to it. My health suffered. I couldn't get a wheelchair. I had to pay $5,000 out of pocket to buy a wheelchair because my wheelchair died on me. And the scooter that I had as a backup device wasn't going to help. It wasn't helping me much, you know, and in fact, it was harming me. So by shifting, this is where single payer is essential, you know, by shifting from this workplace entitlement program of health benefits to the other thing was, you know, sorry, I blipped to a different topic, but I'll finish where I'm at. You know, so I had to learn a new system. And that new system meant hoops and loops and getting established with a new provider and getting all these other things kind of put into play. I probably didn't make the best decision. However, and this is where I'll segue into the other piece, the treatment I've received under a workplace health insurance program is heads and tails above what I receive on Medicare.
Wow.
They were calling me and explaining the benefits. They were giving me the resource packets. They were doing all this other stuff. It was like, oh yeah, just come to us if there's any problem. Because suddenly, as a human being, I had value because I was producing in the world, and the doctors were cognizant of that, and they were respectful of that. And the bureaucratic process was one of entitlement and not one of human rights.
Wow.
It's our systems are so convoluted, and these barriers are great and many, and the answers are systemic solutions and not band-aids that get applied in all of these situations. You know, why is it that this corporation insurance policy has fewer copays than Medicare does on its own? Because 20% copay with Medicare is 20%. There's no wiggle room. But the benefit I got was almost full coverage, almost on everything. Wow. And I didn't have to juggle that. And this is because the unions have fought for that health program. But why don't we fight for that health quality for everybody in our society, and not just for our coworkers that pay the dues to belong to this union or that union?
That's very true. In fact, I want to share this video that you shared with us about the path to single payer. This was being moderated by Dr. Jill Stein, and I just wanted to play this, and then we'll start to wrap up as we get to the next part of the summit. So let's just share this.
We're going to move ahead now because it's getting late, and I want to be sure we get you out on time. So we have another panel of 4 people, and then 2 questions to follow that, and then we'll do wrap-ups where each of our initial speakers will kind of give us your final thoughts, just a minute or 2 worth from each. So first, Michelle Mashburn from the Green Party of Santa Clara County. Thank you so much for being with us, Michelle.
I thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I have had invisible and visible disabilities for almost 30 years. I am an ambulatory wheelchair user with other complex medical needs based on social determinants of health. Even with access to care through Medicare and Medicaid, I struggle to find equitable and competent care that does not make me more disabled. We as disabled people have a difficult time accessing care, with many doctors' offices refusing to accommodate us. A 2021 study of 714 physicians showed that more than 80% reported that people with disabilities were presumed to have a worse quality of life and 60% felt that they could not provide the same quality of care to disabled patients as they do to their non-disabled patients. In addition to the multiple layers of discrimination and bias in the existing healthcare systems, disabled people often must navigate complex services and other administrative hurdles like home and community-based services, DME equipment, and multiple providers. I want to share two situations I have experienced that reflect these findings. In 2021, a hospital discharge planner deemed me incapable of caring for my mother based on my wheelchair use alone. In 2023, the company assigned to fix my broken wheelchair that I rely on for much of my life activity refused because the insurance reimbursement would be too difficult and likely too little. Disabled people experience program gaps first and are often tasked with addressing those systemic gaps with limited resources. We're a creative bunch. Ableism in the United States is institutional and structural. We must take steps to unlearn this bias and build better solutions for everybody. I support a single payer system, and I caution everyone to look at who is represented in the strategic discussions and decisions for implementing such a system. Let's work to ensure that there is adequate representation, including disabled people who have experiences to talk to these gaps from their lived experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was beautifully said. I want to get your thoughts on, because a lot of people will look at me crazy when I say this, but I am of the opinion that I think a single payer healthcare system is really the floor. I think a full nationalization of our healthcare system is actually necessary. And what do you mean by full nationalization? Okay, so hear me out. It's not just a single payer. It's that hospitals, medical device manufacturers, pharmaceuticals, rehabilitation centers, gyms, anything and everything having to do with health is community owned and operated. And the expenses that it would cost to own and operate this are taken out through taxation. And so, for instance, medical device manufacturers may include walkers, wheelchairs, beds, right? Because some people need beds, things like this. So all these different things, basically an NHS style, or like I'd like to call it, a Cuban style healthcare system, which actually encompasses all of our healthcare needs, including going to the gym. I think that is what's absolutely necessary, because, like, for instance, my friend Michelle here, my comrade Michelle here, should not have to pay out of pocket for her wheelchair, but also she should not have to pay an inclusion of profit for a company in order for her to have a wheelchair. Because once you start to include profit in it, then that means it makes it less accessible for her to be able to have basically legs to get to where she needs to go. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts?
Single payer is the floor. It's definitely not as high as we can go. The Cuban healthcare system is amazing and remarkable, and it is propagandized against so much that even I've had my bias checked a couple of times most recently. You know, when they were bringing public health up in Castro's day, you know, one of the things that happened was they mandated no more commercials about cigarettes, no more smoking on screen, no more movies with smoking in it. And Castro complied for the health of the nation, for the health of his country. He still smoked in private. He loved his cigars, whatever. But for the health and well-being, this is like the public health prevention programs that we're supposed to have here in America, but inevitably our bodies are prioritized based on profit and not human needs. Mm-hmm. So-and-so can't take this med, or so-and-so can't take this med, and it's proven. But yet insurance companies will then mandate you trial that again. And then we're in an active stage of eugenics right now with the assisted suicide that's happening in so many places where your poverty is weaponized against you, or your disability is weaponized against you. And it becomes this, you're less than. And then the doctors support that you are less than by agreeing, oh yeah, we can help you exit this world, or we can put a DNR on your chart. I follow a number of people on Twitter that talk about their experience in hospitals, and these are people with complex medical needs that are ongoing. And they're like, Alice Wong is a solid example of this, where she is currently struggling to stay independent because to be put into a nursing home would literally shut her away and make her invisible again. And she's done an amazing job of bringing the voices of all disabled people forward. And that's what we have to fight against. But until we change this system from a profit-based system to a system that meets the needs of the people in an autonomous way of those needs of the people, where I get to self-determine what I receive. I don't have to mandate to freaking care court that says you have to take your psych meds or you're going to be put away. So these are the struggles that we have with the single payer system. The reason I support it at this point, it's going to take a lot longer unless we totally hijack the system and make things better to reach the point where we truly unlearn the profit over the need. And needs are needs. Wants are something else, but needs are needs. And sometimes a need is like a nuanced need that goes into want a little bit, but that want may be what allows me to work more. It maybe allows me to go visit my dog or to go to the ocean more and feed my soul. And that goes into the wellness part that you were talking about. I think that the US system is very codified in this patriarchal system that is about curing people and only about curing people, preventing and curing people, So with that, we have a lot of problems with those realities, and we're a long ways away from anything.
Yeah. And just one more point that I wanted to kind of pin in before we bring our other next panel in. One of the things I wanted to, and I'm trying to make this as quickly as possible, but unions, while they are beneficial in some ways, I think that because of the influence of corporations, I also think that coming in and trying to encourage more worker cooperatives so that workers own the means of production. If you have a worker that is disabled that also owns the means of production, you're going to make sure that their workplace is also beneficial for people who are also disabled as well. So I think the conversation needs to envelop to going beyond unions and going beyond that into the workers having actual ownership, democratic says within their workplaces, and also getting profits and sharing the profits among all workers within the workplace. Michelle, final thoughts?
Those are very much in line with mine. But yet we have a lot of work to do because organizations that are fighting for proportional representation have yet to include disability. Organizations like RBN, for solid reasons, struggle to make the experience of your streams fully accessible because it costs too much money. We're still at that point of gap that everybody experiences. So with all of this, it's going to take collectivism. It's going to take us connecting with other people. Community control is key. Stop defunding education. Stop defunding, teaching. Stop defunding, our education system, our healthcare system, all of these different things. Fucking take the money away from the freaking wars and the police and bring it into the community. Because the community having that control will ensure that we don't have the crime rate that everybody wants to complain about because people are struggling. We won't have to fucking lock formula up in pharmacies because people are stealing it because of need. We won't have to keep toothbrushes locked up. I mean, my local pharmacy locks up the toothbrushes too because the unhoused come in and take one, and they need one because they're also being swept and other things. So all of this is kind of where I come from, where my heart is. And I don't always agree with all of y'all, and that's okay because I'm in community with you and that's where I want to be. And thanks for putting my website up. I can be reached pretty much through that. I'm in the early stages of starting a collective that will be all things disability, which is life with and without disability to advance equity. So to advance freedom, basically. And there is a disability pride survey if people are disabled or identify or have somebody in their life who is disabled that you can participate in. So all of this is great. I love what you guys are doing. It's great to see you guys getting everything put together, and it's been a privilege and an honor to be here.
Thank you so very much, Michelle. Thank you so much for joining. And I just want to thank everybody for joining in during this segment. If you guys have not, please make sure to like the stream and make sure to share amongst everybody that you are in community with, whether you're on social media. If you have emails that you want to share this with, please make sure to do that. And as well as if you guys have not, then please make sure to go to Michelle's website as well, that I've also linked in the description in the chat as well. And also, if you guys have not, you guys also go to our Patreon if you want to be patrons to RBN. And if you guys want to, you guys can go to revolutionaryblackout.substack.com for Substack notifications. Thank you so very much, Miss Michelle. Nick, my homie, good to see you. I haven't said it in a while, but Chocolate Thunder's in the house. Good to see you, bro.
What's popping? What's popping, my friends and family? This has been an amazing day. Thank you, Michelle, for coming on, dropping amazing knowledge and wisdom among our audience. And Case Study QB with my brother CJ, who will be back later. And you guys know Zoya's Love. Zoya's Life did a great educational panel on how to organize. Case Study always leads us off. This is a beautiful day where the RBN community comes together. And it's great to see you guys doing your damn thing. I've been watching the whole thing, so I love these summits. This is the height of RBN, right? The height of RBN. Well, thank you, JB. When next time we're going to see you?
You will be seeing me at 6 p.m. So you'll be seeing me at 6 p.m. And then for the Marxist panel, where I'll be there with you in Midwestern Marx. So be sure to be there. I cannot wait because I get to apply some of the stuff I learned in the basics of Marxism.
You mean JB been hitting the books? He's been hitting the books, man. You guys don't get it. He's scared of me. JB be taking me to school now, man. He's hitting the book.
Yep.
So, man, you guys have no idea. We have a banger. We have a banger out there for you guys today.
So I went a little overtime. Thank you for allowing me to, but I'll see you guys in a little bit. Have a great panel. I know you got some fire guests on here, Nick. Good to see you.
Yeah, big shout out to our brother JB. Big shout out to Zoya's Love, Zoya's Life as well. She did a great 30-minute educational segment on how to unionize, and there was a lot of great stuff going on there. I'm gonna start my segments like this. So I'm gonna play this video, and then we're gonna introduce our guests. So this is me when I was in Seattle. And when I was in Seattle, I got to hang out with my good friend Andrew. Andrew, who is an amazing educator, great writer, great organizer and activist. He'll be co-hosting this next panel. With me, we got a lot of great guests coming on with us. We got Marco Padilla. He organized a few worker co-ops, organized a few ballot initiatives. We also have Union Jake, another great labor activist, member of the American Federation of Government Employees. And we got Nick Godfrey as well, another fantastic organizer. He with UPS, and he's been working with the UPS people, so I'm very excited to hear from him. So we got a banger panel. So let's start off with this first, and then we get started.
Did you vote for endless military spending that makes record profits for Raytheon and Boeing? Did you guys vote for that? No. Did you guys vote for the record amount that is going to ICE, DHS, that is going under in the Biden administration, not Donald Trump? He's spending more money on ICE. Did y'all vote for that? No. So now that we acknowledge that we live in a capitalist dictatorship, how do we approach that? What is the answer? Time for workers to strike back.
So we're going to have Kshama Sawant and Worker Strike Back with us later today. That was me earlier today. You guys know I like giving speeches. I like to talk too much. I like to sound my voice. Some people like to say. And I met Andrew. He was down there in Seattle, and I appreciate him for helping me put this amazing panel together. He's my co-host for this segment. Thank you for joining us for this Labor and Activism Summit, my brother Andrew.
Thanks for having me on, Nick. Yeah, I always love when you guys do these summits. I was watching JB and Michelle on the disabilities panel. I got some close family and friends who suffer from ongoing discrimination and just extra shit they should not have to deal with because of their disabilities. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the day and happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna I met Andrew when I had my old call-in show, and Andrew used to come in and drop a ton of knowledge. And I was like, who the hell is this guy? We need to bring him on the show. We was on Nick at Night, and we met in Seattle as well. Very, very smart, very active in organizing as well. Thank you for helping me bring this panel together. And I'm going to bring you guys on just from left to right, just to make it easier for us. So we also have Nick Godfrey, who is a UPS or a union organizer, very active in the labor movement. Thank you for joining us on RBN, Nick. And since this is the first time you've been on the show, and I'm gonna ask this of all our guests when I pull you guys in here, you kind of introduce yourself, how long you've been into activism, and why you believe it's so important, just as a great introduction for you on our channel. Thank you for joining us, Nick Godfrey.
Yeah, thanks. Hope everyone can hear me all right. I've been struggling with my audio a little bit.
Yeah, sounds good.
Good. Yeah, so I am in Salt Lake City, Utah. I've been at UPS for 8 years now. I joined to be part of the labor movement, and I'm a communist, and really happy Andrew asked me to be on here, and looking forward to talking about my experiences organizing at UPS and the state of our contract fight now, and more general labor issues. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very interested in hearing your opinions on the latest happenings with the UPS strikes and the tentative deals and everything going on. So hold that thought, because we're going to get to that here very soon. We also had the Valley Labor Report, as I see on the screen, also known as you and Jake, as I see on Twitter. First time we are in conversation, but you do a lot of great labor actions as well. You cover union organizing. So I'm very interested in hearing your point of view in terms of activism, how people can get involved in the importance of organizing. So the people who are not aware of who you guys are, the Valley Labor Report, do you guys want to introduce yourself one at a time, and how you got into activism and the kind of work that you guys do, just for the introduction?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Jacob Morrison. Like you said, I went ahead and brought my co-host along. Hope that's okay. But yeah, my name is Jacob Morrison. I am, as you said, a member of the American Federation of Government Employees, Local 1858. I'm a shop steward, and I am a secretary-treasurer of the Labor Council in North Alabama. Labor councils are the regional federations of the AFL-CIO, and I have been I've been in member of my union for about 5 years. And we've been doing this radio program for about 3 years. We are on 3 terrestrial radio stations, as well as obviously right here on YouTube and as a podcast, and TikTok, tvlr.fm, where you can find some of our articles. So we try to be wherever people consume media.
Yeah, absolutely. And we need more of that. And that's why we got into the game as well. We need media for the proletariat, for the working class. When you watch MSNBC, CNN, and corporate media, and we do propaganda report on RBN all the time, that is not for us. That is news for the ruling class, for the capitalist class. So I'm glad to see that there's another strong union represented working class media outlet. I want to pass it to your co-host as well, and you can introduce yourself and how you got involved into activism. Nice to meet you, sir.
Sure. Yeah. My name is Adam Keller. Hey, y'all. Appreciate the opportunity. I am a union stagehand with IATSE 900 in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm a Southerner born and bred my whole life. Been down here in Alabama and Mississippi. I have spent about the last decade of my life in the labor movement, and I am a former public high school history teacher, and did that for a few years and got involved in organizing in that capacity, organizing rank and file educators, And then I went to the Alabama Education Association and actually worked as a field staffer for 5 years, representing Huntsville City Schools employees, about 1,500 or so workers, battling corporate education reform and privatization in Huntsville City Schools. And as I mentioned, I've been involved with IATSE 900 the last couple of years. I'm political coordinator for the local and also a delegate for the North Alabama Labor Council. And I just believe in the power of working people coming together. And I believe in the power that we have when we come together as unions to build power in the workplace and ultimately out into our broader community. And so that's why I do what we do. And I really appreciate being a part of this panel and appreciate being part of the Valley Labor Report. As Jacob mentioned, we've been putting out a union labor radio show for the last few years. And as you can imagine, in Alabama, it's quite unusual. We actually air on the same FM radio station that Sean Hannity got his start on. So for an hour and a half every Saturday morning, folks are hearing us talk union on the airwaves. And that is not what they hear the rest of the week, obviously. So totally understand your perspective and agree that we have to have media that is by and for working people. And that's why we do what we do.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that, Adam, and we're going to bring Marco Padilla in here soon because you're from the South, very proud, from the Midwest as well. I live on the state line of Missouri and Kansas. There's a right to work state in Kansas, and the struggle for union membership and labor organizing is tough in the Midwest. So I want to ask, for your perspective, what is the general reception that you get? I think you said you was in Alabama. How do you feel the pulse of labor activism is in the South? Because there are a lot of right-wing attacks on labor all the time. I think more of a class issue, but how do you feel the labor movement is doing in the South, just based on your experience?
Jacob, you want to go first? You want me to handle this one?
I'll let you take it away. I've got some thoughts, but interested in hear what you have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think one thing that's important is to distinguish between the elites who control the South and the people who live here. And as we all know, the governments here in the South are very reactionary, very anti-labor, but that doesn't necessarily represent the masses. More than 60% of Alabamians didn't even vote in the last election, right? So the Republican Party has a supermajority here. They control the entire legislature. They control the entire executive branch. But they do not necessarily represent the working people here in this state because working people, by and large, are not participating in the process. And I think that's important context to add. But I do think that there is some energy here in the South, just as there is across the country. Working people are ready to organize. Working people are organizing and building unions. And we've seen Alabama have something to say because, we've seen the efforts in Bessemer to unionize the non-facility there, the warehouse, with RWDSU. We've seen a historic strike with the UMWA striking Warrior Met Coal, struggle that still continues. And we've seen, new unions popping up across the state and across the South, folks organizing in new sectors, the service sector, for example, and the rise of the Union of Southern Service Workers. So there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of momentum, I think. And it's really, really important that the South be part of this labor movement, because for so long, the South has been used as a refuge for capital and a refuge for hyper exploitation and for hyper extraction. And the bosses and politicians have been very skilled in using divide and conquer to disrupt working class unity here in the South, particularly along race, but along other lines as well. And so it's really important that the South be part of this labor movement, because without organizing the South, we have no chance of really building the better country that we all deserve.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we have a segment that we do that we used to do every week, and we're starting to bring it back last week in Southern Labor, just going through what happened, last week in the labor movement in the South. And, there's people really just don't understand how much happens, how much working people do through our unions, every single week. Every day somebody gets their job back because of their participation in the union. Every day somebody gets back pay from a grievance. Every day, workers, win gains, right? And this is happening all the time. Every day workers are filing for a union election. Every day workers are winning union elections. This is stuff that happens all the time that is just really not understood or recognized. And so we try to, through our project, we try to lift up a lot of that where we can. It was an honor for us to be able to broadcast live out of both the RWDSU and the UMWA union halls at different points during those struggles. It's been an honor to have organizers in the studio and on Zoom who are forming unions right here in the state of Alabama, talking to us about why they're doing that. And so the reception is really I think is really great. Obviously, there's a lot of people that have bought into the anti-labor ideology that the powerful in our state push. But when I talk to normal people outside of, if they're not thinking in the kind of, am I a Democrat or am I a Republican? Because we don't typically talk about that. We talk about what workers are doing and what we're doing through our unions. And people tell me, I've had people come up to me, on the street saying, I voted for Trump and, I listened to 92.5 and I just happen to hear y'all. And, I really appreciate your perspective and it gives me a lot to think about. And that's something that I don't hear a lot and I'm really appreciative for it. And we also have people, on the total other side of the spectrum, from liberals, moderates, left-wing people like genuine socialists. And so we're really proud to be able to be a part of that. And the reception is really great, I think.
Yeah. It's very satisfying when you get that too, because I'm very vocal about where I lie in the political spectrum. I'm a communist, right? But I have right wingers that listen and like my content. They're like, man, I didn't know that there are people on the left that have opinions like yours, because when they actually see that we're looking out for their material conditions, when you have someone who's not focused on the red-blue game, as you mentioned, Republicans versus Democrats, and we start looking at each other as neighbors and how we can increase each other's local political power and material needs, that bypasses all the nonsense. And that's why there are people in the ruling class, especially in the South, especially among poorer states and poorer cities, where the politicians push cultural wars, they push all these nonsense to divide the workers, and that's their only job. Their only job is to divide the workers, and they may use different strategies. Rachel Maddow has a different strategy than Sean Hannity, but at the end of the day, their job is to get the workers to fight and wage class war. And I'm glad that we have media that acknowledges that. And I want to get to Marco Padilla. I appreciate you being patient. Hopefully I'm saying the name correctly as well. I believe we have you on RBN before as well. Marco is a fantastic organizer as well, and it's great to have your voice in here. I think you work on a few ballot initiatives as well, but I don't want to speak for you. I want to introduce you for the audience who's not aware of your work. So thank you for your patience, and it's great to have Marco join us. If you want to quickly introduce your work so people get a good idea of your experience.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks, Nick. And hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm a co-op organizer, so I organize worker cooperatives. I also am the treasurer for a couple of our ballot initiatives here locally. We won one and we lost another. And I'm also a member of the union, so my co-op unionized, and so we're CWA union co-op. So that's the kind of thing I'm interested in doing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want you to hold the thought, because I want to ask you the question later for advice for anyone who want to get into union organizing, how you got into that, because that's the purpose of this summit, to educate and motivate anyone who's out there wanting to do that as well. We also have a friend of the show, also great activist, Roger Meadows. Thank you for joining us as well. Thank you, brother. For anyone who's not familiar with you, any quick introduction to any activism and for the audience?
Hi, well, yeah. Well, I clearly don't have as much extensive experience as all of you, or all this on the ground, whatever, but I do have ideas, okay? And the three biggest things that I am for, if anybody knows me, is worker cooperative ownership, well, cooperative ownership, period, public banks, and trying to get as many states to be citizen ballot initiative states for amendments, not law. Because when you only do law, the government can come in and repeal it or weaken it without having to ask you, unlike they would if it was an amendment that you put on the ballot and ratified yourself. Okay. Now, my personal opinion is my personal mission, okay, when it comes to the private sector, is I think we need to bypass unions altogether and go straight toward worker ownership, okay? Because when you do that, you have, when the workers and the community seize, share, own, run, and control the supply chains, the manufacturing, the resources, the exchange, then you have completely pushed the boss class aside, pushed the corporate class, pushed the capitalist class aside, where you are replacing them, okay? With unions, you're keeping the boss class in place, and you're consistently on this, fighting them all the time. But when you replace them with co-op ownership, then, the striking is in your rearview mirror. So that's my personal take on it. Not that I don't support, I support unions, but I was just saying that I think we need to go toward cooperative ownership and own the means of production and manufacturing. I just throw out ideas. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm glad that you interject that because we can start there and we can kind of have more of an open panel kind of discussion at this point. And I'm gonna work backwards from when I introduced you guys. Since you mentioned worker co-ops, I want to ask your guys' opinion. And also, I want to pass it to Marco. I think you said you work with worker co-ops. But before that, Andrew, anything else you want to add? Anything you want to add to this before I pass it back to the panel?
Nice to meet you, Andrew. See you in person, by the way.
Yeah, it's good to see you. We talked on Colin a bunch. I met most of you through Colin, so it's cool that that's developing forward into other projects. But yeah, I would just say, if we're going to start with worker co-ops, for Marco, I guess you've talked a lot about the strength of worker cooperatives that are completely unionized, and how there can still be a utility for when there are disputes between sectors of labor or between co-op and maybe other entities, maybe municipality or something. Would you talk a little bit about, for one, what's the strength of having a unionized workforce inside of a worker cooperative? And another thing too is that an effective tool to start unions? Because I would say that it's most likely, unless you're talking about Mondragon, most cooperatives would be willing to accept the results of a union election without having to pass it to the NLRB and extend the process and make it difficult.
Yes, one of the contradictions within democracy is what's called the tyranny of majority. So just because you eliminate capitalism within the workplace,
your mic is
cracking.
Yeah, Marco, your audio is like scratch, and it's like, I don't know. Do you have a microphone plugged in or something?
I do not. No, I think I just have a poor webcam. If I get closer, does that help?
It sounds like a audio.
Try refreshing. Maybe it might help. Hopefully it will help. As we wait for them to come back, Andrew, I want you to expand on that. Actually, for the people who watching this, because the point of these summits is to educate, explain the benefits of a worker co-op and why that's something that people should be educated about. As we wait for Marco to come back here.
Well, yeah. So I co-founded a workers cooperative doing landscaping and ecological work in late 2021. And so that was a long kind of educational process for me. I would say that, for people who work in a really toxic workplace or a place where you can see extremely clearly how little of the wealth that you're producing is actually going into your paycheck, I feel like workers cooperatives are an opportunity for workers to just, at the very least, improve your working conditions, have like autonomy over what you're doing and feel a little bit more dignified that it's not just a bullshit job that someone's telling you to do to act busy. So I think there's all sorts of benefits there. I would say Marco is much more able to speak in detail about how to, because my cooperative is not unionized, and only a couple months after we started, I moved to Mexico. So I've been still trying to keep up, but I have not been able to do as much work in person, except for, to see my guys and see like how's it going when I'm back in town every once in a while. But yeah, Marco's co-op is also unionized, so I will pass it to him if we can hear you now.
Yeah, how's the audio now? Is that any better?
I think it
A little
sounds better.
bit.
Yeah, sorry, I need to get an actual microphone.
Yeah, I think it sounds a
so
little better now. You can continue.
Okay, I'll just try to be brief. Within democracy, you can still have what's called the tyranny of the majority. That's one of the contradictions. And so in a large company, say you say something like UPS, there could be different problems within the company itself, even if it's cooperatively owned by everybody. And so a union can really help cooperatives that are in conflict. It's a lot easier to resolve conflict because everybody at the table is equal. There isn't a boss class and a worker class. The conflict is amongst worker owner and worker owner. So everybody's already sort of at the same table. It makes union negotiations much easier to do because there is no capitalism within that workplace, but there can still be conflict. So my co-op is smaller. It's just like 4 software developers. So we don't really have any conflict, but we can use the profits of our business, untaxed, because we can pay directly from the business into the union, and we can sort of grow the union bigger and do more organizing that way and lobbying. I don't know if that answers all the questions.
I mean, I think it's a good start. Maybe since you mentioned UPS and how there could be kind of, even within a cooperatively owned business, there could still be disputes among labor. From what I've seen, the tentative contract is going to go back to the workers really soon and be voted on. And it seems like there's been some pretty serious gains. Like there's a commitment to put AC in the trucks. Everybody gets a little bit of a raise, maybe not as much as everyone had hoped for, but it seems like there's still a continuation of, as much as the owners could possibly manage to keep that divide between the part-time and the full-time and more senior labor. So I don't know if you wanted to talk about that, and if you also had thoughts on would it, I don't know if the co-op model really applies because it's already a giant capitalist business. But yeah, just do you want to update us on the contract real quick?
Yeah, so we got a tentative agreement last week, at the end of last week, which was kind of a surprise to everyone. The negotiations broke down on July 5th, I think, when the company walked away from the table. They were offering $17 an hour starting wage to part-timers and said there was nothing more to give. So strike was looking more and more likely as we got down to the wire without a tentative agreement, and then the union came through and endorsed this agreement with $21 an hour starting wage for part-timers. Other than that, it seems like a really great contract. This is my second contract fight I've been through at UPS. We have contracts that span 5 years. In 2018, the contract was being negotiated by the Jimmy Hoffa Jr. regime, who had been in power for, I think, 17, 18 years at that point, and had just pushed concessionary contract after concessionary contract. The last time we struck was in 1997, and really got some major gains out of that. But the 2018 contract imposed this 2-tier driver system where people were making $10 less an hour for doing the same work. And a number of things made it totally inadequate. We were told, oh, this is the best contract ever, which I've heard. Every contract has been called the best contract we've ever been offered. I and many others really stood strongly against this, pushed for a no vote, campaigned really hard in this period we're now between getting the tentative agreement and actually voting on it. And we did manage to get a majority of the workforce to vote the contract down, say no, it's not adequate. We'd already had a strike authorization vote months earlier of like 97% saying we're willing to strike if we don't like the contract. And Hoffa Jr. was able to impose this loophole in the Teamster Constitution that said, well, you didn't quite get to 50% voter turnout, so we're going to impose the contract on you anyway. So that was kind of the end of his career. Everyone knew he was on the way out after that, because even at my local, where there was a lot of Hoffa loyalists and they were pushing a yes vote, everyone realized that was just something that couldn't be accepted. So he didn't run for re-election this last time. He did pick a successor. We had the reform movement in the Teamsters were pushing O'Brien Zuckerman, who eventually won in a landslide with a lot of work from organizers around the country. And so they really came in with a mandate to get us a really, really strong contract and to be willing to strike if we didn't get that. So what we have now is great in almost every respect. We've gotten rid of that two-tier driving system. We're getting AC in the cars. Eventually, the new cars, as they cycle into the system, I don't know how long it'll take until every driver really has AC. Everyone is getting a raise, but we're not getting, as part-timers, who I'm a part-timer, we're 60% of the workforce at UPS, we're not getting the pay we were told that was going to be the standard. O'Brien said he wasn't going to sell for less than 25. Now we're looking at $21 an hour. So there's a lot of mixed feelings, mostly divided between part-time and full-time workers. I think the last contract cost UPS $13 billion, and this one is costing them $30 billion. So it is a massive increase in a lot of ways, not just in wages. It's not at all at the level of the 2018 contract, where you could say this is just purely a concessionary contract. There's no real concessions in there. It's just not quite as good as we would want it to be as part-timers on the pay scale. So it's hard to say where it's going to go, whether there's going to be a strong vote no campaign like there was last time and the time before. It may not be at that level where there's enough disappointment in it that the no vote is that strong. It's, I'm telling people to vote their conscience on it, and we are the majority of the workforce as the part-timers, but there's UPS has this what they call internally this it's a strategy to burn out workers, to get them to quit as soon as possible. There's massive turnover. Yeah. I heard a number a while ago from the supervisor at my hub that was in charge of retention that they had like 150% turnover. So they want to get people out there, they want to get people to, break their backs and go as hard as they can, and then burn out before they get to their 70 days where they're officially represented by the union, or before 9 months when they qualify for health care, or at any point after that to, get them out before they have seniority and can have some choice in their position and get those yearly raises. So while, there's like 340,000 workers represented under this contract, it's the largest private sector contract in the country. And the majority of those are part-timers. There's just a ton. There's some people like me that make a career out of it, and there's a lot of people who just like come in and out. So they're not as invested in the contract, in the union, and so they don't turn out in as high of numbers for the vote. So we'll see how it goes. At this point, I would expect that the vote's probably going to be yes, and we're probably going to avoid a strike. And it's not terrible news. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's a huge victory for Teamsters across the country and for the working class in general. It's just not quite adequate in some areas, but not a concession.
Now, what you described there is class warfare. Do you guys understand that? Where Nick is describing how the management class is burning through workers. I think you said something absurd, like 150% turnover rate, whatever the fuck that's crazy. But you got to see the strategy. It's class war to break the workers as they profit off of your labor value. And we need a new culture, and I love the new culture that is being established of maintaining strikes and pressure on the managerial class. I want you guys to understand they won air conditioning in their car. So what does that mean? That means that the management was allowing workers to drive in blazing hot temperatures, refusing to provide air conditioning in order to squeeze more profit out. That is class struggle. That's the definition of class struggle. Now, Kshama Sawant and Worker Strike Back, they strongly advocate voting no on this contract. And as you said, Nick, everyone got to vote their conscience. We believe that there's much more to begin on the table, considering the position that we have and the leverage we have at workers. The ruling class is worried about their economy. We got them by the balls. And I'm gonna read this headline. I want to pass it back to Nick. I want you to kind of reflect on this as well, because even whether you guys vote no or yes, what you said, where this is a win of the working class, I do agree with that, because there's a reason why they broke the railroad strike, because they didn't want the workers to get more. You had the management that said at July 5th, as you mentioned, we had nothing else on the table. Then the threat of strike happened, and you guys got more. That pattern, this culture, what the ruling class don't want. So I'm gonna read this headline. I passed it back for Nick for any reflection. And Marco, I think Marco wanted to chime in earlier. So Marco, you can go after Nick, and I want to get the Valley Labor Report. I want to give you guys an opinion about the topic at hand as well. But here's a headline: UPS workers disproved corporate media's narrative that strikes are harmful. So, Nick, do you have any reflection on that headline and my words in general? And then I'll pass it to Marco, because I think you wanted to chime in earlier. But go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and that's still a sentiment. The idea that a strike would set us back is still a prevalent idea among a lot of people. A lot of UPS Teamsters, you see it online all the time, that we just have to accept this first offer, and anyone who's thinking about voting no and going on strike is really putting us all at risk, because we could end up with something worse, which I don't see how that's even possible. But all the unity we showed, all of the practice pickets, all of the very strong rhetoric from our leadership really has led to an amazing contract in most ways. Yeah, it's just up to the membership now to decide whether it's good enough, because it is still in our hands. It's not decided at this point. It's up to the members to say yes or no. And I realized I forgot to weigh in on the worker co-op question before, which I'm skeptical of worker co-ops as a vehicle towards socialism, and I might be speaking out of ignorance on this, and the other panelists can correct me, but I feel like if that's what we want to put our focus into, there's a lot of questions that have to be answered, because co-ops, while they're definitely better places to work than privately owned corporations, there's a massive difference. I could never go back to a non-unionized workplace. The freedom I have to hold my management up to certain standards, and to have a huge degree of autonomy and a lot of rights, is just something I can never give up again. It's really an incredible difference if you've never worked in a unionized workplace before. And I'm sure most worker co-ops, when they're well organized, are even better than that. But if we're talking about how we're going to get from this neoliberal capitalist society that we're in now towards our vision of how society could be, co-ops, I think the limitation there is that they still have to operate within a capitalist marketplace. And if we're going to we have to answer the question of how it is co-ops are going to overtake the private capitalist ownership system. And so is that going to be through transforming companies like UPS, which made $100 billion in revenue last year, which has I don't even know how many resources and the amount of capital they have. Are we going to buy them out? Are we going to create new firms from the ground up and have our own workers co-ops version of Amazon and Walmart? And if so, how do we outcompete these companies that have many trillions of dollars in capital, already have the buying power to set prices, already have such a massive infrastructure and command of the economy? where we're starting out with no resources, no capital. So yeah, I look forward to hearing more about that.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do, let's do a short segment where we have an open panel where we discuss that quickly. Anyone want to chime in real quick? I'm sure that we won't interrupt each other. Anyone want to chime in on that thought?
Yeah. So here's the thing: if you look up the dictionary term of socialism, it is cooperative ownership. So it's not like something separate. Okay, it is owning the means of production and distribution through cooperative means. Okay, so that's one. Two, when you own the like I said, when you own the means of production, the supply chains, and all of that, there's no need. The need for striking would be over, because I mean, maybe because I understand that Marco, you was talking about like a union with inside of a cooperative, but as far as striking against the boss class, the capitalist boss, that would be in the rearview mirror. Okay. Number two, it guarantees American-made manufacturing, since they would never vote to move. I know, like, even though UPS doesn't do manufacturing, they deliver, but they would, they would never vote to move the manufacturing plant outside of the community, state, country, rendering themselves jobless. It ensures high quality products and services due to the fact that workers are stakeholders having a common vested interest in the success of the company. So work morale would be high, guaranteeing highly qualified American-made products and services get produced. They would not vote to replace their jobs with automation without at least creating new positions in the company for the human being. Okay, it's self-regulating, because since the factory is located in the community, the moment they find out that they're operating in a way that puts the safety of the community or environment at risk, be it water, air quality, environment, safety, they'll change course. There would be no cover-up, since everyone comes from that community. That would be affected, since everyone would know, and an incentive to stop that practice would be swift. Now, I've been hearing a lot, about people talking about bringing back nuclear power plants as a way to fight climate change. I say only if it is community worker owned, because self-regulation is self-explanatory in the case. They're not going to put their own self at risk. It's guaranteed workplace safety. That they're not going to put themselves in a position to be put at risk when it comes to workplace safety, like how Amazon, Staten Island, and Tyson Foods force their employees back to work into the workplace without the proper investment in protecting their employees from COVID-19. Okay, it provides a reliable tax base, because none of this, oh, you're going to tax me, I'm going to move out of the community, out of the state, out of the country, and then you won't have any jobs. They're not going to do that. You feel what I'm saying? So, and on top of that, it combats supply chain strains. So you've seen what happened during the lockdowns. See, through having homegrown supply chains, through the use of multi-stakeholder cooperatives, where the cooperatives of different industries, whether it's utility, worker, consumer, financial co-ops, by the way, are credit unions, producer co-ops, agricultural, form partnerships with each other to sell each other, all working together to establish their own supply chain, independent from corporate supply chains, freeing us from these free trade policies that have shipped our manufacturing jobs overseas, which leaves us vulnerable to these other countries who want to screw us over, as they, do their thing and doing inflation and all that stuff. It protects from high unemployment, and workers are less likely, when the workers own it, they're less likely to go public, seeing that going public means handing your company over to a bunch of shareholders where you become the employees. And I believe UPS is public, right? So where the effect is to get out there and squeeze as much money out of the workers and consumers, to akin to squeezing water out of a rock that you can find to keep your shareholders happy, while at the same time plundering the natural environment, depleting it of its resources beyond its capacity to replenish itself. thus casting aside and being irresponsible for the damage done to communities, the environment, the economy, where it's seen as the cost of doing business, where let the government pick up the tab. Due to this fact, workers are less likely to be okay with going back to becoming employees. So you control it. You feel what I'm saying? With unions, understand you are still keeping the capitalist system in place. It's because unionization is more of a handcuff and a regulation to make sure that the capitalist system behaves. Where it's just like, go to that corner over there and think about what you did, where co-ops just replace it altogether. So, that's my argument, my pro cooperative.
Yeah, and I wouldn't quibble with any of that. I think that those are all very, very obvious benefits of having the co-op. My question is co-ops as a vehicle to socialism, or just basically how we're going to do it. If we're going to replace the UPS, with a workers co-op, do we do it by buying out UPS? Do we do it by creating a new company from the ground?
I want to get Marco in here too as
Okay,
well.
sorry,
Marco, no worries, Roger. I love that spill earlier. Marco, do you want to chime in on that? And I want to get the Valley Labor Report in. I'm interested in hearing their thoughts on this as well. But go ahead, Marco.
Yeah. So Nick, the way I see the co-op strategy for UPS would be that the Teamsters Union organizes co-ops within the Teamsters Union, all kinds of businesses that the Teamsters do work with. And this makes the union grow, and as the union grows, these businesses that the union helped set up then take their profits and add it to the strike fund, add it to pay Salters a living wage, add it to pay Peppers the difference to a living wage, right? So like you can use when you actually own the means of production, it's an economic engine. And so the union needs to seize as much of the means of production that is within the union's grasp and use the profits of those organizations that are union co-ops to fund the attack on the big enemies like UPS. And like this is where the money's going to come for getting the mutual aid for the solidarity to keep people on strike. As the union can then bleed workers from the capitalists in their sector, those capitalists have less people to use in their machinations. And that's sort of the idea. And this is not just like a new thing. This is like what the Knights of Labor were doing at the end of the 19th century.
We can get Roger and Nick in here, and I will get Valley Labor Report in here. We got maybe another 10, 15 minutes. I think it's very interesting. I want to get your guys kind of final thoughts on this as well. But Roger, go ahead, chime in real quick, and then we get Nick in here, and I want to get the Valley Labor Report in the conversation.
So let me ask this: has anybody ever heard of the 2015 Model Corporate Corporate Charter Revocation Act? Nope. Okay. This is a law. This is a weapon that you can possibly use. This is a law that all state attorney generals have that allow them to revoke the corporate charters of corporations in their state. So establishing a record of egregious behavior by putting communities and the environment at risk, screwing over workers, screwing over the government with these public-private partnerships and communities. Okay, corporate charters are handed out by state secretary of states, but they can be taken away by attorney generals. Having a corporate charter is not a right, it's a privilege. Now, something else that can be done is you can have, maybe you use a ballot initiative or pass a law, something like that, to allow AGs to reissue out cooperative charters in their place, to restructure it in a way that either, like you was talking about funding, one of the things to fund it would be a public bank, okay? Because, I'm not going to go too much in the public bank or whatever the case is, but they're a way to help ensure financial cooperatives that we call credit unions that can help to finance startup cooperatives or help in the conversion process to go from corporate to cooperative as well. Okay, so Massachusetts, if you take a look at the first 6 minutes of this week's Democracy at Work with Professor Richard Wolff, so he talked about Massachusetts passed a law. It was in the Boston Globe, June 14th, where it's a right of first refusal law that allows these businesses that are like retiring and they don't want to sell their business or whatever the case is. They facilitated a process that allows them to transfer ownership to their workers, because you're beginning to see a lot of boomers beginning to retire and they have their businesses, but they don't want to, close it, and all their employees don't have jobs, and their kids don't want it, or whatever the case is. So we have that out here in Long Island. There's a small group that does that. But I also had an idea of what I like to call a cooperative business administration that does a government agency, whether it's local, state, federal, that does for cooperative businesses what the Federal Small Business Administration does for small business, by providing counseling, tax resources, a voice, government contracting, consultation, education, training, financing, research, all to make it easier to form business cooperatives from scratch, or purchasing from the owner of a corporation to convert it to a cooperative when applying right of first refusal laws. So in recent situations, we've been seeing lately of workers uniting to unionizing, and corporate headquarters ends up shutting that location down, when using that as a threat weapon example to other locations that they will do the same thing to them should they decide to unionize. So let's say a CBA, cooperative administration, would be perfect for workers who recently had their location shut down. Better yet, instead of taking the reactive approach, take the proactive approach, where the moment corporate HQ makes the threat of shutting their location down for attempting to unionize, they can go to the CBA and ask for help to offer to the community the same thing that their former current employer was offering before they leave, or decided to leave after they threatened to unionize. So instead of seeing it as a loss of jobs, leaving the community, it can be seen as an opportunity to create something new, a consumer, community, worker cooperative in its place. The CBA can also be a source for inventors to go to as an alternative to having to go to private equity and wealthy capitalists at the like to go to provide seed money to help them invest in their inventions they are working on, with the stipulation that should that invention come to fruition and they wish to build a business around it, it must be worker-owned manufacturing. With each and every brick and mortar location they see to the cooperative gains the upper hand in real estate. So,
yeah, I want to get we have maybe another 5-10 minutes left, but I want to get the Valley Labor Report. I want to get Adam and them in here. There's a lot that was discussed regarding worker co-op and unions. I want to ask you guys: do you guys cover that? What your experience regarding the South, and what your opinions on the pros and cons of unions versus co-ops? I would love to hear what your opinion on this is, real quick.
Yeah, I want to first start just by echoing what Nick said about the tentative agreement for UPS. I think that that's the right framing. I don't love the language that I've seen some people using as far as calling it a sellout contract. I think that sort of impugns the motives of some of these people in organizations that have been really instrumental in making the gains that are in this tentative agreement possible. These gains would not have been seen under a Jimmy Hoffa administration, a Jimmy Hoffa Jr. Jimmy Hoffa Jr. would not have been raising the expectations. Jimmy Hoffa Jr. would not have been delivering a credible strike threat with locals across the country. That's just not what we would have seen. And it's because of workers on the ground across the country fighting for new leadership, which really, stresses the importance of union democracy and why it's important that one person is not allowed just unilateral control of the organization, because workers need to be able to choose their leadership, and the ability to choose their leadership has really changed the way that these contract negotiations have gone with this round of negotiations with UPS. And so I think that Nick's framing is right, that this is a win. But the question is, is it enough? Are the workers, are the workers going to vote yes or no? And we're obviously going to support them, whatever they choose here on the Valley Labor Report. And we've been talking about the TA basically all morning. We had a reporter on to talk about it. And then the second half of our show was all calls. We got about like a dozen calls from UPS Teamsters from across the country talking about their feelings. Some people voting yes, some people voting no, some people not sure. And so I think that there was a really good dialogue. And then as far as the cooperative stuff, my quibble with that is just that, and I'm sure that Roger understands this, that cooperatives are difficult to form for working people for the reasons that you could imagine, specifically the lack of capital. It is, you can't just go, even if I can go and sell people on the merits of cooperative ownership, that they just, they can't go out and start their own businesses from scratch. And that's why what Roger mentioned, these political changes are important. The right of first refusal, that's something that Jeremy Corbyn in the UK pushed. And that's something that we think is very important. But the way to get that, I believe, is through the labor movement, is through unions. I don't think that you're going to be able to get something that is so huge as a right of first refusal, even though it doesn't seem like it ought to be huge. It is, because under current law, the owners of the business are under no pressure to even offer the company to the workers. We can take a look at what's happening over on the West Coast with Anchor Brewing. They're a 130-year-old brewery, historic in San Francisco, I believe. They were bought out by an international company, and the company is now trying to sell it for scraps, basically. And so the unionized workforce there is trying to buy the business from them, and they're not treating them seriously. They're not giving them the access to the same information as other potential buyers, and that's because of, they're under no obligation to. And so it's important to have a right of first refusal, but the way to do that, it seems to me, is by making it an issue in the labor movement. And it's easier, not every worker can start a worker cooperative. Every worker can unionize. Every worker can, work to create a union in their workplace. And if they're in a unionized workplace, they can become active in it and make it more effective. And I think that that's really important. Obviously, the cooperative stuff, devils are in the details. Publix is ostensibly owned by its employees, but it operates, the new hires, and you don't really get a say. It's just you own some of the stock. So devil's really in the details there. And then, Roger mentioned something about no strikes and that being a benefit. And, while it is true that most workers, you're not going to want to go on a strike because it's a difficult thing. There's real risk there, but you also lose the opportunity for political education, because with this contract fight, with the clash between the boss class and the worker class, the people who create the value and the people who, leech off of the profits that we create, there has been a significant interest in this contract fight by working people across the country. And we've seen that just in our own YouTube analytics, where our audience has grown 10, 15 times over the last month. And that's because people have been activated and interested, and they're interested in learning about what's going on at UPS and how they can do the same thing in their workplace. And you simply don't get that opportunity for political education and class consciousness with worker cooperatives, right? So those are some of our thoughts. And of course, we've talked about worker cooperatives. We've talked to, in fact, one unionized workplace that the bosses closed it, and they went on to create a worker cooperative, and we've kind of been following their stuff. They're down in Florida, the Mangrove Collective, and that's really cool, and we're really happy for them. And they're and so we're absolutely not against worker cooperatives, but unionization is something that is much more widely available, and I think probably at this point more politically powerful.
And if I can just chime in to say, yeah, to echo those comments and say, I don't see them as oppositional. I see them really working in conjunction, because ultimately, for me at least, the idea is, how are we shifting power into the hands of working people? We directly control means of production through a cooperative structure. that is shifting the power. If we're organizing in the workplace and creating a union and securing a good contract or extracting concessions from the bosses, that is building our power, and we can only do that through those relationships and that solidarity that we're creating in that organizing process. So I don't really see them as oppositional. In fact, I think that the labor movement and the co-op movement have to work in conjunction with each other and really have more dialogue. Because if you have if our goal is a more cooperative society or a more cooperative economy, we have to have a theory of change. How do we get there? And I would argue that the only way we get there is through the organizing of working people and through building power of working people, building that people power. And so obviously, we believe that unions are a key vehicle for that, and that the labor movement is a key vehicle for that. So I think, I really do think there are ways that the two movements can really intersect and work together to really make working people's lives better. And, there are intermediate and like short-term, wins, and then there are the long-term big picture ideas. And whether, we're winning short-term victories or long-term victories, I think it comes from working class power and solidarity. And, hopefully that translates in multiple ways to include co-ops.
I want to get Andrew in here. Andrew, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I'll keep it pretty brief, but I think Nick, your kind of hardening question is the one that needs to be asked in every situation. Where can you get the capital to start a workers' cooperative? How can you build workers' cooperatives? What industries can you strategically try to build them, seed them in to have the maximum impact? So something that Marco put me onto is the Worker Ownership Loan Fund. They can give loans of very small quantities up to around $500,000 to workers who are going to start worker-owned cooperatives. And workers cooperatives, in my mind, and I think what you have to be to qualify for something like the Worker Ownership Loan Fund is not just that everybody gets a little bit of stock option, but that there is a syndicalist-like process of democratic decision-making among the workers for how the cooperative is run. Not just that everybody gets a little, cut of the stocks. So there's the Worker Ownership Loan Fund. I think, Roger, you mentioned the Democracy at Work Institute has a lot of different resources you can read and check out on the process, because something like writing your bylaws was really difficult for us in starting our cooperative, because the state of Washington has draft bylaws you can use for every type of corporation except for a workers' cooperative. So, and they will even go after somebody who is giving away that information for free if they're not a lawyer who's approved by the bar. So there's all these, there's definitely hurdles you have to get over. But ultimately, I think where does the union movement, or where does the cooperative structure actually bring us closer to socialism? I think you kind of run into the same issue, which is that there are political hurdles at the end. So there was a brief moment, I think, in the 80s or the 90s, where Conrail, which was a bunch of previously private railroads that were nationalized, turned into a slightly more efficient, profit-creating, worker-screwing organization, and then sold back into private hands. There was a brief moment in time where that Conrail could have been sold to the rail workers' unions, but because there wasn't, a workers' political engine that was strong enough to make that happen, that was a missed opportunity. And so there's almost like the same barrier. If we're on two different sides of a mountain, which is the labor movement, and we're getting to the top, at the end we run into the same part that we have to climb over. And so I think there are things like tool libraries, the Worker Ownership Loan Fund, other community resources are already available for people who want to start workers' cooperatives. But you do ask the right question, which is, okay, but then how can you build a plan that is workable and that has traction and that people can follow, push that farther than, well, now you're just a small fish competing with large, well-resourced organizations that don't like your business structure in the capitalist, national and global economy. So I just wanted to say, really quickly highlight that there are those resources that exist already for people to start co-ops, everything from, capital that you could get from credit, a credit union, or from the worker ownership loan fund, or potentially, like Marco said, from unions. I think the New York Nurses Union Association, or I don't remember what their exact name is, but they've just kind of recently announced that they are publicly announcing that their support for workers cooperatives as a strategy for workers. And I would hope that would mean if some healthcare workers got together and contacted that union, they'd be willing to put up money for that. So I'll keep it short. I know we're over time. Nick, thank you very much for giving me a last kind of response there. But yeah, I think this was a lot of really good info we all brought up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we got a hard out now. This is a very interesting conversation because I think, and this is what we focus on the RBN all the time, is strategy. Strategy is something that a lot of people miss out on, and worker co-op versus unionization in terms of increasing the power of the workers is a very, very important conversation. So I'm gonna pass it to you guys, just so you guys can plug real quick. We got hard out, so try to make it real quick, just so you guys can plug where they can find you or any quick last thoughts. We go backwards from when I introduce you guys. So I'll start with Roger, Marco, Valley Labor Report, and Nick. Please keep it short, just because we got the next panel coming up. Last thoughts and where they can find you, real quick.
Oh, at Roger, no D in Roger. At Roger 2 DOT0. Roger 2.0. On Twitter.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining me, Roger. I appreciate having you on. Marco, thank you for your time. Great having you back on again. Quick shout out and where they can find you, real quick.
Yeah, just thanks to everybody. I'm not really online, so you can't really find me anywhere. But yeah, thank you.
Where they can they support your work anywhere?
Not really, no. Yeah, I'm
We
literally not online.
It's okay. It's okay. We appreciate you coming on here and sharing your knowledge. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
And also, I want to pass it to the Valley Labor Report. First time we have you on, first time in dialogue, but there are a lot of ideas that we can unpack, and I can definitely see us doing something in the future if you are interested. So thank you guys for joining us. Any last thoughts? Where can they find you guys, real quick?
Yeah, we're happy to come on anytime. We go on shows from, conservative radio shows to liberal radio shows to socialist shows. So happy to be anywhere. And you can find us obviously on YouTube, the Valley Labor Report. We're on Facebook, TikTok, and our website is tvlr.fm. We put out some articles there. You can sign up for our newsletter there. tvlr.fm/donate is where you can go to support our work. And those are really the best places to find us.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys joining us. Now I want to get Nick Godfrey in here. Any last thoughts? Any quick plugs you want to give regarding UPS or anything any way we can help?
Well, keep an eye on that vote. We're less than a month away from voting up or down the contract. If we vote it down, we are going on strike. So keep your ear to the ground. If the vote goes that way, then we're definitely going to need a lot of support on the picket lines and funds to keep us going while we're not getting our paycheck from UPS. I'm with Marcos. I'm a ghost. I can't be found anywhere. No social media. Maybe that'll change someday. But thank you all for having me on. It's been a great discussion.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on, Nick. We appreciate it. Andrew, how you doing on time? You can stay with us for Christmas if you want. Do you any last thoughts if you do want to go? It's up to you. If you want to stay, you can. If you want to leave, you can give us last words.
I'd love to stick around. I'm just gonna turn my video off for like 1 minute and go and do something.
Yeah, you can stay. You can stick around. You can stick around as long as you want. I got 3 hours, so you can stick as long as you want. But any last thoughts on that last panel? We to introduce Chris Moss. I appreciate you being patient. We'll introduce you very soon. Any last thoughts?
I mean, like you said, I think we probably should just have more discussions about the strategy, the very nuts and bolts on how do you do unionizing effectively? How do you get capital to start a workers' co-op effectively? I agree. It just needs more. I don't think that there's more to add right now, just that we can continue to strategize and share resources with people who want to do either or both like Marco's doing.
Yeah, for sure. So, Andrew, stick around if you want to. We got our brother Rome here. And, man, we got Chris Moss. We got Rome on the same damn panel. Both brothers putting in a ton of work. Before we start the official Chris Moss panel, how's the library doing, Rome? How's it going? Thank you for joining us today.
Everything going fine, man. I ain't gonna lie. I took a little break, little mental break. But I just reinforced my stage. I'm getting ready to put the bookshelves back on there. So It's going good so far. Well, actually, no. I got to break down my bookshelves, and I'm gonna rebuild them so they will hold the computer monitors also. So
Yeah, sounds good. So I want to start. I started the last panel with a video. I'm gonna start at least my panel with a few videos to start a conversation. We have amazing UN organizer, head of Amazon Labor Union, Chris Smalls. I'm gonna start with this video as we introduce
I
him.
want to address Mr. Graham. First off, it sounded like you was talking about more of the companies and the businesses in your speech, but you forgot that the people are the ones who make these companies operate. And if we're not protected, and if the process for when we hold these companies accountable is not working for us, then that's the reason why we're here today. That's the reason why I'm here to represent the workers who make these companies go. And I think that it's in your best interest to realize that it's not a left or right thing. It's not a Democrat or Republican thing, it's a workers thing, it's a workers issue. And we're the ones that are suffering in the corporations that you're talking about, in the businesses that you're talking about, in the warehouses that you're talking about. So that's the reason why I think I was invited today to speak on that behalf. And you should listen because you represent your constituents as well. So just take that into consideration that the people are the ones that make these corporations go. It's not the other way around.
So that's powerfully said. This is our next guest for the very first time on the Revolutionary Blackout Network. We appreciate your time. Amazing union organizer. Chris Smalls joined us on RBN. What's popping, my brother?
What's good? What's good, man? How y'all doing? Rome, my boy, what up?
man, last time I saw you, we was chasing the police back in their motherfucking cars, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what they don't know. They don't know the real. But you pulled up last year during the heat of the campaign, and it was litty, So I'm glad to see you again, my guy. Glad to see both of y'all. Y'all both, I've known y'all for a few years now, so it's good that
last time we chatted was a long time ago. I was on one of your old shows a long time ago, so it's great to see like the movement that you have built, and I know it has to be weird to be in front of Congress. Like, what's it like to be in front of Congress, in front of these people? And most importantly, the message and this is how we can start. Like, you can describe what it's like to be in front of these people. But the message that you bring of bringing people, whether they're Trumpers in Staten Island, whether they're Republican or Democrat, I want you to speak on that strategy, because this is a strategy that we largely endorse. What I think a lot of people on the left get wrong, where they're like, we shouldn't talk to this person, we shouldn't talk to this person. I think a lot of people get that wrong. So I want you to speak on that philosophy and on that, if you will, Chris. Thank you for joining us.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all about that day just from the beginning.
Yeah, I would love to hear it.
Number one, it was early as hell. I don't know, like 9-10 o'clock in the morning, and I really didn't expect any of this. Like, I know, we were invited down by Bernie, and I was invited to speak at Congress, but once again, it's early as hell in the morning. I was up all night, probably partying with my union and hanging out in DC. So, I woke up, I did my little wake and bake, and then, I had to get rushed into an Uber to go to Congress. So, that's why it's like, it's the bags is under my eyes. They're real, because I was tired. I didn't realize the moment until afterwards, like even days afterwards, like how powerful it came out to everybody else. I'm just talking my truth. And that's what it comes down to, organizing. I don't put labels on people, because that just puts us in categories right there, right off the bat. We already, this one's on the left, this one's on the right. We can't talk about this, we can't talk about that. You can't do that when you're organizing 8,000 people at a warehouse, and the only red borough in New York City, Staten Island, is the only red borough. Trump Island, like you said, it's Trump Island. Trump flags everywhere, conservatives everywhere. It's there. The racism, the policing is there. The poverty is there. So when I'm talking to a worker, I don't care about their beliefs in politics. Their enemy is your job, your employer, your boss. What is Jeff Bezos? What has Amazon done to you today? You know, what is affecting you in the workplace? And that's how we was able to build solidarity, because we kept it work related. And that's what we have to do in order to be inclusive in all these movements. You may not agree on everything. And of course, you know, there's going to be ops all around us. The ops is here. They with us. The ops is here. But sometimes we gotta do with the cards, you know, deal with the cards we're dealt. And unfortunately, you know, when you're organizing people, you have to trust everybody. That's the thing. You have to trust people you don't know. That's the only way you build. It's by trusting people you don't know. And your ideology is not going to align. But once again, there's nobody on this planet that agree 100% with somebody else. It's impossible. So yeah, that's my take on it.
No, it's well said, because I think, and I've seen this my entire life. There's a coordinated effort by the establishment to get people to fear their neighbors. You see it on news. There's murder over here. There's evil guy over there. And I see people in my real life that are afraid to go outside, afraid to talk to ordinary people. And that's where the whole red, brown alliance division of the workers come from. The subtle propaganda, again, people be afraid of your neighbors. So like, oh, what if I organize with this guy who have an opinion I disagree with? That is not how it works. That's not how organizing works. And that's the experience that you had whether organizing people with Staten Island or not. And I want to ask you this, and I want to get Roman here after I ask this question, because I want to show you this receipt, because this is something I've been following for a while, and I want to ask you the consequences of challenging someone with the power of Jeff Bezos and the pressure from the establishment that you had. And I want people to realize, not only just Amazon, like there's so many strikes and labor action is inherently infectious. So when people see Chris Moss organize Amazon and find the billionaire class, that inspires other people to potentially do that. That's why we got strike falls of labor action. So I'm gonna read this headline, and I'm gonna ask you about the consequences, intimidation, if you want to share on any of that from the establishment or any establishment pushback you got. Because look at this. This is the secret Amazon reports expose the company's surveillance of labor environmental groups. They have spies, private investigators looking to people. People have no idea how the people in our ruling class are criminals, and they engage in the same activities like what the mob would do. So I want to ask you broadly, because you would know more than me. What have you faced personally when it comes to organizing against someone like Jeff Bezos? Now I'm gonna get Roman after that.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true, y'all. Cat's out the bag. I've been followed. I've been surveilled. Damn sure been investigated. You know, it's been documented. You know, the documentary that we've been filming. When it comes out, you're gonna see some shit, and you're gonna see black trucks. You're gonna see black trucks following me. You're gonna see surveillance, policing. You know, me being arrested. You're going to see all of these things because Amazon, these billionaires, they do this. They attack the leaders. You see what's going on now. You know, love me today, hate me tomorrow in the media, whatever. You know, it's like they are paying for this. This is coordinated, and this is a system put in place on purpose to divide us, to tear us down, to have us infighting over dumb, you know, petty bullshit. This is design. And if people can't see that more than clearly after the pandemic, you know, it's really no hope. So it's like the surveillance is beyond what people can imagine. You know, they called up, you know, for example, you know, they paid off mainstream media to write, you know, propaganda about Amazon in a positive way. And of course, to attack the union in a negative way, particularly with me and the black leadership and Derek Palmer and Gerald Bryson and Jordan. They attack us all the time now, and they are paying for this. And you know, it's okay because we're built for it. You know, we strong Black men. We could take all of that. But just the amount of energy and time they're putting into it is insane. You know, they called up my ex-wife, and I've been divorced for like 5 years. So it's like, this is how far they're trying to go back to like reach out and get dirt and pull up things that have nothing to do with anything, nothing to do with organizing, nothing to do with workers.
That's what they do.
To destroy and take down the movement.
And that's what they do. And the funny thing is, and this is the point that activists and organizers and intellectuals make all the time, when you look at the amount of money that they spend, they hire anti-union advisors, they hire PI, private investigators, they had thugs that work for them as well to physically intimidate. Like, if you look at the amount of money they use to engage in anti-union activism, they can just give the workers the shit they're asking for. But they don't, because it's about sending a message. It's like, if they rather spend money to crush labor than spend less money than pay labor, because it's class struggle, fam. So if you guys think that Chris Smalls is being over dramatic here, I want you guys to understand that Jeff Bezos has $150 billion. Do you guys understand the kind of power that is? The people that you can buy with that money. He got gangsters in the street watching his back. Like, and that's why I asked this question. Something that we gotta have a serious conversation about. Like, when we really get to the point where we're about to defeat the ruling class, you're gonna see tricks you never think the establishment will pull. Like this one here. But I want to get Roman here, and then we pass it back to Chris. But Roman, you have anything you want to chime in on before we move on?
I just wanted to, since we talking about all of this, the gangsters, people following you and whatnot, I do a lot of shopping, especially at, Menards or Home Depot, and I go around trying to plant bugs in people's ears. And I'm like, y'all should start a union. You should walk out, start a union, because I know you're not getting paid enough to lift that wood and help me put it in my car. I gotta secretly tip you because you're not supposed to accept tips and whatnot. A lot of these people push back because they are afraid, or they don't know how to take the first step to actually unionize their workplace, and they are afraid of retaliation. What would you say to these people who want to get something started? Even if we got disagreements and whatnot, I'm pretty sure we can always bump ideas off of each other. What would you say to these people who would like to get something started against another big billionaire corporation?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's always going to be a tough conversation for me. When I talk to people about it, I tell them the truth. I tell them exactly what I went through. And when you're fighting the war, I say this all the time to my organizers, it's going to be casualties on both sides. There's going to be casualties on both sides. It's a war. We're in a war. And unfortunately, you might be the one that's going to be clipped from your job. Yeah. But if you look at my story and my journey, I got fired 3 years ago. People really don't even talk about it no more. But I got fired from this company. I worked there for 5 years. I was a model employee for 5 years. I was probably I'm gonna just claim it now. I probably was their best supervisor in Amazon history. I opened up 3 buildings. 3 buildings for them. I trained thousands of their employees and hundreds of their upper management, whether they know it or not, right? I did everything right by this company. Didn't matter. They clipped me for speaking out about COVID. So as a casualty, I had a decision to make right there when I got fired. As either I just sued them, which I did. That didn't work. Dismissed, right? Or I continue organizing. I'm already broke as hell. They took everything away from me. They took my health care. They took my stocks. I lost everything. I'm rock bottom. I'm in the pandemic in the hood in Newark, New Jersey, murder capital in the hood, and I just lost my job on national TV. I had 2 choices to make. I either do the legal route or I organize. I chose to organize. Look where I'm at now. So it's like when you have these conversations with people, we tell them the truth. There's a chance you might get fired. Yes. That doesn't stop you from organizing. You know, getting up. Once again, I had a decision to make in the middle of the pandemic. No money in my pocket. Somebody started a GoFundMe for me that I didn't even know. I didn't get that money until like 3 months in. So I was broke, living off unemployment didn't come through. It was crazy. So I had to organize, and the only thing that kept me going was the people around me that I was organizing with. So it's a good thing that you building and get starting something. You just have to do it with the right people and make sure that core is intact. As long as your core is intact, they can't stop you. You can do whatever y'all are trying to do.
So I want to show this because I saw this video, and this is what I fuck with, because we talk about, I had a show, International Leftist Movement. I talk about foreign policy and brainstorm ideas on how to form an international movement, because when you look at global capital, when you look at Jeff Bezos and his power and influence, it goes far beyond the United States border. Well, I don't know how it's going to happen, but I don't see us challenging capitalist power without having some sort of international movement. So I want to show this video because I saw this not too long ago, and I want you to speak on this because this is you, and I want you to explain more about the background behind this. You're speaking on Cuba and the importance of international solidarity. So let's watch this video to remind you what this is, and I want to get your...
We don't get it. Shut it down. If we don't get it. Shut it down. If we don't get it. Shut it down.
Oh man, when I went to Cuba for the first time, it was the most powerful trip I took in all my journeys across the globe, and that country showed me the resiliency of people through and through. To have a blockade in place for over 60 years, and to see people with such joy, as if they have everything, that reminded me that our fight is so much greater than ourselves. And I was happy to experience that for myself, and not only for myself, with my union who actually joined me on the trip. A lot of Amazon workers who never saw that type of experience was able to experience that as well. So for us, it just lit the fire back up, and now we're expanding that. You know, we're here in solidarity with the National Network of Cuba here, the Hands Off Cuba delegation out of the U.S. we're representing, and to be out in front of the White House tomorrow to amplify ending the blockade. But not only that, having the Cuban folks and organization show up today in front of Jeff Bezos' $28 million museum home to help me amplify our work, our workers' struggles and our voices, ending the blockade, fighting for a contract for these Amazon workers, and also the wrongful death of Kshama Brown, the 38-year-old Black woman who lost her life during COVID. These struggles are all connected, you know, and I'm glad that I was able to demonstrate today and bring people together today.
So I'm glad that you focusing on Cuba. Do you want to give us more information about what this event was and why you think it's important to raise the issue of the Cuban embargo?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that event is that was done just out of the spur of the moment, really, for support from my sister, Christina Brown, Kshama Brown's sister, who lost her life during the pandemic working at a fucking warehouse for Amazon. She was a COVID tester, testing other employees, went home one day, never woke up, left behind her daughter, Gabby. Amazon didn't do anything for this family. If it wasn't for another worker of hers reaching out to me and me getting in contact with her in the beginning and trying to help her get that story out there and help her financially, she wouldn't have had nothing. So 3 years later, we're outside of Jeff Bezos' house, reminding him that we still want justice. And she filed a federal lawsuit against them in the state of Virginia. So if anybody down there listening, she's going to need all the support because they're doing the same thing they've done to me. They're trying to, discredit her statements, and they're trying to make her feel like she's isolated and alone. And we can't do that to this Black woman. So once again, I just brought people out there. A lot of people I organized with when I went down to Cuba for the first time this year. We were in town at the same time. I felt like the movements need to come together. and they showed up for me, and vice versa. I showed up for them in front of the White House the next day. Going to Cuba for the first time this year, meeting the president, working with the CDC, the largest union of the country. It was powerful. It was very powerful. It taught me a lot. Taught me a lot of discipline, a lot of resiliency, and militancy. You know, they showed me how it is. We got to get up every day, crack of dawn. You get 3 meals a day, and they want you to be on point. And it really brought me back to the basis of organizing is having that discipline to know that we only have one common goal right now, and that's to defeat our oppressors. And when we came back, you know, that's exactly what the type of energy that we want to keep. And ending the blockade is something that we absolutely took a stance on. And I got to call this out, though, because now that we are talking about it, I shouldn't be one of the very few only labor leaders in the world, in the country, that's taking a stance on ending the blockade. We need a lot more union presidents, especially the ones we talking about, since the Teamsters, the hot commodity, all of them. Their offices right across the street from the White House. Something needs to happen, and they need to take stances as well.
Yeah, well, so I want to get Andrew in here. Andrew, is there anything you want to chime in on? If not, you can pass it to Rome. Anything you want to chime in on? Anything you want to ask regarding the conversation?
I mean, no, I think that pushing back against that embargo or any other type of sanctions is also pushing for domestic wages to be better. I mean, the only reason that we have these sanctions really is to devalue people's labor in other countries so that, you know, Amazon can exploit it. And it's the same reason that you can legally be, you know, Mexican or Honduran or someone else coming to work in the U.S. And getting paid half or a third of minimum wage. It's to just divide and conquer labor. So I definitely think you're right on there. I mean, I have questions, but I'll save them for later if they come up again.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass it to Rome. Rome, if you have a question, you can ask it. If not, you can pass to Andrew, and Andrew can ask a question. So, Rome, go ahead.
I just wanted to, you know, because there's a lot of people who's, you know, they are headstrong. They want, I guess, a faster fight, I should say. You know, and seeing, like you said, you know, you're going to Cuba, you're learning new things, how to organize and whatnot. You know, some people might feel like, who cares? You know, because you guys still don't have a contract yet. You know, what do you say? What do you say to the people who want the results right now? You know,
I mean, that's the thing. You know, people don't understand the system that we're in. Nothing for working class people comes fast. We all know that, but we have amnesia on that as well. It's like, oh, they won last year. We're still in our infancy stage. We're an independent union, grassroots, more grassroots than you can even imagine. So grassroots, and we're still in our infancy stage. On top of being a brand new union, we're still in the system that's not working. The NLRB process is molasses. It's slow. The federal judges were appointed by, we know who, Trump. We're in a system that is not designed to move anything fast. So, and then we're going up against $1 trillion company. We're going up against Amazon, $1 trillion company. They paying their lawyers millions of dollars. They're appealing everything that we filed. We already filed over 300 UOPs. People getting fired, people getting injured. Amazon knows this. They break the law on purpose because they know it takes at least 2 or 3 years for them to even respond to any of these things. So for me, and this is just my story alone, again, I was fired, wrongfully fired. Everybody knows it. The whole world knows I was fired for protesting. They literally violated a law, a New York state law, by the way. And nothing happened. I didn't even get my job back. I didn't get no back pay. I got nothing. The Attorney General, Letitia James, she picked up my case. Guess what? Dismissed. So what does that tell you? There's a system designed against us. There's no fast results in anything. This is a long fight. Every fight in labor is long. Every fight. So for people that want fast results, I blame that on Amazon. They changed society. 1 day shipping, same day shipping. Motherfuckers was not shopping on Amazon 10, 15 years ago. It wasn't. You was getting up, you was going to the store, you was going to the mall, you was going to your mom and pop store, you was going to the library 10 to 15 years ago. So people forgot like how we used to live. I grew up in the 90s. My neighbors, I used to go knock on the door for ketchup, sugar. You don't do that no more. You click a button and we delivering a package of cereal, a toothbrush, silly shit. So society has changed as a whole. They want everything done fast. It don't work that way. We in a system that doesn't work for us, and that happens in labor as well. Doesn't matter how good we look organizing, all these strikes and all these things. We're not doing much until we change the system that we're in. Bottom line.
Yeah, because to be honest, I was actually surprised seeing how fast and how good, you guys were doing. I was like, hold on, let me take my ass to New York. Let me see this for my own eyes, because with them winning, I forgot what vote that was, but it takes a lot, and I'm surprised. I'm gonna just be real. I'm surprised you're not dead. Going after these billionaires and threatening capital like this. It really surprised me. But I'm not in a union. Most of us we're not going to be in a union, because the majority of this country is not going to have that shit. So, but I say, of course, I don't agree with all the strategies, but I'm not in your shoes. You probably look at me and be like, oh, if I was going to a for the part, I would have did it like that, or whatever it may be. I want to paint the library fucking blue, whatever it may be. We're gonna have our critiques, but I feel like you kind of right on people wanting fast results, but to keep it real, man, I don't see nothing actually changing for real until you probably got a little bit more gray in your beard, just like a little bit more gray in your beard. Then we'll probably see some change. It's gonna take some years. It's so much propaganda we got to fight through just to get people to be class conscious in their own jobs. So,
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I don't sugarcoat who I am and how far I've came in the last 3 years. Like I said, 3 years ago, nobody knew who the fuck I was. Nobody knew who the fuck I was. So, I'm just a worker. Bottom line, end of the day, strip me down from the last 3 years. I'm just a worker who got fired from Amazon. I didn't write all of these narratives. The media, magazines, whatever, whoever I was around, they throw out the narratives. But I stay true to who I am. And who I am at the end of the day is a worker. Yeah. So, for fast results, I know the fight that I signed up for 3 years ago was going to be long. I knew that. I said, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do it anyway. Because who else is going to do it? Who else? So I could fade away tomorrow. I don't think that'd be a good idea. Yeah. But who am I? I'm just trying to do the work. I'd let the work speak for itself. I don't have to really explain. It's just like people can say what they want about me, say what they want about how we organize, how fast we're doing it, how we don't have a contract. I tell these people, yes, critique the hell out of us, but go do it yourself. Go try to create a union against $1 trillion company and tell me how fast it's going to come along. Because Amazon's been around for 29 years. And it's been kicking all these other unions' ass for 29 years. Let's be real. So people want fast results. We gave them fast results. We organized in less than a year. So it's people got to realize these are facts. Amazon's been here kicking all these other unions' asses. You ain't even hear about a campaign going on against Amazon. Remember, it was one organizing campaign before ours at the same building. At the same building at JFK. I never heard about it, and I worked there, and I opened the building. So what does that tell you? We had to do it our way. We had to do it differently. We had to do it in a way that people ain't going to agree with. But it was unprecedented, but it was necessary. It was something that, you know, we had to learn, and I'm still learning as we go. I don't know all the answers to organizing against Amazon right now. I can't say that. Nobody on this planet can say that. Who has the answers to organizing against Amazon? It hasn't been done in history until last year. So we're still writing our history right now. We're still creating that history. It's still infancy stages. People have to understand this is a long fight. So yeah, I may get old and gray before we actually like enjoy the fruits of our labor, but I'm hoping not to, bro. To be honest with you, I'm hoping we speed this shit up.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that this shit is done so I can enjoy my life. But until then, my time don't belong to me anymore, and I know that, and that's fine.
And what would you say to like even like the rank and file? You know, some of them, you know, everybody's not gonna, like we say, everybody is not gonna agree. You know, what do you say to the rank and file that feel like, you know, your strategies might be a little shaky or whatnot? You know, you guys are a team. I don't know what's going on inside. You know, I only heard from one or two. I ain't gonna say it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers, but what do you say to the rank and file that might feel a little like they are on shaky ground right now?
It's their union.
Yeah.
It's a worker-led union. So it's either you involved or you're not. You can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. It don't work that way in organizing. I don't give a damn what movement you're in. So if they call themselves rank and file organizers, what the hell they been doing for the last 10 months? I haven't seen them. I know who I organize with. I know who's on my executive board. I know who shows up when I need them. I've been at my building for the last 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Right outside barbecuing, just like last summer. We did like 20-something barbecues. Now we up to 30-something. I know who I'll be around. It ain't them. So if you're involved in a worker-led union, you have every right to be. It's a worker-led union. There's no separation in that. Everybody on my executive board, everybody that I organize with is an actual Amazon worker. Everybody. They all work at the company. They all work at that building. So for the ones that want to be out here and shed dirt on us and try to divide us, they're not even from Staten Island. Like take a real good look at who we talking to. Everybody who throw on an ALU shirt and work at Amazon is not a member. It doesn't work that way. But the media is quick to eat that up because they're like, oh, we need a story. We need to get some dirt on it. It's paid. This goes back to what I was talking about earlier about the system designed to tear down not just the union, but black leadership. Black leadership. Because you sit here now and you think about how many black international presidents do we have in this country? We got a handful compared to, so it's like, it doesn't even, it's not even adding up. It doesn't add up because there's a system designed to tear down black leadership. And these rank and file caucus fake reform, how the fuck do you reform something that's new? It's brand new. How do you reform something that's brand new? It don't even make sense. It just doesn't. You know, I can't really talk on it because of the legal shit, but I'll just tell you this. The bottom line is a worker-led union. It's a worker-led union. There is no, I don't own all the power, nothing. It's democratically. Everything that I do is voted on. Everything that I do is voted on. I can't move without talking to my board. Are you crazy? You think they're going to allow me to do whatever the fuck I want to do? No. Hell, it don't work that way. I do what's necessary so that the message is out there and I'm connecting struggles as I'm working and organizing the union as well. But I'm also raising money. People forgot we don't have a contract. Yes. Who else is donating to us? I'll wait. Nobody. And here's the facts. The numbers don't lie. Amazon spent $14.2 million on us last year, organizing against us. $14.2 million that, like you mentioned, could have gave to their workers. All this would be done. They ain't do that. And when we look at big labor, right? Because we got to hold unions accountable, right? Everybody, let's hold unions accountable. Big labor, your AFL-CIO, your Teamsters, your SEIU, your 11, they only contributed 3% of their resources to my campaign and Starbucks combined. They didn't do shit for us. That's a damn shame. So people are understanding that this fight is long. We're struggling. We're struggling, and it's not our fault. It's not. We're doing all we can do as grassroots workers. It's all we can do is organize. But it's a damn shame that you got the most powerful unions in this country that only contributed 3% of their money and resources to our campaign and Starbucks Workers United combined. 3%. After we done made history last year in over 100 years. We done kicked down the door of Amazon and Starbucks.
Yeah.
Everybody's supposed to flood the gate. That flooding the gate didn't happen. Now everybody's like, wait, you guys got to do all of it. You got to do all the work and have all the answers. How the fuck does that work? I'm the worker who got fired 3 years ago that just fucking made history last year. But now I'm the bad guy because I don't have all the answers? What? Something's wrong here. These old motherfuckers, these dinosaurs that been in union leadership, that ain't passed the torch to the younger generation, that ain't passed the torch. People can't talk to me about rank and file. My whole union is rank and file. My whole union. When I walk in the room, I'm bringing rank and file. They can't talk to me about rank and file. I am rank and file. I got fired from rank and file. I wasn't on salary with Amazon. I was on the hourly. So I'm rank and file myself. It don't make any sense. It's not a shade at any particular union. It's not a shade at the Teamsters. Not a shade at any other union. It's a call out saying they need to do better. 3% is a damn shame after making history with my campaign with Amazon and the Starbucks workers campaign. We need more help and support. It don't make no. This is why you see in the decline in unionization and less than 10%. This is why it's still less than 6% in the private sector. What are we talking about? It don't make sense. The math ain't mapping. We can enjoy all these strikes all summer, all hot labor summer long. People want to take my phrase as well. Love that. Hot labor summer strikes all, yes, do them shits. But are we really moving labor forward? The answer is no. We got to start at the root cause of this shit. The root cause is labor leaders need to call out Biden. Like you mentioned, the railroad strike should have happened. And the Teamsters damn sure need to go on strike. I don't give a fuck about an agreement. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Go on fucking strike.
Yeah.
Go on strike. What the fuck are we talking about? We've been hyped up 2 years for this fucking strike. Go on strike. That's all I'm saying. That's my opinion on it, and it is what it is.
We have around 9 minutes before we actually have part 2 of, because this is a 12-hour event. So this is the finale of part 1. So we got 9 minutes, and after that, we're gonna transition to part 2. Which will be started with the Palestinian Community Network. You guys know their friends. We're gonna talk about the crimes of Israel, and then at the 4:30 p.m. Eastern slot, we're gonna talk about Cop City. So for the last 10 minutes before you wrap here, Andrew, do you have a question for Chris Smalls? If not, you can pass it to either me and Ron. I want to make sure you get an opportunity to ask at least one question. So go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, Chris, first of all, it's good to talk to you. You know, everybody, like you said, has been talking a lot about you for the last 3 years, so it's good to hear from your mouth instead of people hyping certain things up or critiquing stuff they'd never work on. So I got to ask you, you know, from the previous organizing effort that didn't work at Staten Island before you did it, and the one that was going on in Alabama, what would you say is like your biggest difference that has brought you much more success? You know, I like that you're doing these barbecues. It seems like it's more personal. I wonder if you think that the other unionizing drives were really like dry too much by the book, a lot of talk about shit that doesn't really relate to people. Do you think that being more personal has been like a huge positive for you? And then also people have talked a lot that you have taken pointers from William Z. Foster. Have you, like, how much has that influenced you? But yeah, just your thoughts about like, what is it that you've been doing that you would say to other people, you should obviously do this and drop all the old, the old school stuff that isn't working for Amazon?
Yeah, I think you know the answer, Andrew, man. I mean, of course, my union is completely different, and it's something people have never seen before. Our birthday is 420, literally. So we socialized and we organized and we had fun. And yeah, the barbecues is one aspect to it, but like, yeah, building relationships and earning trust. It's not going to come from a union that has money and resources that don't know workers. It's going to come from actual workers organizing themselves, and that's how we were able to do that. Once again, I couldn't have a conversation with an Amazon worker if I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I'm not going to go, and I could go anywhere. I could go to any Amazon building in the country, in the world, and have a productive conversation because I know what they're experiencing. I've done it. The same thing with when it came to these campaigns, there was a disconnect there. As a union, they're just going over there and they're trying to get them to sign up with the union. They didn't have the relationship yet and the time, because it takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can throw in your best salts. That's not going to work. It doesn't work that way. Everybody that I organized with, they all veterans at Amazon. They've been at Amazon 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Derek Palmer is 8 years. 8 years in at Amazon. That's unheard of. People get fired in 8 days, in 8 weeks. Don't even last a month at Amazon, a week. So you got to know who you're organizing with. You got to have veterans. You got to have people that's been through the bullshit at Amazon. And you got to have a relationship, a real relationship with these workers. You cannot throw in assault or be a union that's just going to provide resources. It doesn't work that way. Everything that we did was a process. We took several months educating people on what a union is by itself, because as Rome mentioned, majority of people in America is not in a union. Even everybody that claims to be in a union town, New York is a union town. It doesn't matter. A union town or not, we're talking about less than 6% in the private sector. What do we? Nobody's in a union. Nobody's in a union. And I was in 2 unions prior to Amazon, and I still left those union jobs for Amazon, thinking that Amazon's going to pay more. So it doesn't matter. We're just uneducated, and that starts at the root. Like, once again, we got to talk about labor, real labor history, at a younger age in these classrooms. And that's a part of also the work that I've been doing. I've been visiting a lot of middle schools now. And I'm walking in, looking at kids at 10 years old saying Jeff Bezos is a bad man. I wasn't doing that shit at 10 years old. I know that. So we're getting into classrooms. We're teaching people. We're educating. We writing laws. Like ALU, we drafted the Warehouse Workers Protection Act alongside with Jessica Ramos. We did that. So we're doing things on paper that matter, and we're doing things on the ground that matter. And connecting with people, you only got to meet them where they at, and they at work.
Yeah, I always say, the best propaganda is when the people feel like they are a part of it. This is when you can get them to either, fund it or get up and do it themselves. This is one of my secrets that I use. I make people feel like we are, even if I just get up and do it my damn self, I still make them feel like they are a part of this. They are a part of the movement, and you can also do it yourself. The best propaganda is the one that, when you're making them feel like they are a part of it. They are part of, they are helping the homeless. They are feeding, whatever the fuck it is that you might do. And you got to connect with the people. I didn't just go to New York. I have family in New York, so I know how to talk their slang when I'm out there. I know how to adapt when I'm out there. I got family in Mississippi, family in Florida. I go down there. I know how to talk with a tang, and I know what not to say and what neighborhoods to go in, and what agenda to push in certain neighborhoods. Like if I go to Jacksonville, Florida, of course I'm going to be militant wrong. If I go to Mississippi or Boston, I'm going to be more intellectual wrong, right? And it's just certain things you got to do. You got to meet people where they at, make them feel like they're a part of it, pull them in, and they're going to do it them damn selves. And this is how you get your union or your movement, whatever it may be, party, militia, you get it started.
Yeah, well, so we actually have a hard out, so I want to pass it to Chris Malls, and I'm asking this of all the guests I have on today, because the point of this is to educate and to inspire. So, what would you say to the worker out there, who was either just fired like you was, or someone who just discontent and they looking to get started? What final words will you have to inspire someone who's almost ready, but they still have reservations? So final words. Thank you for joining us as well, Chris. Last thoughts.
No, thank you for having me. Yeah, I mean, we're in the fucked up time in this country. I say it over and over. And there's no cavalry coming for us. There's no I'm gonna tell y'all now, we ain't get to Joe Biden, but I met the man. I'm just say this, I met the man, and there's no cavalry coming for us. So if we want this country to see a real uprising, a real revolution, the revolution starts with yourself. Take a good look in the mirror every day and ask yourself what you going to do to move things forward. And that's what I say. The revolution starts with yourself. And I'll say this, no amount of money in the world can amount to the power of people when we come together.
Facts. Yeah, remember the main message that RBN has, everyone has a role in this movement. Not everyone's going to be a Rome that can tour the country and feed the homeless. And
I damn sure ain't starting no union against no fucking trigger happy fucking billionaire that like to shoot dicks in space.
Not everyone going to be able to build worker co-ops like Andrew did. Not everyone is able to do what Chris Moss does. Do what you can do in your capacity. Because imagine if we had a scenario where the left actually did that, where everyone just did what they could do, right? Imagine that scenario. Let's fight for the change we want to be in. That's why we try to do everything we can. I try to do everything we can. I got a mutual aid event in Kansas City coming up in a few weeks. So just try to do the best you can. That's why I wanted to inspire you guys. So with that said, thank you for joining us, Chris. Make sure you guys join part 2. Part 2 is we're going to have Palestinian Community Network, headlined by Kshama Sawant later tonight. The Green Party is going to be there as well, Teamsters. There's going to be a lot of great organizing for part 2 of the summit. So make sure you guys stay tuned. It's going to be on the next.
Nick, why we got Chris here? Chris, I meant to write that down, but you said that was Teamsters, right? That was only that helped with 3% of the revenue with your.
That's all of them. All of them. All of them.
Yeah, I gotta ask them about that. I gotta ask them about that. So,
yeah. So anyway, we got hard out. So thank you guys for joining us. Make sure you guys join for part 2. Thank you for joining us, Chris.
No doubt.
And Andrew as well. Andrew, you can join again if you want. We had it for 2 hours for free. To stick around if you want. Either way, it's good to have your contribution. So I'll see you guys part 2. We got hard out. Have a good one, guys. See you on the next part.
Peace, bro.